Some time ago, we set sail from Fort Lauderdale. Our destination was Lagos, Portugal. The estimated trip was about 3 to 4 weeks, assuming everything went smoothly. My wife Hannah and I had spent several months before the trip learning how to sail. We had the time and money to pack up and go, and we'd always wanted to see Lagos. So we decided it was time to put our new skill and sailboat to good use. The first week was exciting. A sense of freedom comes with sailing the open seas, which is funny considering we spent most of our time confined to a 30-foot space. But as we looked out into the endless waters, we couldn't help but feel we had left the world behind and entered a new one. Like we'd left all our expectations and worries in a separate reality. Despite the feeling of liberation, there were still a few bumps in the first week. The wind wasn't as much of a team player as we had hoped, and the water got a little rough at times, but we managed. By the second week, we were sailing in the middle of the North Atlantic, roughly halfway between Fort Lauderdale and Lagos. That first morning of the new week, I'd gotten out of bed before sunrise, made a cup of coffee, and climbed above deck. That was my morning routine. The water was flat, and there wasn't any wind. It was foggy out. As we floated forward a bit, the sun began to rise. I could see a dark object sticking out of the water. I thought it was a capsized boat. It was somewhat rounded like the underside of a hull. I woke up Hannah and told her to grab some vests and the first aid kit. But as we got closer, I could see that it wasn't a sailboat. It was a mass of rock. Hannah appeared on deck with the rescue gear in hand, a puzzled look on her face as she asked,
"Wait, there are people on that rock?"
I thought it was a boat.
I was as confused as her. Why was there a rock in the middle of the ocean? It's supposed to be thousands of feet deep right here. I steered the ship alongside it and shut off the motor. The rock didn't stick out of the water much. I was able to jump from the sailboat onto its surface without issue, but the surface area was huge, over 5 times that of the boat.
You think it's some sort of underwater mountain?
Hannah asked from the boat. I walked along the surface.
Maybe we should go under and look.
I'll grab the goggles.
Hannah hurried below deck. She loved the water. We both did. Any reason to throw goggles on and explore. She was game. She appeared back on deck wearing goggles, a snorkel, and a wetsuit. She lowered the rear ladder and jumped in. I shook my head and smiled. I loved how energetic and curious she always was. She laid face down along the surface of the water, the snorkel sticking up for air. I explored along the top of the rock while she swam around. Then I stopped. There were markings. I knelt for a closer look. These were artificial, symbols of some sort. A language perhaps. It looked almost like runes, ancient Viking writing. I reached down to touch one of the engravings when Hannah poked her head out of the water.
You have to see this,
she said.
Hannah, there are markings on this rock.
There are markings on that side of it as well.
The side?
Yeah, it's like a giant tower.
What do you mean?
It's a big cylinder.
How far does it go down?
Hannah shrugged.
It's too dark to tell. I think it goes all the way down to the bottom.
I looked back at the rock below my feet. What the hell was this thing? Why hadn't we ever heard of it? Who made these marks? Has everyone else sailed past this giant rock without noticing it?
Come up here,
I said. Hannah swam to the boat and climbed up the ladder.
Those markings look ancient,
she said as she took off the snorkel and goggles and tossed them aside. I knelt back down and rubbed my fingers across one. It began to glow an orangish color.
What the fuck?
I said as I stood back up. Hannah was about to jump onto the rock.
What?
Stay there,
I said, holding my hand up to stop her.
Why?
It's glowing.
What is?
All of a sudden, the rock began to vibrate.
Nate!
Hannah said, panicked.
What's going on?
I began to stumble back towards the boat, fearing the worst. Then, a rectangle opening appeared at the edge of the rock. The vibrating came to a halt. We were both speechless. I hesitated a moment and then approached the opening.
Nate, don't.
said Hannah.
I just want to look real quick.
I don't like this.
That should have been my first hint, as curious and adventurous as Hannah was, but I couldn't resist at least taking a quick peek. I leaned over the opening and looked inside.
There are stairs,
I said.
Nate, come back.
Against my better judgment, I stepped into the opening. I could see that the stone stairs descended in a wide spiral.
Toss me a flashlight.
I hollered to Hannah.
Nate.
Just do it.
I snapped at her. She huffed and went below deck. I hate that I raised my voice at her. I hardly ever do. But this was too incredible. It could be the most significant discovery in centuries, maybe ever. She returned to the deck and tossed me the light. I turned it on and leaned into the stairwell, trying to see as much as I could. I climbed down a step, not thinking. My curiosity was steering me. Another step.
Nate!
I heard her call my name but continued anyway. Another step.
Nate, stop!
Another step. And then another. And then the rock began to shake again. The opening was beginning to seal shut. I hurried back towards the top. Hannah cried out my name. That was the last time I heard her. It closed before I could get out.
Hannah!
I yelled for her.
Hannah!
No answer.
Touch the center mark!
Still, no response. I stood at the top of the stairs for several minutes, listening for her, for any sign she was trying to get me out, but could not hear anything. I didn't want to leave in case Hannah was able to figure out how to open the door, but my curiosity was still there. I shined the light down the stairs. I took a deep breath and descended. Soon, the darkness faded as the stairwell opened up to a large cylindrical room. Lights flickered from a flame-lit chandelier made of what appeared to be iron. Its design looked medieval or older. In the center of the room was a large wooden podium. A thick leather book lay open atop it. I moved over to it and looked. Somebody had written onto the page symbols like those I'd seen on the rock. I touched the pages, old and worn. I felt like turning a page would cause it to crumble. As if in response to my touch, the writing began to change. The words shifted and faded around the page until they were in English. He waits upon his throne of blood and bone, within the tower of ancient stone. I backed away from the book. My curiosity waned and fear was now coursing through me. I needed to get out. I was confident that what awaited me was something sinister, something evil. I began to feel its presence in the air. Then, as if on cue, it spoke to me. A whisper, like a passing wind, said,
"Come to me."
I did not move, nor could I gather the words to speak. My heart was drumming inside my chest. I glanced over once more. Why hadn't Hannah figured out how to open the door yet? She was no dummy. She saw where I was standing when the rock began to vibrate. She heard me say the mark was glowing, so why was I still trapped inside? Then the thought occurred to me. Maybe the door wouldn't open for her. Maybe going down was my only option. I stepped over to the winding stone stairs and peered down. Hannah had said the tower looked as if it continued to the bottom of the ocean, thousands of feet. I wondered how much of that I would have to walk. How long would it take? And what awaited me below? I took a moment to steady my breath and continued my descent. Down the ancient stone steps of the dark, damp tower, I descended into the unknown. It was quiet. There weren't any sounds to give me a clue as to what would come next. But as I slunk down the steps, I saw that the stairwell was opening up to another large circular room. It did not have an iron chandelier like the room above, but rather a series of lit torches positioned along the wall. And in the center of the room, a man. He was sitting nude in a simple wooden chair. His hair was long and gray with a beard to match. He was bone thin and with skin as pale as the moon. It was as if he hadn't seen the sun in years, maybe ever.
Hello?
I said as I made my way down the steps. He did not answer. I considered proceeding past him, but immediately saw that the remaining stairs were shut off with a large wooden door, with neither knobs nor handles. The only hint I had that the door opened was the keyhole. I glanced over to the man to double check that he had not moved, and then stole a glance through the keyhole. More stairs. I turned my attention back to the man, realizing that if I were to continue any further, he was likely my only hope.
Excuse me.
I inched closer to him. He maintained his forward gaze without moving or speaking. I began to worry that he wasn't even breathing.
Sir?
I said again.
Can you help me?
Still, no response. I leaned next to him.
I need to get out of this tower.
He twisted his head in my direction, and as he did so, I could hear the clicks and pops from his scarcely used joints. He did not look at me so much as faced me, and I soon recognized the cloudy gray of his eyes like those of a blind man. He parted his lips as if to speak, but let out only a dry wheeze. His vocal cords became more dormant and weak over time. Eventually, he was able to utter the words,
He awaits upon the throne of blood and bone, within the tower of ancient stone.
the same lines I had read in the book upstairs.
Who is he?
I asked. The old man did not react, and after a moment, repeated the same lines.
Yes,
I said, growing impatient.
but who is he?
Once again, he repeated the words from the book. I'd become frustrated. I raised my voice and finally asked,
How do I get to him then?
The man rose from the chair, shaky and frail, joints popping. He lifted a necklace over his head that his long beard had covered. From the leather string dangled a large iron key. Hunched over, and with great difficulty, the man staggered to the door and inserted the key into the lock. There was an exchange of noises that echoed through the room as he turned the key. The heavy door drifted open on its own, as if some invisible force opened it. The man hung the string back around his neck and receded to his chair. I leaned into the stairwell.
What's down there?
I asked, but the man reverted to his unflinching silence. I readied myself and continued my descent. As I tread further down the stairs, I could see that I was entering into another flame-lit space. The air felt thick and had a copper-like odor. I could hear what sounded like low moaning. I steadied myself against the dark stone wall and felt wetness beneath my hand. I recoiled, and below the flickering light of the overhead torch, I saw that my fingers and palm were red. I gasped. The wall was coated in blood, as if the stones themselves were sweating it. But then I noticed something. There were drops of blood on my skin, on my clothes, and as I touched my clean hand to my face, my fingertips came away smeared with red. There was a lingering mist of blood in the air. My heart began to race. What was this? No single living thing bleeds enough to fill the air. Maybe it isn't blood, I thought. But it smelled like blood, it looked like blood, and as the stairwells opened up to the next room, my fears were confirmed. It was blood. This was not a room like the others. This was a massive chamber, hundreds of feet deep. The stairs spiraled wide and open along the walls, down into a dark pit. Suspended from chains and shackles with their wrists above their heads were 4 people spaced evenly apart. Extending from their slit open and bloodied abdomens were their intestines, stretched to the limit and tied together in a raw, meaty knot. Their legs appeared freshly amputated, and from their gaping wounds, blood flowed.
Dear God,
I said. I'd never seen anything so disturbing, so gruesome, so hellish. Was I in hell? The blood rained down into a dark void that my flashlight could not penetrate. I did not want to continue any further. There could be nothing good awaiting me. These were fresh bodies, fresh victims. I might be next. I decided to turn around, to hurry to the top and hope that Hannah would eventually open the stone hatch. I'd wait all week if I had to. But as I returned to the large wooden door, I saw that it was closed. This side did not have any doors or handles either. I pounded my fist against the door.
Let me in!
I yelled. No answer, no movement that I could hear, nothing. I pounded on the door until my arms ached and my hands were sore.
Please!
I began to weep. I should have listened to Hannah. God, what I would have given to be back on the surface with her, holding her, apologizing for being so stubborn, telling her I'd never doubt her again. I wanted that. I needed that. I reluctantly turned from the door and headed back down the steps. I was feeling squeamish and drained of hope. Then I heard it again, a pained moan. I'd forgotten about it earlier when faced with the gruesome sight. I moved down the steps a little more quickly. Who was crying? It sounded like more than one person. I was back out in the open. I focused on the chain nightmare hanging in the center of the chamber, and then I saw it. One of them let out a tormented groan. Then another raised his head, his face contorted in agony. They were alive. I wanted to call out to them, but what good would it do? I couldn't help them, and they weren't in any condition to help me. I averted my gaze, feeling powerless and unsettled, and continued hesitantly down the slick stone steps. I forced the image out of my head and thought of Hannah's tender smile instead.
I will return to you,
I said under my breath. Confidence began to return to me. It warmed my blood and fortified my soul. I was getting out of that tower one way or another. The devil himself couldn't stop me from returning to the woman I love. If I had to, I'd knock down the gates of hell to be with Hannah again. My posture straightened. I clenched my fist and with a newfound eagerness descended into the darkness. And that's when I slipped. I had put my weight down on a particularly slimy part of the stairs, and my foot shot forward, sending me tumbling down the wet stairway. To my right was walled and solid, but to the left was open and a straight drop into the dark. I did not know how far of a fall or what was at the bottom. I bounced and rolled, ramming into the wall and sliding towards the edge. There was nothing to grab a hold of, nothing dry enough for me to even press into. I tried to regain my balance, but I was tumbling too quickly. I was taking a beating, and although I wasn't thinking and trying to survive instead, part of me knew I'd be in rough shape regardless if I lived or died. I picked up quite a bit of momentum when I hit the wall one last time, and did so with enough force that it propelled me backwards and over the edge. My fear had become a reality. I was plummeting to my death, I realized, but the thought was brief. My body splashed into a puddle and landed hard against the solid ground. The air was heaved from my lungs, leaving me wide-eyed and gasping. My body tensed against the wet ground. I lived through the fall, but my breath had escaped, and I was worried that it wouldn't return. Then, as if a seal had been torn away from my mouth, I gulped in a surge of wet, metallic air. I coughed, not sure whether I was choking on my blood or someone else's, or both. The spasms died down, and my breathing became steady as I sat up. The throbbing in my ears slowed. I was in pitch black. I knew I was sitting in an almost ankle-high puddle of what was undoubtedly blood. I could hear the dripping that came from the mutilated bodies overhead, but there was another noise, heavier, sloshing in the puddle and occasionally patter, and then more sloshing. Finally, a potent splash sent a spray of droplets in my direction. Something was in there with me. I waded through the blood, a blind and desperate search for my flashlight. Where was it? Could it be on the stairs? My fingers brushed against a solid object. I gripped it and spun around. I clicked it on towards the noise. The blood-soaked lens bathed them in red light. Drenched head to toe were three women dancing beneath a shower of blood, stirring up waves and the gore around them. They moved with ecstasy, tossing their crimsoned hair back to let the blood wash over their faces. They were unfazed by my light, entranced in the moment like a group possessed. The fuck was happening? I aimed the light around the room, looking for a door. There wasn't one. Solid wall all the way around. I wondered if this was the bottom. But then I noticed something. The blood was moving along my ankles, draining, slowly. I shined the light on it and realized it was moving like how you might see in a bathtub or a sink, to the center, between the sanguine dancers. I stepped towards them, tracing the slow-moving current of the blood. At their feet, I saw what looked like a sewer lid. It had some holes that the blood was draining through, holes that I could use to stick my fingers through and lift the lid. I held my breath and slid between the dancing women. Suddenly, their dance changed. They linked hands and encircled me. They began to let out a bone-chilling laugh as they skipped around me, counterclockwise like children playing Ring Around the Rosie. I lifted the heavy lid and pushed it aside, anxious to leave the frightening scene behind. There was a ladder. I stepped down, the women still snickering around in circles. The ladder was, of course, very slippery from all the blood that seeped down. I reached for my flashlight and pointed it into the dark below. Nothing. I began to descend and all of a sudden lost my footing. My heart skipped a beat and I hooked my arm onto the ladder at the last second, dropping the flashlight in the process. It rattled off a metal rung and I watched as it fell, becoming a distant speck swallowed by the dark. I had a long way to go. To descend a ladder into utter darkness, one must move tedious and measuredly. A single wrong step might have caused me to plunge deep into further blackness. I did not know what awaited me at the bottom. There was no way for me to find out exactly how much time had passed, but I could feel that it had been hours. My slow descent was reduced even further by soreness and fatigue. My body ached all over. There was an odor, the copper-like smell of blood mixed with a rotting putridity. It had been present throughout my climb down the ladder. It gnawed at my head and made focusing difficult. Blood rained past me from above. How did they bleed so much? I heard the dripping of liquid joining more liquid. My body was ready to give out when I felt the legs submerge into something warm and wet. Water would have been a welcome change, but I knew better. More blood. I hesitated a moment. I still lacked all visibility. I would be treading blindly through the blood. I peered up the ladder, but the manhole cover had been resealed hours ago. I took a deep breath and stepped off the ladder. My feet were unable to reach the bottom of the blood-filled pool. I kicked and paddled with great effort to keep my head above the gore. Blood is thicker than water. I knew that my best bet was to stay against the wall and follow it, and hope that it would lead me to a door or some other way out. I pressed my hand against the slimy stone and swam. I hadn't got far when I saw a lantern flicker to life at the opposite end of the chamber. In its faint glow, I could see a wooden rowboat. The blood rippled as the oars were pushed and pulled, propelling the boat towards me.
Hello?
I called out. The boat continued in my direction. I was hesitant to find out who was steering, but what choice did I have? The boat reached me, and I could see a shadowy figure on board. He wore a dark, ragged coat with the hood over his head. Shadows concealed his face. He leaned towards me and extended his arms.
"Take my hand,"
he said. His voice was aged but still had some strength to it. I was slick with blood. I would not be easy to grip. I did as he had said, and to my surprise, he grabbed a hold of my hand and hauled me out of the blood into the boat. I was a crimson sheen under the glimmer of the lantern. The man grabbed the lantern and sat in front of me. He set the lantern down between us and lowered his hood. He had long, unwashed white hair and a long beard. Like the man who had opened the door for me earlier, he was elderly, but not as skeletal as the other man. I could see that he was missing his right eye.
Thank you,
I said. The older man nodded.
What is this tower?
I asked.
A prison, mostly. This chamber is my cell.
How long have you been down here?
I do not know.
Why are you here?
I was captured.
The old man smirked and grabbed a hold of the oars and began to row us back to the side he'd came from.
Have you tried to escape?
The old man exhaled.
There is no use. We've been deprived of that which gives us our strength.
We?
My people, my family, they are imprisoned here as well.
I thought back to the 4 tortured souls above, their intestines pulled from their bodies and blood pouring from their amputated legs.
Are you aware of the cruelty that is taking place above?
The old man nodded.
This pool of blood is theirs.
How many people have bled to fill a pool this deep?
The old man stopped rowing. We had reached the other side.
The 4 men you saw hanging have always been, ever since we've been here. They are mutilated, hung from chains, and when their bodies run dry, they are brought down and healed. Then, the cycle repeats.
Healed by who? The 3 women?
The old man nodded.
Yerd, Verdandi, and Skuld, they shape destiny. That of the 4 men above has become a circle of blood and agony.
Those names sound Nordic.
I suddenly remembered the symbols I'd seen on the surface of the tower. They had looked like Viking runes. The old man produced a weary smile.
Yes.
He took hold of the lantern and rose to his feet. He stepped off the boat onto a stone platform and held out his hand for me to follow. Next to the platform was another large wooden door. This one was solid, no keyhole.
I am not able to open this door, but you are,
said the old man.
Why me?
He calls for you.
What does he want?
I do not know.
Who is he?
The prophets spoke of him as if he were the coming days of oblivion. We were ignorant of the truth, that he lives and breathes.
I don't understand.
You will.
The old man motioned at the door.
Place your hands upon the door and it will open.
I did as he told me. There was a sequence of clicks and thumps as the door unlocked, and then slowly but surely, it drifted open. A breath of wind swept against me, and the whispering breath of the one who waits again said,
Come to me.
I turned to the old man.
The door is open. You can join me.
The old man shook his head.
I'm sorry. It is too great a risk. But perhaps you can help us.
How?
Find Aiden. She holds the key.
The key to what?
To ending this.
I looked back at the open door and the descending stone stairs beyond. The old man placed a hand on my shoulder and said,
My sons are down there. I have not seen them in a very long time.
What are their names?
The old man had removed his hand from my shoulder and was returning to the rowboat.
I recognize you.
He said.
We've never met before.
The old man took a seat in the boat and raised his hood back over his head. Another round of blood began to flow down the ladder and into the pool. The dripping echoed off the chamber walls. The old man glanced toward the sound. He looked back at me and smiled.
Not as you are, but as you once were.
The old man extinguished the lantern's flame, casting behind him a curtain of darkness.
What does that mean?
I asked. I could hear the movement of oars and the stirring of the blood. I asked once more, but the man did not respond. I stood at the door and peered down the long, winding stairwell. I could hear what sounded like the distant clang of a hammer striking metal, and towards it I went. Metal on metal. There was a sizzle as the heated piece was submerged into water. My movements were slow and careful. I was oiled head to toe in blood. It dripped from me onto the stone steps. The hammering continued. The sound grew louder as I descended further. The air was becoming warmer. I reached another door, not wooden like the others, but more like an iron prison gate. Still, no knobs or handles. No keyhole. Beyond the gate, I observed a hazy stone chamber lit by a faint reddish glow. A large figure hammered onto a piece that they held steady on the surface of an anvil. Sparks danced around them with each strike as embers escaped from burning coals. I placed my hand on the gate and it creaked open. Another sizzle. I inched closer as the figure drowned the object in a stone tub. The gate drifted shut behind me. Closer, and I could see in the glow a broad-shouldered man dressed in rags, dirty with soot and sweat, hair long like all the others but thinning on top, blondish in color. He brought the object up for air. It dripped red. A blacksmith that cooled his creations in blood. He tossed it onto a pile of similar pieces. I looked around and did not see an obvious way out of the room and down to the next level. I opened my mouth to speak but hesitated. I did not know if this was friend or foe.
I need to get to the next level,
I said. I ditched hello, excuse me, this didn't feel like the type of place for any of those. The hammering halted and the man pivoted to face me. He had a long beard like the rest, something I came to assume was a reflection of how much time they had been imprisoned. He was wild-eyed and looked as if he were both startled and angered by my intrusion.
"Who are you?"
he grunted. His hammer trembled beneath a white-knuckled grip. I held my hands in front of me to show that I did not mean him harm.
I need to get to the next level.
He raised the hammer and stomped towards me.
"I ask you a question."
I flinched and stumbled backward.
Nate, my name is Nate.
"Why do you need to get down to the next level?"
he asked, his hammer still firmly gripped.
I need to get out of here.
His eyes became less wide and his brow narrowed.
"And you think the way out is down?"
He lowered his hammer and coughed out a laugh. He turned back to his forge.
"There is no way out."
He calls for me.
The man stopped moving. He spun around to face me again.
"Then you've chosen to answer his summons?"
I'll be trapped in here otherwise.
"Do you not fear that a worse fate may await you?"
I had considered it. I knew that the one responsible for the nightmare could be nothing less than pure evil. But I needed to understand why he called for me. I needed to know who he was. And most importantly, I needed to try and get back to Hannah, even if that meant traveling to the depths of hell to get my ticket back to the surface. I nodded.
It's a chance I'm willing to take.
The man sighed a low grumble.
"Then I wish you luck, Nate."
He returned to his forge and continued his work. I still had unanswered questions. Who was this man? What was he forging? Why was he doing it? And how was I to get to the next level? I moved behind him and peered over his shoulder as he brought the hammer down on the object. He was making the blade of a sword.
Why do you make those?
I asked.
"I dream of battle,"
he answered as he struck the blade again.
Will you use these blades?
"It is a cruel punishment for a warrior to be given the means to prepare for a war that he cannot fight."
Then why do it?
The man stopped hammering.
Do you not hear it?
We stayed still without moving or speaking. I heard the crackle of the heated coals, the beating of my own heart, the breathing of the powerful figure in front of me. But there were other sounds too, distant, but present nonetheless. Ones that made my blood run cold. Frantic voices of men fighting a losing battle as others cried out in excruciating agony. The ripping of flesh and the snapping of bones, the metallic clang of fallen blades, and the ravenous snarl of something inhuman.
That beast cannot be bested, not by man. That is their punishment, to fight a losing battle for eternity.
I now understood. He worked the forge to drown out the horrible sound of the endless defeat. But the pile of blades was smaller than one would expect. Do they use weapons down there? The prisoner struck the blade with more force.
Yes.
He hit it once again, just as hard. The weapons that you make. Sparks flew as the prisoner brought the hammer down on the blade with all of his strength and frustration, causing the head to break free from its wooden handle. His gaze fell to the floor, and his wide shoulders slumped.
Those which I forge are gathered by his demons and given to my people to wield hopelessly.
Why do they continue to fight if there's no hope of winning?
It is all they have.
I wondered why someone so drained of hope wouldn't use the blades he made to kill himself. Can nobody die in this tower?
Any man cannot kill us, nor can we succumb to age or illness. But of those to whom we were once equal, we are vulnerable. We had always been able to kill each other, some more easily than others. Those days have ended, though, as we are no longer equals. That which made us so has been taken from us. They can kill us, but we cannot do the same to them.
And they choose to resurrect those they kill for the sake of eternal torment? The prisoner nodded. I want to help end this, I said.
You're just a man.
But I can descend the tower freely.
And what is your point?
I will look for a dune. The prisoner's expression grew somber. His eyes narrowed.
What do you know of Idun?
The man above us said that she holds the key. The prisoner glanced at the stone ceiling.
What did this man look like?
He was old and gray and missing his right eye. The prisoner's jaw tensed.
My father.
He exhaled and relaxed a bit.
How is he?
He helped me out of a pool of blood into his rowboat. He spoke of you and your brothers, said he has not seen you in a long time. The prisoner nodded and changed the topic.
Idun's apples are what gives us our strength and vitality. Without it, we become weak.
I looked at the large, muscular figure in front of me. You do not look weak.
I am only as strong as a man now.
Other prisoners do not look as healthy as you.
I eat what I am given, and I work the forge. That is the only reason I do not look as they do.
What food are you given? The prisoner was silent. His eyes flicked towards the floor, but his gaze was distant. I understood. How do I get to the next level? I asked. He regained his focus.
There is a door in the floor.
He crossed over to a large stone hatch, barely perceptible aside from the faint outline.
I cannot open it.
I nodded. I can. I knelt and placed my palms against the door. It began to vibrate and then slid open, revealing a narrow spiral staircase. I stood up. I suppose you won't be joining me. The prisoner smirked.
I wish I could.
I reached out to shake his hand. He gripped mine and pulled me close.
My father is correct about Aidan, though her apples do nothing for a man.
He pulled me even closer, seemingly staring into my soul.
But I can see now that you are more.
I did not know what to say. I was just a man trying to get back to his wife. He released me, stepped over to his forge, and then grabbed something and brought it back over. He held out a magnificently crafted sword, one that was different from all the others.
The prophets always said you'd return, but I'd begun to doubt them.
He handed me the sword.
I made this for you long ago.
I took the sword from him, and in my hands, it felt right. I don't know who you think I am, but thank you, I said.
Before that blade can be useful, you must find Aidan's apples and eat one. Then you will become as you were.
I stepped down the stairs. I could hear the chaos below. I tightened my grip on the sword.
If he summons you, then his beasts and demons will not harm you. But once you eat the apple, they will try,
said the prisoner. Then why bother eating it?
You must eat the apple if we are to have a chance.
I nodded and continued down the steps. They began to vibrate as the stone hatch started to slide shut above me. I stopped and turned to the prisoner who was still watching me. Wait, I said. What is your name? He peered down at me through the shrinking gap and at the last moment said,
My name is Thor.
The door slid shut overhead, casting the stairwell into darkness. Had I heard the prisoner correctly? Thor? I shook the nonsense from my head. Maybe his name was Thor, but that didn't mean he was the Norse god, right? I gripped the sword given to me and turned down the narrow, spiraling stairwell. It was dimly lit. I kept my palm pressed against the wall to help guide myself down the dizzying spiral. The chaos from earlier was now quiet. Oddly enough, I found this more concerning. Was the beast waiting for me? Further down the spiral, I began to feel the air of a room well acquainted with death, an environment that had become saturated with pain and desperation, and ultimately, defeat. The sword trembled in my hand. I held it ready as if I were able to use it, but Thor had said that it would be useless until I'd eaten one of Idun's apples. An apple? Had I not already observed the things within the tower, I would have laughed at the notion of an apple being more than fruit. As the stairwell opened to the next chamber, I could see the glint from the lit torches reflecting off puddles of blood. And in those puddles laid mangled bodies, swords littered around them. The chamber had the familiar copper-like odor, but there was another smell, the stink of an unwashed dog. The stairwell was at the center of the room, and I had to step into the chamber to get sight of what was on the other side. I crept out of the stairwell. A crimson puddle splashed around my foot. As if on cue, the mangled corpse began to convulse. Meat and bone shook violently. I stumbled back to the stairwell and watched in horror as limbs began to reattach. The bodies began to shift and rotate, popping and cracking back into place. Spilled organs slid across the stone floor and returned to their fleshy homes. Open wounds resealed. Color returned to the skin of the fallen warriors. The men gasped as their lungs refilled with air. They sat up wide-eyed as if they had woken from a nightmare. Reality hit them as they scrambled for their blades. There was a heavy gallop, accompanied by the sound of claws clinking on the hard floor. For these men, the nightmare was not over. Bounding past the stairwell was the biggest wolf I'd ever seen. More significant in size than an elephant or a giraffe. Black fur wet with blood. A tail long as a bus. Feet the size of cars. The creature snarled loud as a locomotive, then sunk its fangs into a flailing warrior. With a quick whip of its head, the wolf flung the warrior across the room, crashing him into the stone cylinder that housed the stairwell. The warrior landed at my feet with a wet thud. Dead. About 8 or 9 men were battling the beast, and to my surprise, they were capable of sinking their blades into the animal and causing it pain. But doing so only angered the wolf more. I watched as the wolf ripped 2 warriors to pieces. The sounds of bones breaking and flesh being torn from their bodies was nauseating. I slipped out of the stairwell and to the other side. Another body was thrown past me, hitting the ground and sliding to a stop, face down in a puddle of blood. I scanned the chamber for the next door but could see nothing. I searched the floor for any out-of-the-place creases, but again, found nothing. How was I supposed to get to the next level? Slightly to my left, on the far end of the chamber, there was a shadowed spot that the light did not touch. I leaned towards it and squinted. Something was there. A door? I looked to ensure the wolf was still preoccupied and then sprinted towards the shadow. As I got closer, I realized what it was and stumbled to a halt. In the shadow stood a woman. She had long, black hair draped across her shoulders and to her waist. She was tall and thin and wore a dark gown. Her skin was pale on one side, but her left side looked darker. Maybe it was the shadows, I thought. She held out a hand and beckoned me towards her. With hesitation, I approached while paying attention to my peripheral for the wolf. A chorus of shouting and growling echoed throughout the chamber. I reached the woman and could see why her skin appeared to be 2 different colors. One half was pale flesh, the other was decaying and corpse-like. I immediately staggered backward, fearing I'd fallen into a trap.
"Do not fear me,"
she said. Her voice was calm yet piercing. I could feel it in my bones. Her expression was gloomy and lacked any hint of friendliness, despite her assertion. I held my sword in front of me, ready to swing it at the first sign of hostility. "Who are you?" I asked.
"I will lead you to him,
"Who?"
the one who calls for you."
She stepped aside and gestured at a narrow passageway. Its opening was only about knee-high. "That's the way down?" I asked.
"Yes."
I knelt and could see that the opening immediately hooked to the left upon entry. "Lead the way," I said. I turned to check the wolf's status and could see that he was working on the final warrior. I turned back to the woman. She was gone. "Hello?" I said. I crawled into the narrow opening and looked around the corner. A tight space continued curving downwards and to the left. "Hello?" I shouted, but there was no response. I looked over my shoulder. The wolf was staring at me from across the room, breathing heavily. Its eyes were more than animal, more than human even. Its gaze was penetrating and hungry, yet it did not give the impression that it was craving food, but rather a desire to cause suffering. Blood dripped from its large, snarling mouth. The wolf pointed its nose to the ceiling and let out an ear-splitting howl. The hairs on my arms jumped to attention. I lunged further into the passageway and squeezed around the corner. I kicked off the wall into a desperate crawl. There was barely enough space to move my arms. My back kept pounding against the surface above me. Behind me, I heard the sudden shifting of stone. The howling became muffled as the cramped tunnel was plunged into darkness. Claustrophobia set in. In the pitch black, the small space felt even smaller. The walls seemed as if they were closing in on me. My heart was a pounding drum. I propelled myself forward. My mind was racing. I couldn't breathe. I needed to get out. There wasn't any air. I was suffocating. Then there was a noise, movement. It was behind me. The smacking of hands against the stone surface. 1 slap, 2. The third was further away. 4, 5, 6. Back and forth, near and then far. It sounded like a dozen people were in there with me. What the hell was happening? I crawled faster. My body was bouncing off every surface. I didn't care. I had to get out. I tried to yell help, but I could only manage a weak murmur. I was panicking. The sword clanged with each desperate move. My mind was spinning. Hurry, you're running out of time, I thought to myself. The tunnel was getting narrower. There wasn't any light up ahead. Where was the end? My heart felt like it was going to explode. The walls were pressing against my shoulders more and more. I shifted to my side. I could feel my eyes pulsating. My ears were ringing. I dragged myself forward with one arm. It was getting narrower. "Fuck!" I yelled. Narrower. I couldn't breathe. The walls were tightening against my back and chest. I pushed with my legs. I was becoming wedged. Another strong push with my legs. A sudden jolt of pain rattled my head as I came to an abrupt halt. It was a dead end. I was trapped. "No, no, please, no," I cried. Something brushed against my feet. I kicked empty air behind me. I pounded the wall with my fists. "Help!" I was losing hope. "Please," I gasped. How could it end like this? I'd made it this far. I weakly slapped the wall once more. And it opened. I felt the tingle of salt air touch my face. I gulped in a breath. My legs were still wedged, or so I thought. As I shifted, expecting a struggle between stone, my body rolled. I was free. Did the passageway expand? Ahead of me was further darkness. I was unsure of what I was entering, but that smell was like the ocean. Was I outside? Impossible, right? I descended hundreds, maybe thousands of feet below the ocean's surface. Which posed another question. Why hadn't I been affected by the depth yet? I slowly crawled from the tunnel, reaching blindly in front of me. I did not feel anything solid beyond the opening. I crawled a little further, still well aware that something had been in the tunnel with me, and I needed to get out. Further, my body was half out. My balance became unsteady with another reach, and then I plummeted. It was a long enough fall for me to have the fleeting thought of, "Oh shit," along with the sudden slap of nausea. It wasn't long enough for me to yell or cry. When a person is startled, they don't tend to belt out a scream like movies would have you believe. It's almost as if the opposite happens. Like terror shoots down your throat, frightens your vocal cords, and then jolts your unsuspecting heart. I hit the water like a boulder, sinking deep, fast. I was conscious, and as far as I could tell through the adrenaline, mostly uninjured, but it was dark. So dark that I wasn't quite sure I had opened my eyes. Which way was up? I exhaled some bubbles. I couldn't see, but I could feel. I followed the sensation, kicking my legs and pulling with my arms. I swam towards the surface. It was a long swim and my lungs were aching. Or they were empty. I hadn't had the opportunity to suck in air before the fall. Please don't drown, I thought. Not when you've gotten this far. I reached the surface, coughed out salt water and hungrily inhaled air. I wasn't going to drown. For now, at least. That was the good news. But a faint light had appeared overhead. Not a torch or flame. A white light, like the moon. Reassuring at first glance, but as I peered across the water, I saw that the light glimmered off wet stone walls. I was still inside the tower. My hope was shattered. I felt stupid for expecting that traveling downwards would lead me to the surface. That didn't make any damn sense. And not only was I still in the tower, I also no longer had the sword. I dropped it when I made contact with the water. "Fuck!" I shouted at the top of my lungs. The feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, and fear had all boiled over into a cocktail of rage. My exasperated roar reverberated through the chamber. I floated in the water, angrily panting. I was tired and frustrated. I wanted so desperately for it to be over. I wanted to see Hannah again. But then I saw something. No, I saw someone. Ahead, someone was floating on the other side of the chamber, watching me. A man, bearded like the others. "Hey!" I yelled out to him. He did not answer. I swam in place for a moment, considering my next move. Should I swim to the stranger or try to avoid him? So far, no one had attempted to harm me, not even the wolf, so why not go to him? But I didn't need to, because as soon as I had that thought, he moved towards me. His head remained above the water, eyes locked onto me. I noticed more movement from the periphery and glanced away from the man. There was a woman too. She was swimming towards me, like the man, same breaststroke and wide-eyed gaze. As they got closer, I realized that the water was rippling more than you'd expect from two people swimming. The water was moving from them like whales swimming across the surface. And that's when I saw how large their heads were. I began to plan my retreat, but to where? No doors or stairs that I could see. The man and woman came to a halt and floated several yards from me. Even from that distance, it was clear that these were not humans, or at least not like any I'd ever seen. Their heads alone were the size of my entire body. Their eyes were large and unblinking, not wide with fear, more like they were staring into my soul. I couldn't find any words. These couldn't be prisoners, right? The man spoke. His voice was a gentle thunder.
"Hell says to take you to the bottom."
What I'd heard was hell, thinking my greatest fear had been realized. "I don't..." Something grabbed a hold of my ankle and yanked me underwater. I was being pulled downwards. I struggled to escape, but I was being pulled too quickly and with too much force. All of a sudden, somebody snagged my other ankle. I was being pulled faster, deeper. They were too strong. I couldn't get away. There was zero visibility in the pitch black depths of the water. Like before, I had been caught off guard and unable to inhale before being submerged. My lungs were hurting once again, and we weren't slowing down. Maybe I was going to drown after all. Then we stopped. I noticed a nearing glow from above. I glanced towards it and could see that the moon-like orb from earlier had moved into the water and was now illuminating my surroundings. Everything was blurry, as was expected, while underwater, but I could finally see. Women surrounded me, all nude, all beautiful. They weren't mermaids, if you're wondering, although at this point I wouldn't have been surprised. These looked like human women. There was a peacefulness. I'd always found being underwater relaxing, an escape from the madness above the surface, calm and quiet. I began to wonder, was I dying? Were these angels? Reality sunk its fangs back into me. I was dying, but first I had to drown, and that wasn't going to be easy. My body began to convulse. My vision began to fade. The temptation to inhale water was growing. Just get it over with, I thought. Breathe it in. As deep as I was, swimming to the surface in time was impossible. I was going to die, and these women were going to watch. I closed my eyes and silently apologized to Hannah and surrendered. But I didn't breathe in water. Instead, air was given to me. My eyes shot open. One of the women had her mouth pressed to mine and refilled my lungs. My vision was coming back. My body was still. My rapid beating heart began to calm. She pulled away and smiled. I looked at the women floating around me and counted 7 of them. The giant swam above, observing, the orb of light between them. Suddenly, my legs were jerked beneath me and I was being pulled to the bottom again. Fear raced back into my mind, but the light was following us and I could still see. 2 women were pulling me, making it 9 women in total, not counting the female giant. How were they able to swim so fast? We were rushing through the water. I noticed that the 7 other women were keeping pace alongside us. and above were the giants and the orb following. We were moving like a torpedo through the water. Again, I had the fleeting thought of, why wasn't I being affected by the depth? Going that deep should have been deadly. I could see that we were darting towards a grayish twisting structure that followed the entire circumference of the chamber and then overlapped and went between itself, almost like a giant knot. Then it moved. As we got closer, I could make out exactly what it was I was looking at. I swung my arms fast and wide, trying to get away, but the women were pulling me with too much force. They were dragging me towards a giant serpent. Bubbles raced from my mouth as I cried out in terror. The menacing yellow eyes of the beast hungrily watched us descend towards it. There was nowhere for us to go. The serpent took up the entire rest of the chamber. We were getting closer, and it became clear how enormous the serpent was. More extensive than any whale I'd ever seen. Bigger than the wolf from the last chamber. This had to be the largest creature to have ever existed. Closer, almost touching it at this point. I braced for what would come next. And then it shifted, creating a space in the center. We rushed between the coiled serpent, and I could finally see what looked like an opening in the center of the stone bottom. But it didn't make any sense. How was I going to get out of the water? I would have to go up for air, not down, right? I was being pulled towards a black void. My lungs were aching again. Whatever waited on the other side, I was going to need air again, soon. Finally, we reached the opening. The women let go of me, leaving me floating above it.
Come to me.
I heard from the blackness below, with the clarity one would not expect to hear underwater. Was he in there? The one who awaits upon the throne of blood and bone?
Come to me.
The voice said again. I glanced up. The women, the giants, the serpent, they were all watching me and waiting for my next move. I swam into the void. The void took me into its inky blackness and set me down into another stone room. I was standing. I was disoriented from having gone from swimming to standing in a blink of an eye. The room was small, at least compared to the vast spaces I'd been in prior. Above me, I could see the void, a black hole of nothingness. There wasn't any water in this room, aside from what dripped from my wet body. Candles sat spread in a circle along the edges of the floor. Their light glimmered off something near my feet. The sword. I assumed it had drifted off to the bottom after I dropped it and into the void. I knelt and picked it up. A feeling coursed through me that's tough to describe. It felt like a reunion with an old friend. The room was empty aside from the candles. No door, nothing. I began to wonder, why is traveling through this tower so complicated? Like an obstacle course. Why not have stairs throughout the entire tower? Thor had mentioned that demons, which at the time sounded like an exaggeration, collected the swords he forged and took them to the lower chamber. Is that who I heard slapping against the stone as I crawled through that shrinking tunnel? I cast the thoughts from my mind to focus on finding a way to the next room. I walked along the wall, searching for an opening, a loose stone, anything. I did the same as I crawled along the floor. I looked back to the void in the ceiling. It wasn't so high as to be unreachable. I stepped below it. Running out of options, I asked, "Now what?" The void answered. From its center, blackness began to leak towards the floor, but it did not drip. It lowered. It was dangling above. That's when I realized the void was not dripping like running ink. This was something equally black but separate. It was hair. I backed away, sword held at the ready. The hair was growing. So long it nearly touched the floor. Then a hand followed. 2 hands. One pale, one flesh. The other rotten and corpse-like. Her head was next. She was facing away from me, but I still recognized her as the woman from the wolf's chamber. To me, she seemed almost as if being birthed. I was unnerved by what I was witnessing. There was nowhere for me to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I did not blink. It felt like a risk to do so, but it didn't matter because in a flash, the woman appeared on her feet facing me. It was as if I had a lapse in memory. I gasped. She glared at me behind a curtain of hair.
Are you ready to continue?
She asked. I swallowed and said, yes. She lifted her head as if her intended move had been interrupted.
You have questions.
I don't know what gave it away, but I had questions. So many questions. I didn't even know where to start. My mind spun in circles. I exhaled. Where am I?
It is many things. A prison, a home, a gateway.
A gateway?
You will see.
Who are you?
Hell.
A chill spread through me. Hell is what I heard. Same as when the giant said it. This was hell, I thought. And this woman, the devil? Your name is Hell? She nodded. Does the gateway lead to hell?
It leads to many places.
I thought for a moment. I'd never heard Satan referred to as the place he ruled over, hell. But I did not realize at the time that she was not Satan, and this was not hell. Similar, I'd come to learn, but different. Who was the one who awaits below?
He is the fate of the gods.
I don't understand.
You will.
You are aligned with him?
My father is. I am aligned with my father.
I was confused. Her father? That must be Satan, I thought. But if Satan was not the one who awaits below, then who was? There was a sudden coolness to the air and a whisper that clawed at my bones.
Come to me,
it said. Hell heard it as well and said,
He is waiting.
My blood ached. Why did his summoning pain me now? I nodded and the floor began to vibrate. I stumbled and caught myself. Hell stood unflinching. I watched the rounded wall rise. The void was growing further and further out of reach. I realized it was not a rising wall, but instead that the floor was descending like an elevator. Trying to speak over the loud scraping stone against stone, I hollered, "What is next?" Without having to raise her voice over the grinding rock, Hell said,
My father.
What is he going to do?
He will travel with us to the bottom.
I watched the half-corpse woman for a moment. Okay. I waited for several minutes as we continued to descend. Again, the thought struck me how strange the tower's design was. Small rooms followed by large chambers. Long, wide stairways followed by an even more extended ladder. A pool of blood, a collection of water, a crawl space where stairs or a ladder would have sufficed. And then there was the platform, hundreds of feet in size, descending deep into the tower. So much unused space. The center of the platform began to rise, and the movement ceased. The chamber fell silent. I looked upwards towards the void, now a distant speck. Hell stepped to the center and into the hollowed-out stone block that now jutted from the floor. I followed. Inside was another spiral stairwell. Again, I was perplexed by the design of this tower. I've experienced more consistency in dreams than in this place. Hell radiated a moonlight glow that I could use as a guide down the stairs. It was a light like that I had seen in the water-filled chamber. We traveled around and around until we finally reached an opening. The room was scorching hot and brighter than any of the previous chambers. Hell walked through without hesitation. As I followed, I realized that the wall itself was on fire. A wall of flames. I stepped forward, shielding my eyes and taking shallow breaths. I stepped on something stick-like. It recoiled and hissed. A snake. I fell back into the stairwell, realizing the entire floor was covered in snakes. Hell stood amongst them, waiting. I do not trust snakes, not even the non-venomous ones. To say I was frightened is an understatement. There was no giant serpent like I'd seen in the water-filled chamber above. But this chamber lacked the fear of drowning, the desperation for air. I can look past certain fears when I'm fighting to survive. Here, there wasn't anything to distract me other than snakes. They began to slither away, all moving towards each other. They met at a spot next to Hell and began to pile onto one another, stacking, twisting, forming into something. Legs, waist, torso. Snakes slithered further up the shape. Arms. They curled into a ball atop the shoulders, a head. The snake formation was complete. It moved towards me. With each step, several snakes would fall, only to slither up the others and back into place. I held up my sword and slid further back onto the steps. The figure kept approaching and the snakes began to morph into regular human legs, then upwards to the chest. And as the figure was standing in front of me, it had changed into a flesh and bone human. Tall and lean and clothed in emerald linen. His red hair dangled past his ears and stopped at an angular jaw. A pointed chin highlighted by a pointier goatee sat below a mischievous grin. His nose was sharp and his eyes were narrow. His brow arched intensely, contrary to his smile. His following words sparked more confusion.
"Oh, how disappointed I am that you've returned."
His speech was playful but in a sarcastic sort of way, with a hint of resentfulness. "Who?" I began to stutter. "Who are you?"
"You don't remember?"
The man turned to Hell and laughed.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this."
He faced me again and knelt, placing his elbows atop his knees. He stared hard into my eyes.
"I'm going to enjoy this very much."
The fire raged along the walls as the man dragged me across the stone floor. I did not fight him. What would be the point? His strength was inhuman. He let go of me in the center of the chamber. The sweltering heat was too much to bear. I swallowed shallow, painful breaths and closed my stinging eyes. There was a sound of shifting stone. I stole a glance before once again shutting my eyes off from the intense heat. The opening was narrow, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet.
"Climb through,"
the man ordered. I did as he said, anxious to get somewhere cooler. I blinked as I crawled on my hands and knees and reached inside the opening. A smooth surface descended at an angle. I slipped inside, arms first, and then began to slide down the dark chamber. That's what it was, a slide. It wasn't fun in the way that slides usually are. I knew it likely wouldn't lead to anywhere pleasant. Around and around I slid, and when it finally did end, I landed in a lit chamber with a sand-covered floor. I was relieved it wasn't more blood. I looked to the slide for the others. The image of the half-corpse woman riding down a slide seemed almost comical, but she never did come down. Instead, there was a shuffling of sand, and from it, she emerged. And from the slide poured dozens of snakes. I jolted backwards towards Hell, somehow the more comforting figure amongst all else. The snakes slithered and twisted, and they became the red-headed man in green. "Who is he?" I whispered to Hell. Her response was delayed, not out of confusion or fear. More so, she chose to answer at her own pace. She said,
My father.
The man did not look to be older than the woman, perhaps even the opposite. But the two of them, having exhibited some magic, made me inclined to believe she was telling the truth. "What is his name?" The man lunged forward and stopped Hell.
Not yet. Let's not spoil the surprise."
"Why all the elusiveness? Just tell me," I argued. The man smiled.
Oh, but you are ignorant in this form. The reveal will be so underwhelming if you do not remember.
Then how am I to remember?
Eden's apples.
He laughed.
The fruit of the gods?
Idun, the woman, the one-eyed man had told, held the key to ending this. I wondered if Hel and her father were trying to help me, although they did not feel like friends. "Where is this Idun?" I asked.
The one who awaits keeps her near to him.
The bottom, I realized. How much further would that be? I looked around the room. It was another empty chamber minus the sand. "How do we get to the next room?" I asked. The man motioned at the sand.
Dig.
I set down my sword and ran my hand through the fine grains of sand. "Why is the tower designed this way? Getting to each chamber is so unnecessarily complicated." The man smiled.
I am the one who designed it.
I looked up at him. "Why did you do it this way?"
Because I am me.
"And who am I?"
You are you. Now dig.
I turned back to the sand and began shoveling handfuls. It was not easy, as much of the sand would fall back in, refilling the hole. I quickened my pace, one scoop after another until I reached something solid. "I found the door!" I exclaimed. "Hurry and open it before the sand covers it again." The man chuckled and reached to the door.
Not sand. It is bone.
I looked around me, realizing the whiteness of it had been difficult to notice beneath the orangish glow of the torches. The man lifted the door, bone pouring through the opening. He motioned for me to enter. I dropped into a darker chamber. Powdered bone fell onto me in the floor. The room was small. I could reach the ceiling above. The man dropped in beside me. Hell, once again, seemed to just appear. The overhead door sealed shut, and the room went completely black. It reeked of urine and feces. "I can't see," I said. The man's fingertips lit like candles. He used them to light some nearby torches. Chained along the walls, their arms and legs spread like an X, were 3 men. They looked much like the previous prisoners I'd seen. Long hair and bearded. They watched us through weary eyes.
Hello, boys.
Hel's father greeted. The men let out a tired groan.
"Loki."
One of the men gasped. The red-headed man shushed him, but it was too late. "You're Loki?" I asked. He rolled his eyes.
Thanks for spoiling the surprise, Tyr.
"Like the Norse god?" I asked.
Yes, I am him, and this is Tyr.
Loki pulled a dagger and stabbed Tyr in the gut. Tyr cried from the pain. Loki lifted the blade rigidly, disemboweling Tyr, and then wiped it off the chest of the next man. Tyr had been eviscerated. His body trembled as he hung dying. My stomach dropped as I watched. I glanced to Hel to see if she had any reaction to the brutality we had just seen. She had not flinched.
This one here is Hermod.
Loki grabbed a fistful of the man's hair and held the dagger to his throat.
He's the reason you're alive again. Isn't that right, Hermod?
Hermod looked at me and his eyes widened. He opened his mouth to speak before he was violently interrupted. He let out a wet gurgle as Loki slit his throat. A fountain of blood poured from his neck as the life drained out of him. The final man listened with dread at the sound of the dying men. His empty gaze was that of a blind man.
And then we have Hod,
Loki said as he approached him.
Oh, how useful this blind fool was.
Loki ran the backs of his fingers across the frightened man's cheek.
He's the one who killed you.
Loki reared back and drove the dagger through the center of the man's head, killing him instantly. There was a splintering sound as Loki removed the blade from Hod's skull. He turned to me and smirked.
But now you're back.
Loki stepped over to me and watched as the remaining 2 men bled to death. I could not. I had to look away. The trembling and gagging stopped, leaving behind only the steady dripping of blood as it rolled down their legs and off their feet. My hand shook as I gripped my useless sword. The floor opened and Loki guided me over, a spiraling stairwell. I glanced once more at the poor souls. I thought to myself, at least they would no longer suffer.
Make yourself useful, daughter,
said Loki as he led me down the stairs. I stole a glance of hell approaching the hanging men before my vision was obstructed. As we descended further, I could hear gasping overhead as they were resurrected back to life. Loki spoke before I could.
Your brothers live again.
My brothers? Loki sighed as he continued down the stairs.
Unfortunately.
Enough beating around the bush. Tell me who I am. Loki did not stop.
As much as I wanted to keep it a surprise, I suspect your mother will not be so cooperative.
My breathing halted. My mother?
Yes, she's in the next room. Come on.
We traveled further down the stairs, my heart racing with anticipation. We entered a large stone chamber, another mostly empty one. An older woman was chained to the floor in the center of the room, slumped over and staring at the ground. We moved towards her, my heart ready to explode inside my chest. This was not my mother, not the one I grew up knowing, but there was something deep within me that recognized her. She weakly lifted her head and let out a whimper that echoed through the chamber like a cathedral. Tears began to fill her eyes.
My son.
Her frail voice trembled. Loki did not make any attempt to interrupt, despite appearing annoyed. I slowly approached the older woman, close enough I could see her clearly. Her long white hair, her gaunt, wrinkled face. Her eyes searched me in astonishment. She uttered my name, the name I had been unable to remember.
Baldur.
I knew very little about Norse mythology. I grew up in Oklahoma, far from Europe, from Iceland. To be honest, I couldn't have even told you exactly where Norse mythology originated. I moved to Florida because of my love for the ocean, something I didn't get any exposure to in the plains of Oklahoma. I liked the idea of the ocean. My childhood room was decorated with surfing posters and model sailboats. Despite not having experience in either surfing or sailing, but I grew up. I started a successful business, and before I knew it, I could afford to live out my dreams. I met Hannah while taking surf lessons. We were both novices at the time. I still am, but she stuck with it. We hit it off immediately. Similar goals, similar upbringing. We dated for only 5 months before we got married. There are moments in life where you can feel you're no longer swimming against the tide, and instead, swimming with it. Effortlessness, following the natural flow. The love Hannah and I shared is not forced. It never will be. We knew this right away. There was something in me that recognized Hannah when I first met her, deep in my subconscious. How much lies within us so deeply, but is never revealed, is never strong enough to rise to the surface. Love is different. True love, I mean. It's powerful. It will rise from the depths of your soul, grip your heart and sing, "We're home." The woman chained to the stone floor claimed she was my mother, and although her face was unfamiliar, I knew her.
Baldur, my son,
she said, a weak smile curling the corners of her mouth. I am so sorry. I do not know your name. I apologized.
I am Frigg, your mother.
I don't remember. Her eyes swelled with tears. Her lips trembled.
What name do you go by now?
Nate.
Your eyes are still the same, Nate.
I stared at the feeble older woman. Time is not what aged her, made her skin sag, her hair lose color, her voice weakened. She was drained, an emptied vessel, once vibrant and strong. Yours is too, I said. She allowed herself another tired smile. She looked past Loki, whose presence she seemed keen to ignore, and said to Hel,
"Thank you for allowing him to return."
Hel did not respond. I don't understand what is going on, I said to Frigg. She returned her gaze to me.
No, you won't. Not fully. Not without Indune's apples.
Loki says she's with the one who awaits. Frigg's eyes narrowed at the mention of Loki. She briefly stole an angry glance at him, her first acknowledgement of his presence.
Do not trust Loki.
Behind me, Loki snickered.
Oh, Frigg.
He is wicked.
Frigg spoke forcefully while glaring at him.
He tricked your brother into killing you. You, Balder, the most beloved of the gods.
And look, he's back.
Loki argued playfully. Frigg remained silent, fuming from a deep-seated rage she could not release. She waited for it to settle, like stirred sediment sinking back to the bottom. She turned her focus to me.
You being here did not occur by chance.
My wife Hannah and I found the tower while sailing. We didn't seek it out.
Hannah.
Frigg sounded pleased.
Oh, you found each other then.
I'm trying to get back to her.
Yes. You two were inseparable. She died of a broken heart the first time.
Wait, I knew her before? Are you sure? Frigg smiled.
I suspect that it's no coincidence that, as Balder, you are married to Nanna, and as Nate, you are married to Hannah.
I couldn't resist a slight grin. Nana. I really had known her before, hadn't I? But what about my name, Nate? It was not similar to Balder in any way. In fact, my real name was Nathaniel. But I always thought it was too fancy, too outdated. I preferred Nate. Even my parents, who of course chose my name, had always called me Nate.
Tell me, have you seen your father?
Asked Frigg. My Norse knowledge was limited, but I knew that Odin was the father of Thor and Balder. And I remembered that Thor had said the one-eyed man was his father. I have seen Odin, yes.
How is he?
Better than you, if I'm being honest. Frigg coughed out a laugh.
Good.
I let myself smile with her. When they faded and a sense of hopelessness began to creep back in, I asked, what about my parents? Nate's parents. Frigg raised her eyebrows, waiting for me to continue. Were they Norse gods too? Frigg looked past me to Hel for the answer. I followed her gaze, as did Loki. Hel remained silent for a moment and then said,
Hermod pleaded for your release, to bring you back to life as you were. I told him that all must feel great sadness and weep for you if I were to let you return. Hermod did not think it was possible to continue grieving if everyone knew that by doing so, you would live once again. So an agreement was made. You would not return as Balder, but instead be born into the world as a human, as would Nanna, and the gods would mourn from then on, with the knowledge that you were no longer a god, and that you would never remember yourself as such.
It was as if I were both living and dead, a condemnation that I realized was perhaps a reflection of the half-decaying goddess herself. But what does that have to do with my parents? Hel made a noise that sounded something like a sigh.
They were not gods, but that is not to say they were not influenced by such.
I don't understand. And by his expression, neither did Loki.
Hugin and Munin, they fly across the earth as eyes and ears for Odin, and sometimes they are also messengers.
Loki let out a frustrated laugh.
Of course, those stupid ravens.
Ravens. When I was a child, 2 ravens showed up outside the house fairly often. They were curious birds. Despite them often being uninterested in the food I'd set out, they'd hang around regardless, just watching.
They are thought and memory,
Continued Hel.
and it appears that Odin is still able to influence the world outside this tower, as he has done with you. His ravens planted seeds within your being, and that of your parents. For you, a passion which would steer you to this tower, where you can, once again, become a god and perhaps free the others. For your parents, guidance, to give you opportunities to learn and to grow, to shape you into a man worthy of being a god.
Hel paused and looked at me for a moment.
And they gave you something else as well, a name.
Nathaniel?
That is the name you've been given to fit the human tradition. One called Nate is never just Nate. But to all who know you, that is your name. Perhaps Odin found humor in naming you after how you returned.
I thought quietly for a moment, unsure quite what Hel meant. It was Frigg who finally uttered the answer.
Reincarnate.
Hel nodded. I was speechless. It was as if my entire life had been designed for this moment. Odin, the one-eyed man in the rowboat, he knew so much more than he had let on. Imprisoned in the tower, and without even knowing he existed, he managed to guide me to this very point. He shaped who I am, and as a result, I could become who I once was. But I had first to find Idun. I looked to Loki. Take me to the bottom. His eyebrows flicked upward, and he gave his mischievous grin.
As you wish.
Suddenly, 2 stones on either side of the chamber shifted slightly, and water from the ocean outside began to spill into the room. What's going on? I panicked. Frigg swiveled nervously to see the 2 fountains of water filling the chamber.
You must make a decision,
Loki said.
Either go to the bottom and become a god once again, or save your dear mother from drowning, a death she will not return from.
I looked at Frigg. I could not remember her as my mother, but I knew it in my heart to be true. I had a deep love for her that exceeded both time and space. Not even for Odin did I feel such a bond. She looked at me, hesitated a moment, and then her jaw settled, and her expression became that of acceptance.
Leave me.
Frigg, I began.
It is important that you get to the bottom.
I can't let you drown. I had only just met this woman, but my heart could not bear to leave her. The water was rising steadily. It was now to her waist and almost to my knees.
Become like a god again, Nate,
she said and waved me towards her. She pulled me close and whispered into my ear the only thing that could kill Balder.
If you can avoid it, you cannot be defeated,
she said. I leaned back and looked into her eyes. I nodded. She smiled, the water now just under her chest. I'm sorry, I apologized.
You are my son,
she said, and I knew that meant more. The water was to her neck. She steadied herself and in the blink of an eye was submerged. The water lifted Loki and me above her, rising towards the ceiling. Hel stood beneath the water as if it were dry land. She watched as Frigg surrendered herself to death. I looked to Loki. My hatred for him had grown in the brief time I'd known him to something primal. I wanted to tear his limbs apart, to make him suffer, but I needed him to get to the bottom. It was a bitter pill. How do we get to the next chamber? I asked, the water still rising.
When the water reaches the ceiling, he will let us in.
I looked upward, not much further. Where's the entrance? Loki did not respond. He giggled as the water filled the last bit of space. I took a deep breath and went under. The stones shifted shut. The chamber was full, not a single opening for air. To my right, Loki floated comfortably. Below me, Frigg was chained and lifeless. Hell was like a stone at the bottom, her long hair swaying in the water like thick, black smoke. Then I heard the beckoning whisper of the one who awaits.
Come to me.
It pulsated through my blood and sent a sharp jolt into my head. He was near. The floor fell open, and we plummeted within the falling water to a dark abyss. Weightlessness accompanied the sinking sensation inside my stomach, further into darkness. And then impact, submerged into something wet. I recognized it immediately, thicker than water. Blood. I quickly swam to the surface and sucked in a breath. I could taste metal, smell the copper odor. The chamber was dark. The rising water had extinguished the flames in the room above, which was now an extension of the section we were currently in. I had a flash of panic. My sword, I gripped with my right hand and then quickly relaxed. I hadn't let it go. After everything, I had forgotten I was holding it. I did not know where to swim. I could not see anything. Then, as if on cue, hundreds of torches along the walls lit up. I could now see that this chamber was significantly more expansive than any previous ones. And on the far side of the room, there he was, waiting, up on his throne of blood and bone. I had reached the bottom. The blood around me began to ripple. Rising through the wet surface were dozens of heads, a slick crimson sheen over featureless faces, void of eyes, nose, and a mouth. They were human-shaped and nothing more. They swam slowly towards him, escorting me along the way. A pyramid of skulls protruded from the sea of blood. From the various orifices of each skull poured forth even more blood. The pyramid was capped off with the throne, which was itself made of bone. A large figure sat atop, his eyes like burning suns floating side by side in a vast space. An impenetrable blackness beneath a gray hood. His tattered robe was like tangled webs that swayed with an absent wind. I craned my neck as I came closer to the pyramid, a massive structure of thousands of skulls. He watched me without speaking. I felt his aura of evil. It permeated this chamber more intensely than any of those prior. Loki and Hel were already at the pyramid. They stood beneath an archway of an opening that led into the interior of the bone structure. I climbed from the blood and joined them. I turned back to look at the mannequin-like beings who had accompanied me. They remained waiting in the blood, observing me it would seem, but lacking any features to observe with. "What now?" I asked. Loki motioned towards the interior. There was a faint glow within. I gripped the handle of my sword, steadied my breath, and entered the pyramid. Candles flickered along the floor, a floor made of stone rather than bone. In the middle of the room was an altar. A man lay supine atop it, his arms and legs restrained. I glanced upwards. He, the one who awaited, sat above us, unseen. I returned my gaze to the man on the altar. He was alive, although aged and frail. "Who is he?" I asked. Nobody responded. I turned around and found that Loki and Hel were not with me.
He wants you to remember.
A female voice said softly, startling me from behind. A woman had emerged from a dark corner, silky auburn hair and youthful skin. She was healthy in a way I had not seen since entering the tower. She was inviting in a way I had not experienced. In her outstretched hand, an apple. "You're Adun?" I muttered. She gave a slight smile, a tired smile like that of Frigg, but beautiful. An out-of-place beauty, like a lone flower in an ashen forest. The apple in her hand glowed golden, although not in a metallic sense. It was plump, healthy, edible gold. Odin, Thor, Frigg, they told me to eat the apple, that doing so would be my only hope of escaping. I reached out and took it from her hand. I could feel the energy pulsating inside it. I looked at Adun and asked, "Why does he want me to remember?" There was pity in her eyes when she looked at me. She answered,
He wants you to remember, so that the truth can be revealed.
I looked at the apple in my hand. The truth will set you free. I just hoped, in my case, that was literal. I sunk my teeth into the crisp golden fruit. The effects were instant, like waking from a dream. I'd been so limited before and so restrained from my true self. People often complain about how difficult it is to run in a dream, like slogging through mud. As Nate, the path was muddy, but not anymore, not as Boulder. I could feel I had changed physically. My muscles were larger, firmer. I no longer looked like Nate. My body was strong. Fatigue dissipated entirely. I felt my facial structure and hair had changed and was Boulder's once again. But one thing remained. I looked at Adun and she back to me. We recognized each other, and just like my mother Frigg had noticed, she too said,
Your eyes are the same.
I smiled. Hello, Adun. I turned around to see who was lying atop the altar. He was older than I remembered, but I recognized his face. Frey. He looked weakly in my direction. His eyes began to water.
You're alive.
His voice trembled. I placed my hand on his. Yes.
You have to stop him.
I glanced to the ceiling. The robed figure I'd seen earlier was not familiar. Who is he? I asked. Frey opened his mouth to answer and was interrupted by a deafening shriek. I fell to my knees. The sound pierced into my soul. I pressed my hands to my ears. It felt as if the high-pitched sound was drilling into my brain. Suddenly, it stopped, and the pyramid abruptly expanded outward. The skulls separated and hovered midair, as if gravity had left them. They grew further apart, and then it became apparent that at some point, the location of the pyramid had changed. What we were in was no longer a large yet confined chamber. This was a massive, fiery expanse. A river of blood ran through the landscape of bone, upon which walked hundreds of featureless human forms. They hammered iron and dragged chains. They hand-cranked ancient machines. They smelted rock and sharpened bone. They were working. For what reason, I could not see. I glanced upward for the throne. It had vanished. Frey remained restrained to the altar, and Adun stood near. Behind them, Loki and Hel. I was overcome with rage and swept by the realization that I was again capable of hurting a god. I gripped my sword and charged Loki. He uttered, holding in front of him a sharpened shaft of mistletoe. Having been a human, I can attest to the idea of mistletoe causing a pause to a god as seeming silly. After all, it is just mistletoe. But it is for that reason, mistletoe being so harmless to all, it is the most harmful to me. The truth is that within all things there is life, cosmic energy that has filled all vessels big and small. It is in me, it is in you, it is in the mistletoe, and it takes a shape which we might call a soul. It becomes a unique form of the whole. Gods and humans are not far different. We are simply different kinds of vessels, and gods themselves vary from other gods. My mother, Frigg, could communicate with the souls within all things. When I was born, she had all agreed to never harm me. The soul of fire, the soul of water, the soul of metal, the soul of stone, each and everything. However, one thing did not agree: mistletoe. Why did mistletoe not agree? Fate, perhaps. It is not as if mistletoe is particularly disagreeable. Frigg shrugged it off, however, saying to herself, well, it's just mistletoe. But she kept it secret regardless. Until one day, Loki manipulated her into revealing the truth. My invulnerability was entertainment to many. They chewed arrows at me to watch them bounce off. Loki took advantage of this. He replaced an arrow with a pointed shaft of mistletoe and tricked my blind brother Hod into shooting it at me. Perhaps you already know the story of how I died. And here I was again, faced with Loki holding the one thing that could kill me. But this time, I was ready. He only succeeded before because I had not expected it.
What do you want, Loki?
I asked.
Me?
He chuckled.
It was he who summoned you.
He pointed past me. I watched Loki, hesitant to turn around while still holding the mistletoe. Loki rolled his eyes and tossed the mistletoe over his shoulder into the river of blood.
Happy?
He asked. I looked at him for a moment longer and then turned around. He stood a great distance away, off in the fiery horizon. But the one who I'd seen sitting upon the throne was different now. His height stretched miles above, a giant of mountainous proportions. His sun-like eyes appeared as if to scale, almost too bright to even look at. He moved a step closer, his tattered robes so long that I could not tell if he were walking or floating. In a single stride, he covered a length that would have taken a man an hour to traverse. I watched in awe, still unsure of who this being was. He stopped several miles from me and knelt. His web-like robe, now so large that it was resemblant of something more like a massive storm cloud. He towered over me, glaring with his burning eyes, and I noticed that within his hood was not a vast space, as it seemed from afar. He had a face. It was made unclear by shadows. Nonetheless, he had one.
Balder!
He said. It was both a whisper and a roar. A thunderous vocalization that simultaneously shook the ground and clawed at my skin. I could feel his breath, like a humid gust.
Tell me who you are,
I said. He laid out an enormous pale hand, palm up, quaking the ground as he did so. Pointed fingernails large enough to be the hulls of ships extended from his finger. A shiver ran down my spine, and I reluctantly scaled his hand and into his palm. The giant stood. Miles above the ground, he lifted me. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from the shadows beneath his hood, he appeared. A copy of the giant who held me, but the size of that which I saw seated upon his throne atop the pyramid of skulls. A giant still, nearly 20 feet tall by my estimate, but not nearly the size of the behemoth which held us. He drifted down the arm, his arm, and joined me in his palm. He towered over me, watching me as I shuddered.
I was born from blood.
He began.
That which your father and his brothers spilled. The blood drowned many and became the ocean. Do you know whose blood I speak of?
I nodded. Ymir.
Yes, from Ymir's flesh, the earth was shaped. From his bones, mountains, stones from his teeth, seas from his blood. But what you did not know is that some of that blood leaked through into the core of the earth. And it changed.
What is your name?
You know my name.
Then say it. He reached to his hood and lowered it. I recoiled at the grotesqueness of what I initially thought was melting flesh, but soon realized that I was looking at a face akin to those I had seen below, the featureless human-shaped forms. But he was not featureless, not anymore. His mouth was torn flesh, an opening that had not been there in an earlier time. His eyes were glowing red orbs that had seemingly burst through the skin. His nose jagged slits. His ears were massive punctures in the side of his head. He observed my reaction for a moment, then stepped closer. I stumbled a step back.
Are you frightened, Balder?
He asked. He showed his pale, empty hands.
I do not carry mistletoe.
I did not respond.
All of the gods know my name. but they did not know me as I am.
He said. Who are you? I gripped my sword tighter as he moved another step closer.
I was not meant to exist, but there was a soul within all things, Baldur. You know this. And there was within the blood of Ymir one very powerful, one that willed itself to be more. It grew into something faceless, a shape, a prison of flesh which it tore through. And here I am. I see, and I speak, and I hear the satisfying screams of those who suffer within the tower. Those who once celebrated the spilling of Ymir's blood.
The horrible figure moved even closer, driving me towards the edge of the hand. I glanced down at the distant ground below.
Celebrate me, Baldur!
He roared.
The doom of the gods is upon you, and it is more than an event. I am that doom. I am that which the prophets spoke of. I am Ragnarok!
Before I died, I had nightmares, visions of my death. My father, Odin, found this problematic and traveled to the underworld, Helheim, to get answers. Upon arriving, he discovered that they were expecting someone important, someone like a king. When he prodded for answers, he learned that it was me they were waiting for. Once he returned home, my father shared his findings with my mother, who subsequently convinced all things to promise to never harm me. Except mistletoe. My knowledge of Ragnarok came from what I had overheard from hushed conversations. After all, it was prophesied that my death would be what set it into motion. The others wanted to shield me from this. On the one hand, I wanted the prophets to be wrong. I didn't want to die. But on the other hand, if the prophets were incorrect, what use were they? But Ragnarok was real, not as an event, but as a living being. Something grotesque and evil. The blood of Ymir risen again, circulating within its realized flesh. Why me? I asked, balancing atop the tip of the enormous open hand. Why did my death awaken you?
I've been growing since the beginning of time. I flowed within the veins of Ymir and poured forth into a world built of that which I came from. I am all things. Do you not see? I am part of that which pledged an oath not to harm you. And then you died, Baldur. The one god that might stand in my way was no longer.
I understood then that my death was not a trigger to awaken Ragnarok, but rather the removal of an obstacle. And now I'm back, I said. Release them from the tower. Ragnarok laughed a harsh and disgusting cackle.
You, Baldur, are a prisoner like the others. A prison you entered willingly.
My fist tightened around the handle of the sword, perfectly balanced in my hand.
Look around you.
He continued.
This is the center of the earth. The sweltering core. Rivers of blood. Walls of flame. And seas of magma.
He pointed past me. I reluctantly turned and saw something that made my heart falter and my blood chill. In the distance was the tower, slowly descending into the magma. I'd seen enough. I lifted my sword and cut a streak of glinting silver through the air. It halted abruptly with a metallic clang, blade against blade. Ragnarok was wielding a sword that had been hidden beneath his robe.
I may not be able to kill you,
he hissed.
but I can make you suffer.
Ragnarok glided backward and up the giant's arm, as if swept by a heavy gust, and disappeared into the blackness beneath the gargantuan hood. A nervous blink of a moment passed, and from the same void spilled forth hundreds of faceless demons, scrambling towards me like a cluster of frenzied spiders. They could not harm me, but they could overwhelm me. I felt my skin crawl, perhaps a reflection of that in front of me, and promptly raised the sword above my head and sliced downward into the giant's middle finger, upon which I stood, severing the massive digit. I rapidly plummeted alongside the amputated finger beneath a crimson shower and slammed upright into the shore of broken bone, the crashing finger shaking the ground behind. Loki and Hel shielded their eyes from the leftover plume of bone dust as I briskly stomped towards them. I seized Loki by the throat with my empty hand and dangled him above the ground. You built the tower, did you? I directed his gaze to the sinking tower. Then you tell me how to get them out.
I built it,
Loki wheezed.
but I do not control it.
My fingers dug deeper into his neck. I glared vengefully into his soul. Muscles swelled as Loki's face turned darker shades of blue. Hel placed a hand on my shoulder.
Please,
She said.
leave him.
I looked into her pleading eyes. The goddess of death. Her glumness had shifted into something nervous and childlike. I relented and released Loki. I turned to Idun, who had become frightened at the sight of my rage. Give Frey an apple so he can break from his restraints. I glanced over my shoulder at the nearing horde of demons. Quickly,
Stop!
Loki yelled to Idun, causing her to hesitate.
Ragnarok spares me because I brought him the god of peace.
Loki giggled nervously and shrugged.
Peace for peace.
Fuck that. I held out my hand, and Idun tossed me an apple. Loki pleaded as I hurried to Frey and put the apple to his mouth. The swarm of faceless were stampeding towards us, nearly on us. Frey took a bite and quickly erupted from his shackles, rejuvenated to his original form, and took the sword from my waiting hand. He was a true swordsman, and although it was not his preferred blade, he wielded it efficiently. In a single fluid motion, he wheeled around and separated a legion of faceless heads from their pale, thrashing bodies. Dodging and weaving, hacking and stabbing, Frey unleashed a flurry of flashing silver and blood. It was an insurmountable stream of demons that continually cascaded from the shadowed mouth of the behemoth, tearing down his body like frenzied insects from a devastated nest. The towering Ragnarok kept his arms angled and his palms upwards as if absorbed in spiritual communion. Absent a weapon, I made do with my bare strength, heaving charging foes over and away, driving my fist through shattered bones, stomping those that crumbled at my feet. Idun quivered at our backs, shielding her basket of golden apples. A flicker of red and green passed my peripheral. Loki, slipping away from the carnage, his morose daughter sticking to his shadow. We need to get to the tower, I shouted to Frey. He speared the blade into the head of one demon, reached around and drove a different head into the hilt, and fiercely spread them apart, catching the sword as it fell from the splintered skulls.
Lead the way,
he breathed as he continued his onslaught. I grasped Idun's hand and sprinted towards the shoreline, Frey keeping pace behind us, the horde at his heels. The distant tower slowly being devoured by the magma. Was it a game to Ragnarok to not destroy it quickly, or was he simply not capable? I did not know. I did not care. All I knew that enough of the tower remained for me to save those I loved. We slid to a stop at the shoreline, the blistering heat clawing at Frey and Idun. I could feel its intensity, but I knew I was safe from any harm it may cause. Once again, the swarm was upon us. Protect Idun, I said to Frey, and dove headfirst into the magma. I emerged sooted but intact, a blackened layer on my skin as if I merely swam through smoke and nothing more. I pulled and kicked, treading magma like water. The tower grew nearer. There was a sudden burst. A rising bubble ruptured that torpedoed me through the magma and back to the shoreline. I skidded to the feet of the frightened Idun, who gazed down at me, and then back to the magma. She gasped.
It is Surtur.
Frey spun around mid-battle as I sat up. Surtur tore through the magma, a hair-raising and fearsome display. His skin charred, with scalding red veins coursing throughout his muscles. Fire circulated within him, smoldering eyes beneath the heavy furrowed brow. We all stumbled backward and were quickly brought back to attention by the rabid, faceless demons desperate to tear us to shreds. Frey resumed fighting.
This is my fate, Baldur.
He said between swings of the blade.
I will fight Surtur.
I glanced at the approaching Jotun. But he cannot kill me.
He can distract you.
I looked to Idun. She smiled and nodded.
I will stay with Frey.
You can't. The apples. We need you. Idun placed a hand on my cheek and gently turned my gaze to the sinking tower. Its highest point was visible and descending towards the magma more rapidly than before. The majority of the tower had become submerged.
The gods will not survive today,
Idun said. I watched, aghast, broken-hearted. It was hopeless. With the tower no longer stretching outside the core, there was no way out. Not for weakened gods, frail and tired, robbed of their power. The shore quaked with Surtur's thunderous arrival. A flaming sword clenched at his waist. Frey glanced over at me.
Do what needs to be done, Baldur. Then find us in Valhalla.
He turned his attention from the army of demons and charged Surtur. Idun smiled at me and took a step back and was swallowed into the stampeding horde. I shoved through the sea of demons and out the other side, their focus solely on Frey and Idun. I watched in anguish as they hung like leeches on the back of Frey, his blade crashing against Surtur's, sparks dancing about with each blow. Frey swung once more before the demons took his arms, and Surtur took his head. The demons promptly turned on Surtur. To this day, I do not know why. Perhaps Ragnarok found no use of him any longer. Maybe the demons didn't know any better. Surtur did not stick around. He slunk back into the magma and disappeared, and the demons followed to their fiery demise. Beyond them was the tower. Just a sliver of a rock peeking above the surface. How would have things turned out had Hannah and I continued past the sliver of rock on that foggy morning? I turned around and headed back to Ragnarok to do what had to be done.
Ragnarok!
I roared at the towering behemoth. His eyes opened and looked down at me, and faintly, within the dark beneath his hood, appeared to smirk. Once again from the darkness came his smaller, sword-wielding self. He dropped the great distance onto the ground in front of me and lowered his hood, revealing again his grotesque, torn face.
I suppose you intend to kill me now,
he said. Do you plan to run? He motioned with his hand at the surroundings.
There is nowhere for me to run.
I had no sword, no weapon, but missing from Ragnarok's left hand was his middle finger. He could be hurt. I charged him. He dodged out of the way and I stumbled past. I clenched my fist and turned and rushed him again. He darted out of the way again and swept my feet out from beneath me with his sword. My back slammed against the bone-covered surface.
I cannot kill you, Baldur,
Ragnarok said, leaning over me. He poked my throat with the tip of his blade.
Not with this.
I slapped the blade out of the way and jumped to my feet and became startled by what awaited me. Standing off to Ragnarok's side was Loki, holding a spear fashioned from mistletoe.
But I can kill you with mistletoe,
leered Ragnarok. My stomach nodded. Loki, you bastard, I said through gritted teeth. Loki grinned and shrugged. Hel stood behind him, expressionless. Ragnarok held out his hand for Loki to give him the mistletoe.
You will not be leaving Helheim this time, Baldur. Not as a god, or as a human.
That's it, I thought. All of this just to die again. I failed to save the gods. I failed to return to Hannah. I failed. There was no doubt in my mind that Ragnarok would best me in combat, and ultimately, kill me. Yet there he stood, empty-handed.
Loki,
he hissed.
Hand over the mistletoe.
Loki eyed him for a moment, prodding the tip of the spear with his finger.
What an honor it was to build the tower for you, Ragnarok. To see the surprise in the eyes of gods who believed you nothing more than a passing event, to watch them suffer and then meet their demise in a sea of fire. Oh, what a delight it has been.
Loki snickered.
But you have forgotten something, Ragnarok.
Loki stopped toying with the spear and looked Ragnarok square in his fire-like eyes.
I am the trickster god.
Loki tossed the spear towards me and immediately wrapped his arms around Ragnarok. I kicked off the bone-covered ground and lunged for the spear. In a blink, I had snagged it from the air and thrust the sharpened tip towards Ragnarok. His grotesque face distorted into a look of utter betrayal. The spear stabbed into his chest, piercing through flesh and bone, through his cold, black heart, and with another forceful shove, came out the other side. I dropped to my feet as he collapsed amongst the litter of bones, impaled. He squirmed in agony, blood filled his mouth. I crossed over to him and knelt, stared into his red eyes, dwindling suns. He looked back at me and tried to speak, but could only gurgle the pool of blood rising inside his torn mouth. I leaned closer and whispered, I can kill you with mistletoe too. His body went still. He lay dead, upon blood and bone. The behemoth, an extension of his smaller self joined by an invisible tether, fell backward. We braced as he crashed to the ground, creating a thick cloud of bone dust. Beneath us shook violently. The giant quickly began to melt away and decay into gore, and then water. Blood of a mirror. Several quiet moments passed, no sound but the distant sizzling magma. I stared at the one the prophets referred to as the doom of the gods, and they were right. My father, mother, and brothers, all dead. For those who died in battle, Valhalla awaits. For the others, Helheim. It was later that I learned that as the tower sunk into the core, the gates opened. Thor fought his final battle with Jormungandr, the serpent, in the water-filled chamber. Odin faced Fenrir, the wolf. Neither were victorious in battle, but getting to Valhalla is its own kind of victory. There were, of course, prophecies relating to Ragnarok which were unfulfilled. Perhaps they are not so accurate after all. Or maybe the tower was designed to change fate. Those who weave fate, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, bathed in blood in the chamber beneath the blind man. He was, in a way, the gatekeeper, the first face I saw when I entered the tower. What happens when fate dies? The blind man had not always been that way. In fact, as a god, he had the most remarkable eyesight of all. It was prophesied that during the events of Ragnarok, Heimdall and Loki would battle each other and kill each other. They would die side by side. That was the prophecy. That was Loki and Heimdall's fate. But as the tower was swallowed by fire, the Norns died. Fate died, and then lastly, Heimdall. I looked to Loki and nodded. A thank you, as much as one as I could give, and he nodded back. I peered up at the insurmountable height above, a distant ceiling of flame, and muttered, I'm sorry, Hannah.
Why are you sorry?
Asked Hel. As a human, I was curious and stubborn, but I still loved her.
Your curiosity and stubbornness was the god in you.
I turned to Hel, and for the first time, she smiled.
You can be with her again,
she said. How? I asked. I had figured myself permanently imprisoned in the sweltering core.
If you travel to Helheim, I will release you. This time, as you are.
How can I travel there from here? Hel looked to Ragnarok's corpse, the spear in particular.
You must die once again.
I tensed as I remembered the first time. The stabbing pain, the cold, the dark, followed by years of forgetfulness. I thought a moment and said, "Okay,"
But I must warn you,
said Hel.
time passes more quickly while in Helheim.
"Then you must release me quickly." Hel nodded to Loki, who promptly yanked a spear from Ragnarok's corpse and stepped towards me. He looked at me, his expression, sorrow? "Do it," I said, and for the second time, I died. It was an expensive house on a Florida beach. Squawking seagulls, salt air, crashing waves. I stepped onto the large front porch, a bench swing lightly swaying off to the side. I inhaled a deep breath and rang the doorbell. A beautiful woman in a floral sundress, blonde hair and blue eyes, sun-kissed skin, answered the door. She was startled at first glance and struggled to find words. Her cheeks reddened and her lips curled into a sheepish grin.
"Can I help you?"
she finally asked. I had stopped along the way and found something formal to wear, not overly fancy. A button-down shirt and dress pants, leather shoes. I made sure I was clean and presentable. I nabbed a gift bag along the way, a small present inside. "Is Hannah home?" The attractive young woman was confused by this.
Yeah, and you are?"
"A friend."
"Right, a friend."
I smiled. "A family member of Nate's." At the mention of Nate, her expression changed. She became saddened, apologetic.
"Oh, wow. Okay, come on in."
I followed her into the foyer. Shoes of various sizes sat on the floor along the wall.
"Let me go get her,"
she said. "Thank you." She hurried down the hall and rounded the corner into a separate room. A door slid open, letting in a symphony of beach noises, people, waves, birds. A moment passed and there was a patter of bare feet on wood. The young woman leaned into the hall.
"Come on,"
she said, waving me towards her with a welcoming smile. I joined her and stepped to the open sliding glass door. She pointed towards the beach.
"She's sitting in that chair over there."
I smiled and said, "Thank you." Parked in the sand just off the immaculate back deck, facing the water, were two brightly colored Adirondack chairs, one blue, one green. A straw hat peaked just above the green chair. I crossed over to the chairs. "Mind if I join you?" I asked the sun hat. An older woman in her 80s turned to face me. She had a broad, friendly smile.
"Please,"
she said, motioning to the blue Adirondack, still smiling.
"What's your name?"
I hadn't thought of a name to use. "Baldur," I said, deciding it wouldn't make a difference. Her smile drooped a bit as I could see she was playing my name over in her head.
"That's an interesting name. I think I've heard it before."
"I'm sure you have."
"Well, I'm Hannah."
I smiled. "I know." She looked at me for a moment and said,
"My granddaughter says you're related to my first husband."
I nodded. "Yes." Her lip began to tremble, and her eyes started to water while she still tried to maintain her warm smile.
"I'm sorry."
She apologized and dabbed her eyes with the towel she was sitting on. "It's okay," I said, tears beginning to swell in my own eyes.
"I lost him 56 years ago."
She began.
"That tower. Oh, you won't believe me. Nobody ever does."
"I'll believe you." She looked at me for a moment and continued.
"He went into a tower we found while sailing in the North Atlantic. I tried for hours to get in and get to him, but I couldn't.
I just kept pounding and pounding against it, yelling his name. I wasn't going to leave until he came out. But then it started to sink.
She glanced at me again, looking for clues that I wasn't buying into the story.
I contacted the Coast Guard. Anyone who would listen. Nobody ever found anything.
I picked up a shell off the sand and rubbed it between my fingers. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Her voice quivered.
I'm sure that was long before you were born. Nothing you could have done. Probably not much anyone could have done back in 1965, to be fair. Technology just wasn't as good as it is now.
I nodded and leaned back in the chair. I watched playing children dive between the crashing waves and come up for air on the calmer side. I tried to get to you sooner.
Oh, did you?
Hannah said.
That's nice. And how are you related to Nate again?
I swallowed and looked back at her. Just a cousin. Hannah smiled and turned to the ocean.
I never met any of his cousins.
2 small boys sprinted from the water towards us, kicking up sand behind them.
Nana! Nana!
They hollered and plopped their wet bodies into her lap.
You're getting water on me.
She shrieked and wrapped them in a towel. She tickled them through the fabric and the 3 of them burst into laughter. Nana, how funny, I thought, as if it were fate.
What's that?
One of the boys asked, pointing at the gift bag sitting on the sand beside me. Oh, just a gift.
For me?
Hannah asked, surprised. I looked at her for a moment. Her grandkids, the ocean. She'd continued without Nate all those years ago, remarried, and had children and built a life worth living. She was happy. She was loved. No, I lied. It's for someone else.
Oh,
said Hannah.
well, I hope they like it.
I gave a smile and a nod and stood. I should get going. It's been a pleasure, Hannah.
Leaving already? You just got here.
Yeah. I raised the gift bag to my shoulder and wiggled it as a playful reminder.
All right. Don't want to keep them waiting.
She gently took my hand and held it between both of hers, tender and appreciative. I hope to see you again one day.
That would be nice, Balder.
She responded, her face aglow with delight. She studied me an extra moment beneath the warm midday sun. The waves were beginning to calm and lap tranquilly against the shore. A soft smile formed on her aged face, and she said,
I can tell that you're related to Nate.
I exhaled a short, quivering breath and tilted my head, longing for a past never lived, and asked, how? She held my hand more tenderly, smiled more warmly, and said,
You have the same eyes.
Found among the papers of the late Diedrich Knickerbocker. On the eastern shore of the Hudson, at the heart of a spacious cove near the Tappan Zee Bridge, there lies a small rural port. It is properly known as Tarrytown, but some call it Greensburg. It was named by the housewives of sailors who lingered in the tavern on market days. 2 miles away, there is a little valley among the hills which is the quietest place in the world. A small brook runs through it gently enough to lull one to sleep. Quail and woodpeckers are almost the only sounds to break the perfect tranquility. As a child, my first time squirrel hunting was in a grove of walnut trees that shaded one side of the valley. I wandered in at noon, when all nature is peculiarly quiet, and was startled by the roar of my own gun breaking the perfect stillness. If I ever wish to leave my troubling life and world of distractions, there is no better place than this little valley. For those qualities and for the strange character of its inhabitants, who are descended from the original Dutch settlers, the glen became known as Sleepy Hollow. The wild children living there were called the Sleepy Hollow Boys throughout the neighboring countries. A drowsy, dreamy influence hangs over the land, spreading through the atmosphere. Some say the place was cursed by a German witch doctor during the early days of settlement. Others, that an old Indian chief held powwows there before the land was discovered by Master Hendrik Hudson. It is certain that some spell still holds power over the minds of the good people, causing them to remain lost in fantasy. They have all kinds of marvelous beliefs. They are prone to trances, strange visions, and hearing music or voices. The neighborhood is filled with local tales, haunted spots, and twilight superstitions. Shooting stars and meteors race across the valley more often than anywhere in the country. It seems to be a favorite trick of evil spirits. The ghost that commands the most power is the apparition of a headless man on horseback. Some claim he is a ghost of a Hessian soldier who was beheaded by a cannonball during the Revolutionary War. Now, the country folk see him hurrying along in the gloom of night, as if carried by the wind. He is not confined to the valley, and often extends his haunt to the connecting roads, especially to the nearby church. Respected historians who have carefully studied these stories claim the soldier's body is buried in the churchyard, and that his ghost rides to the scene of battle in a nightly search for his head. The rushing speeds at which he passes through the hollow are attributed to his hurry to reach the church before sunrise. This is the event that many of the region's scary stories are based on. The specter is known as the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. These visions are not exclusive to the valley's natives, but affect anyone who reside there for a time. However aware they are when entering the sleepy region, they eventually succumb to the witching influence and begin seeing apparitions. I mention this peaceful spot with all possible praise. It is in such valleys that population, manners, and customs remain fixed while the outside world passes by unnoticed. They are the little nooks of still water bordering a rapid stream, undisturbed by the passing currents. Though many years have passed since I walked the drowsy lanes of Sleepy Hollow, nothing has changed. Some 30 years ago, a man named Ichabod Crane came to Sleepy Hollow in order to teach the children. He was from Connecticut, a state which supplied the Union with pioneers for the mind as well as the forest. Each year they sent woodsmen and teachers throughout the country. The name Crane fit his appearance. He was tall and lanky with narrow shoulders, long limbs, and feet like shovels. His head was small but flat on top with huge ears, green glassy eyes, and a long nose. From a distance, one could mistake him for a famine victim or scarecrow. His log schoolhouse was a low building with one large room, and the windows were half glazed, half stuffed with leaves. When vacant, it was locked with a flexible twig twisted in the door handle and stakes set against the shutters. The school was built in a secluded but pleasant location at the foot of the wooded hill, next to an impressive birch tree and brook. From there, one might hear the low murmur of students studying their lessons, often interrupted by their teacher's commanding tone as he urged the lazier children along the path of knowledge. He was a conscientious man and always remembered the golden rule: spare the rod and spoil the child. Ichabod Crane's students were not spoiled. He was not cruel. He did not enjoy disciplining them. His punishments were dealt with discrimination. The weak were not stricken with the same force as the strong, disrespectful brats who sulked and squirmed beneath the paddle. Ichabod called this doing his duty by their parents. He never administered spankings without reassuring the students they would appreciate the gesture as adults. When school ended, he was even a friend to the older boys. On holiday afternoons, he escorted the younger children home if they had pretty sisters or mothers who might feed him as a thanks. It benefited him to stay on good terms with the students. The salary from his school was scarcely enough to buy daily bread. Though skinny, he possessed the consumption power of an anaconda. It was customary in those parts for the children's parents to house their teacher. With that assistance, he survived week to week, making his rounds through the neighborhood with all his worldly possessions tied in a cotton handkerchief. To prevent these things from being too inconvenient on his host's wallet, who often considered him a grievous burden, he had various ways to make himself useful. He occasionally assisted farmers in their lighter chores, making hay, mending fences, watering horses, driving cows from pasture, and cutting wood. Ichabod laid aside the dominant ego which he lorded in his schoolhouse empire, becoming wholly gentle and kind. He found favor with the mothers by coddling the youngest children. He would sit with one child on his knee while rocking a cradle with his foot for hours at a time. In addition to his other skills, he was the best singer in the neighborhood and often earned extra money by teaching the young children hymns. On Sundays, Ichabod proudly gathered his chosen singers to stand in front of the church where, in his mind, he completely stole the show from the pastor. It is certain his voice was the best of the congregation, and, to this day, his students' descendants can still be heard singing on Sunday mornings. It was by these clever strategies the worthy teacher got along and was thought to have an easy life. In the rural neighborhoods, women generally regarded the schoolmasters as important men with superior taste and accomplishments when compared to laborers. When they came to dinner, special desserts are made and the fine silver is used. Ichabod, therefore, was particularly happy in the country women's company. In the churchyard on Sundays, he visited with each lady, gathering grapes and reciting poetry as his country bumpkin counterparts envied his elegance from a distance. Thanks to his well-traveled lifestyle, Ichabod was also a walking gossip factory, which meant his arrival was always met with satisfaction. Women respected him as an intelligent man for many of the books he read, and he is an expert on Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft, in which he firmly believed. He was actually an odd mixture of shrewdness and gullibility. His hunger for the extraordinary and the ability to understand it were equally remarkable and heightened by this spellbound regent. No tale was too gross or monstrous for his curiosity. After school, he often laid in clover patches nearby and read old Mather's scary stories until it was too dark to see the words. Then, at the witching hour, he made his way past the swamp, stream, and awful woodland to the farm where he was currently staying. Every sound of nature excited his imagination, from the moaning whippoorwills to the foreboding cry of the tree frog. The fireflies sparked vividly in the darkest places, startling Ichabod when they shot across his path. If a large beetle surprised him, he thought it came from a witch. His way to combat the evil spirits was to sing hymns. The people of Sleepy Hollow were often filled with awe at hearing his nasal melody floating along the dusky road. In the winter months, he enjoyed sitting by the fire as wives roasted apples and tended their needlework, because they shared stories of the local haunts and headless horsemen. In return, he delighted them with witchy anecdotes, dreadful omens, and old Connecticut legends. Though they were frightened by his speculations of comets and meteors, especially coupled with the knowledge our world sits at an angle, rotating. On his subsequent walks home, he paid for these pleasures in terror. Frightening shapes and shadows haunted his path in the dim glow of snowy nights. He eyed every trembling ray of light that reflected from the distant windows. Several times along the route, he mistook the snow-covered shrubs for ghosts, or shrank with fright at the sound of his own step on the frosty ground. He could not look over his shoulder for fear of what he might see, and he was often dismayed by blasts of wind through the trees, believing it was the galloping Hessian on his nightly ride. However, these were merely terrors created by the mind. Though Ichabod had seen many ghosts, daylight brought an end to all of these evils. He would have still led a pleasant life despite the devil's work, had he not crossed the paths with an entity far worse than ghosts, goblins, or a whole race of witches combined: a woman. Once a week, Ichabod gave music lessons, and one of his students was Katrina Van Tassel, the only child of a substantial Dutch farmer. She was beautiful, flirty, 18 years old with rosy cheeks, and was adored by all. Her charms were perfectly accented by a mixture of old and modern fashions. She often wore a short petticoat and gold jewelry, which her great-great-grandmother brought over from Sardam. Ichabod Crane had a soft spot for women, and it is no surprise he favored Katrina. Her father, old Baltus Van Tassel, was a thriving, content, liberal-hearted farmer. He seldom thought of anything beyond his happy, comfortable farm. He was satisfied with his wealth and did not spend it frivolously. His home was in one of those green, sheltered nooks on the Hudson, beneath the branches of a great elm tree. At the bottom was a spring of the sweetest well water which ran through the grass to a neighboring brook. Next to the farmhouse was a spacious barn big enough for a church. Every window and corner were filled with the farmer's prized tools. Swallows flew around the eaves, and rows of pigeons enjoyed the sunshine atop the roof. Heavy grunting pigs ran about their large pens, while squadrons of snowy geese swam in a connecting pond with ducks, and turkeys gobbled through the yard. A crowing rooster dug into the dirt and called his family to enjoy the delicious worms. The teacher's mouth watered as he imagined the delicious holiday feast. He pictured every pig already roasted with an apple in its mouth and a side of bacon carved out. The pigeons were put in pies and covered in crust. The geese swam in their own gravy, and the ducks in onion sauce. Around the turkey's neck hung a necklace of savory sausages, and even the rooster lay sprawling as a side dish. Ichabod liked all of these things, and then he saw the fields of wheat, rye, buckwheat, and corn. The orchards surrounding the Van Tassel's home were overflowing with fruit, and his heart yearned for the lady who would inherit them. He dreamed of selling them quickly, so he might purchase large tracts of wild land to build upon. His busy imagination already realized his hopes and included Katrina with the whole family loaded in a wagon with all the household trimmings. Then he included himself atop a pacing mare with the colt at her heels, setting out for Kentucky or Tennessee. Once he entered the house, Katrina's hold on his heart was complete. It was spacious with sloping roofs and built in a style learned from the first Dutch settlers. The low-hanging eaves form a porch along the front that is capable of being closed up in bad weather. It is where the flails, harnesses, and fishing nets were kept. A spinning wheel sat at one end and a churn at the other. Benches were built along the sides for summer use. And from there, Ichabod entered the hall, which was the heart of the mansion. Rows of impressive pewter dazzled his eyes. In one corner stood a bag of wool ready to be spun, and in the other was a pile of fresh off the loom. Ears of corn and strings of dried apples hung along the wall with red peppers. Through an open door, he saw into the parlor, where claw-footed chairs and mahogany tables shone like mirrors. The fireplace irons glistened, and conch shells decorated the mantel, while colorful eggs were strung above it. A great ostrich egg hung in the center of the room, and an open cupboard displayed old silver and china. From the moment Ichabod saw these delights, he focused his efforts on gaining Katrina's affection. For this endeavor, he imagined himself as a knight storming the castle gates to rescue the captive princess. But reality proved more challenging. He had to win the heart of a vibrant, clever woman while engaging in cutthroat competition against other suitors. His most formidable adversary was a strong, burly man named Abraham, who was considered a local hero for his amazing strength. He was a broad-shouldered man with short, curly black hair and a pleasant face. His Herculean strength earned him the nickname Brom Bones, and he was famous for his skill with horses. As the strongest man in the country town, he settled all disputes with a tone of finality that left no room for argument. He would fight if necessary, but his heart was filled with more mischief than cruelty. Beneath his rugged exterior was a great sense of humor. He had 3 or 4 friends who looked up to him as a role model and followed him around on his travels. During the winter months, he was recognized by his foxtail fur hat. Sometimes, his group would ride through town in the middle of the night, laughing and cheering. Their neighbors woke with a mixture of awe, admiration, and goodwill. When any prank or brawl occurred in the vicinity, All shook their heads knowing Brom Bones was behind it. Though this unruly hero displayed his affection for Katrina in rude, lustful ways, it was said she did not reject his company. His advances were meant to discourage rivals, and when his horse was tied outside the Van Tassel's home on Sunday nights, all other suitors passed by in despair. Ichabod was dealing with a formidable foe. A stouter man would have backed down from the competition, and a wiser man would have worried. But Ichabod possessed a happy mixture of flexibility and perseverance in his nature. He was yielding, but tough, and though he bent, he never broke. He may have bowed beneath the slightest pressure, but when it was gone, he walked away with his head held high as ever. To face his rival head-on would have been madness. Brom was not a man to be thwarted. Therefore, Ichabod's advances were smooth and subtle. He visited the farmhouse frequently as a singing instructor, but not much was gained in those visits. Her meddlesome parents were quite the hurdle. Bald Van Tassel was an indulgent soul and always nearby, enjoying his pipe. He loved his daughter even more than his tobacco and spoiled her greatly. His wife was always busy with her housework, but never far away. Meanwhile, Ichabod would carry on with their daughter by the spring under the great elm, or walking along in the twilight hours. I confess to not knowing how women's hearts are won. To me, they are matters of riddle and admiration. Some seem to have only one way to win their affection, while others have 1,000. It is a great triumph to gain the former, but it is an even greater victory to maintain a relationship with the latter, because the man must face all types of rivals. This was certainly not the case with Brom Bones. From the moment Ichabod made advances, Brom's interest declined. His horse was no longer seen at the farmhouse on Sunday nights, and a deadly feud gradually arose between him and the teacher. If Brom had it his way, the matter would be solved with a duel, but Ichabod was too smart to fight when he had a clear disadvantage. He had overheard the brute bragging that he would lay the teacher out in his own school, and Mr. Crane was careful not to give the man an opportunity. His tactics were infuriating to Brom. He and his goons were left with no choice but to waste money on pranks. They made loud noises outside of his home, smoked out a schoolhouse by blocking the chimney off, and ransacked the classroom so he might blame witches. What the teacher found most annoying was being ridiculed in Katrina's presence. The brute even trained his dog to whimper during their singing lessons. Things went on this way for a long time without either man making progress. On one fine autumn afternoon, a pensive Ichabod watched over the students from his high stool, holding a scepter made of birch. It was a source of fear for all misbehaved children. On his desk were numerous items of contraband, everything from munched apples to pop guns. His dark mood had the children intently reading their books, and if they whispered to a friend, it was with one eye on their teacher. Class was suddenly interrupted by a dark-skinned man in old clothes. He was riding a half-wild colt with a rope instead of a halter. The stranger clambered up to the door with an invitation for Ichabod to attend a party at the Van Tassel home. After delivering his message, the visitor dashed over the brook and up the hollow, off to his next mission. Now, everything was done quickly as the students were rushed through lessons without pause. Those who were quick-witted skipped more than half without fear of punishment, while slower children were encouraged with a smack on the rear. Books were flung aside, inkstands were overturned, benches were knocked down, and school was dismissed an hour early. Ichabod spent an extra half hour grooming and dressing. His only suit was a rusty black collar, and his only mirror hung on the wall in broken shards. To make a grand entrance, he borrowed a friend's horse and set out for the party. The animal named Gunpowder was a broken-down plow horse that outlived everything but his viciousness. He was thin and shaggy, with a head like a hammer. His hair was tangled and one eye had lost its pupil while the other had the devil in it. The steed's master was the choleric Van Ripper, and some say he infused part of his own spirit into the animal. There was more of a lurking devil in him than any filly in the country. Ichabod rode with short stirrups which brought his knees close to the pommel. His sharp elbows stuck out like grasshoppers, and he carried his long whip like a scepter. As the horse jogged on, his arms resembled flapping wings. A small wool hat rested atop his nose, covering his small forehead, and the tail of his black coat flapped on the breeze as they left the property of Hans Van Ripper. It was a fine autumn day, and the sky was clear. Some trees were already nipped with frost and turning brilliant colors of orange and scarlet. Wild ducks flew in file, barking squirrels were heard from hickory groves, and quail whistled pensively from the fields. Small birds were preparing to fly south for the winter as they fluttered and chirped from bush to bush. As Ichabod rode slowly on his way, he enjoyed every one of these jolly sights. Apples were all around him, some still in trees, some already placed in baskets. Farther on, he passed golden ears of corn, yellow pumpkin patches, fragrant buckwheat fields, and beehives. There, he fantasized being fed delicious pancakes by his lovely Katrina. It was with those sweet thoughts he traveled along the hill overlooking the mighty Hudson, as the sun gradually made its way west. The wide Tappan Zee Bridge prolonged the blue shadow of the distant mountain, and a few amber clouds floated in the wilderness sky. A small boat lingered in the distance, dropping with the tide while her sail hung uselessly against the mast, and the sky reflected off the still waters, causing the vessel to appear as if it were floating. It was evening when Ichabod arrived at the castle of Herr Van Tassel. Old farmers appeared with leather faces, homespun clothes, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles. Their wives wore small hats, long gowns, and homespun petticoats. The daughters were dressed almost the same way except for the occasional fine ribbon or white frock. The sons had short, square-knitted coats with rows of brass buttons, and their hair cut to the fashion of the era. Brom Bones came to the gathering on his favorite steed. It was as mischievous as its master. No one else could handle the fierce horse. The man had a reputation for preferring vicious animals that could break the rider's neck. Inside the mansion were the charms of a genuine Dutch country tea table, stacked with platters of delectable dishes, cakes, and pies. Ichabod patiently spent ample time with each dish. He was a kind, thankful man whose cheer grew in proportion with his filled stomach, as some men's do with drink. He could not help searching the room with his eyes and chuckling at the notion he might one day be lord of such luxury. Then he thought of how fast he would abandon the schoolhouse, snapping his fingers at Hans Van Ripper and anyone who would dare call him comrade. Old Baltus Van Tassel cheerfully visited with his guest. His attentions were brief but sincere, whether it was a handshake or an invitation to make oneself at home. When the music began, so did the dancing. The musician was an elderly dark-skinned man who had been performing in the area for over 50 years. He bobbed his head and stomped his feet with every note. Ichabod was as proud of his dancing as he was his singing. To see his loose frame in full swing was like watching a lord of the dance move about the room. Not a single part of his body remained idle. Every child from the poor neighborhoods gathered at the windows, eyes wide with delight and grinning ear to ear. Katrina smiled graciously in reply to Ichabod's lustful stares as they danced, and Brombones sat brooding alone in the corner, seething with jealousy. When the party ended, Mr. Crane joined the older folks who sat smoking and gossiping about the war with old Van Tassel. There was a story of Dofu Martling, a large blue-bearded Dutchman who almost stole a British frigate with nothing more than a gun, but it burst on his sixth shot. Then, there was a wealthy gentleman who shall remain nameless. In the Battle of the White Plains, he parried a bullet with a small sword and felt it ricochet off the hilt. He was always ready to show the dent it left as proof. Many more fought equally well, but these tales were nothing compared to the ghost stories that followed. The neighborhood is rich in these treasures. Local tales and superstitions thrive best in these secluded towns. But the cause for the spooky stories in this region was Sleepy Hollow. There was something in the air that blew from that haunted place. It gave life to an atmosphere of dreams and fantasies that spread throughout the land. Several locals from the hollow attended Van Tassel's gathering and told the wild legends as usual. Very dismal stories were told about funeral processions and mourning cries occurring near the great tree where the unfortunate Major Andre was killed. They also mentioned the woman in white who haunts the dark glen at Raven Rock. She died there in the snow and is often heard screaming on winter nights before a storm. The most interesting stories, however, centered around the Headless Horseman. His patrols were heard more frequently in the past months. The secluded church is a favorite haunt of the troubled spirits. It sits on a hill with its white walls singing through the elms. A gentle slope descends from it into a sheet of silver water surrounded by high trees, beyond which are the blue hills of the Hudson. On one side of the church is a large brook running through a wooded hollow. In the past, a wooden bridge stretched over a deep black part of the stream. Due to the overhanging trees, it and the road leading to it were gloomy, even in the day. But at night, it was a frightening darkness. This was a favorite haunt for the Headless Horseman, and where he was most often encountered. Old Brower, a hardcore skeptic, told of how he met the horseman when returning to Sleepy Hollow, and was forced to ride behind him. They galloped over bushes, hills, and swampland until they reached the bridge. Then, the horseman suddenly turned into a skeleton and threw Old Brower into the brook before leaping over the treetops with a clap of thunder. The story was immediately outdone by Brom Bones, who mocked the galloping Hessian as a jockey. One night, when returning from a nearby town, he was overtaken by the Midnight Rider and challenged him to a race. He claimed his own steed defeated the goblin horse, but as they arrived at the bridge, the Hessian vanished in a flash of fire. These tales were always told in the same drowsy undertone, and the listeners only nodded with polite interest, but Ichabod hung on every word. He repaid them with long excerpts from his favorite author, Cotton Mather, and added extra events that took place in his native state of Connecticut, or on his nightly walks around Sleepy Hollow. The party gradually broke up. The old farmers loaded into their wagons, and for a long time, they could be heard rattling along the hollow's roads. Some of the ladies mounted behind their lovers, and their light-hearted laughter echoed along the silent woodlands. Ichabod stayed behind to have a moment with Katrina, now fully convinced he was on the road to success. I do not know what was said, but something must have gone wrong. When he left, he was noticeably crestfallen. Could the girl have been at her flirty tricks? Was her encouragement all a ruse to secure her conquest of his rival? Heaven only knows. The disappointed teacher marched out the door and straight to the stable, where he roughly woke his horse from slumber. It was the witching hour when Ichabod made his way home along the lofty hills. Far below him, a small boat sailed quietly down the river. In the complete silence of midnight, he could even hear the dogs barking on the opposite shores of the Hudson, but it was faint. There was no signs of life near him, except the occasional cricket or frog. All the spooky tales he heard that afternoon now came to mind, and the night grew darker as the clouds covered the stars. Never had he felt so dismally alone, and to make matters worse, he was approaching the place where so many of the ghost stories took place. An enormous tulip tree stood in the center of the road, high above all the others, and acted as a landmark in the area. Its limbs were the size of ordinary tree trunks, twisting down towards the ground before rising back up. Being connected to the downfall of the Hessian, it became known as Major Andre's tree. The people regard it with a mixture of respect and superstition, partly out of sympathy for its tragic namesake, and partly from the unfortunate tales told about it. Ichabod began to whistle as he approached this fearful tree, and for a moment thought it answered him. But it was only a sharp blast of wind blowing through the dry branches. As he came closer, he saw something white hanging in the tree. He paused, but upon closer inspection, it was only scorched by lightning. Suddenly, he heard a groan. His teeth chattered and his knees struck the saddle, but it was only two branches rubbing together in the breeze. He passed the tree safely, but new dangers lay before him. 200 yards away, a small brook crossed the road and ran into a marshly wooded glen known as Wiley Swamp. A few rough logs bundled together served as a bridge over the stream. To the side, where the brook entered the forest, a group of thick oaks and chestnuts cast gloomy shadows over it. Passing this bridge was the severest trial. That is where Andre was captured after the soldiers ambushed him from the grove. Ever since, the stream has been considered haunted, and every school child is afraid to cross it alone at night. As the teacher approached the bridge, his heart began to pound, but he summoned all his courage. Urging the horse into a run, he attempted to dash across the bridge, but instead of going forward, old Gunpowder turned away. Fear increasing with the delay, Ichabod jerked on the reins and heartily kicked the animal to turn him around, but it was all in vain. His steed only plunged into a thicket of brambles on the opposite side of the road. He resorted to using his whip on the poor horse, who then dashed forward, snorting angrily, but came to a sudden halt that nearly threw off his rider. At this moment, a splashing by the bridge caught Ichabod's ear. In the dark shadow of the grove, he saw something huge, misshapen, black and towering. It did not move, but seemed to meld with the darkness, like a gigantic monster waiting to leap out at the traveler. The teacher's hair stood straight with terror. What was he to do? It was too late to run away. Besides, there was no chance he could outrun a ghost, not one as fast as the wind. Summoning his courage, he stammered, "Who are you?" But there was no answer. He repeated his demand in an even more agitated voice, and still received no reply. Once more he kicked poor Gunpowder in the sides, and with his eyes squeezed shut, he burst into song. Just then, the shadowy figure moved, and with one giant leap, it was suddenly standing in the road. The night was dark and dismal, but it was now possible to identify the unknown form. It was a large horseman, mounted on a black muscular steed. He did not stop to speak, but kept running along the road. Ichabod did not enjoy this strange midnight companion, and, thinking of the story Brom Bones told, spurred his horse in hopes of leaving him behind. However, the stranger sped up to match his pace. The teacher slowed to a walk in hopes of falling back, but the other did the same. His heart sank. He tried to resume singing, but his dry tongue clung to the roof of his mouth. His companion's ominous silence was mysterious and appalling. On the next hilltop, the gigantic traveler was silhouetted in the sky, and Ichabod was horrified to see that he was headless. He was even more frightened upon noticing the head was carried on the saddle's pommel. His terror turned into desperation, and he kicked Gunpowder hoping to escape, but the specter lunged forward as well. They raced along, stones flying and sparks flashing at every turn. Ichabod's baggy clothes fluttered in the wind as he stretched his long body flat over the horse's head. They had now reached the road which veers off to Sleepy Hollow, but Gunpowder, as if possessed, turned and plunged downhill. This road leads through a sandy hollow, shaded by trees. It crosses the bridge mentioned in the ghost stories, and just beyond is the whitewashed church atop the green hills. For a moment, the steed's panic appeared to give its unskilled rider an advantage in the chase, but the saddle girths came loose halfway through the hollow. Ichabod felt it sliding and seized the pommel, struggling to hold on. But his efforts were in vain. The saddle fell to the ground, trampled by the pursuer. But he managed to grab Gunpowder's neck at the last moment. For a brief instant, the teacher dreaded Hans Vance Ripper's wrath because it was his best saddle. But this was no time for petty worries. The horseman was hot on his heels, and he was a poor rider before the added challenge of riding bareback. He feared the high ridge of the horse's spine would split him in half. An opening in the trees gave him hope the church's bridge was near. A reflection in the brook confirmed his suspicion. The church walls dimly glared under the trees beyond. He remembered that's where Brom Bones' ghostly competitor disappeared, and thought he would be safe if he reached the bridge. Just then, he heard the black steed snorting close behind, and even felt its hot breath. With another convulsive kick in the ribs, Gunpowder sprang onto the bridge. He thundered over the reverberating planks and looked back to see if his pursuer would vanish in a flash of fire and brimstone as the legends claimed. Instead, he witnessed the specter rising in his stirrups, preparing to throw his head at him. Ichabod tried to dodge the horrible missile, but he was too late. It crashed into his head, knocking him face first into the dirt. Gunpowder, the black steed, and the headless horseman passed by like a whirlwind. The next morning, the old horse was found eating grass at his master's gate, without a saddle, and his bridle was under his feet. Ichabod did not appear at breakfast or dinner. The boys gathered at the schoolhouse and strolled along the brook, but there was no schoolmaster. Hans Van Ripper began to feel uneasy about Ichabod and his saddle. An investigation began, and they soon found traces of his passage. The trampled saddle was in the road before the church, and the horse's deep tracks led to the bridge. Once across, Ichabod's hat was discovered lying near the brook, next to a shattered pumpkin. The brook was searched, but the teacher's body was not found. As the executor of his estate, Hans Van Ripper examined the only sack of possessions he owned. It contained clothes, a rusty razor, a worn hymnal, and a broken pitch pipe. Everything in the schoolhouse belonged to the community, except for the Cotton Mather's History of Witchcraft, a New England almanac, and a book about dreams and fortune-telling. Folded inside the last was a scrap of paper filled with several fruitless attempts at love poetry dedicated to Katrina. Hans immediately burned both books and the poems, deciding his children would never go to school again. He never understood what use reading or writing could serve. Any money the teacher possessed must have been in his pockets. The mysterious event caused much speculation at the church on the following Sunday. Clusters of people gathered to gossip in the churchyard, at the bridge, and where the shattered pumpkin was found. The current circumstances were compared to the stories of Brower, Bones, and all the others. It was soon concluded that Ichabod was carried off by the galloping Hessian. Since he was a bachelor who didn't owe any debts, no one worried any more about it. The school was relocated to a different corner of the hollow, and a new teacher was assigned. An old farmer visited New York several years later and returned with the gossip that Ichabod Crane was still alive. It was said that he left the neighborhood partly for fear of the Hessian and Hans, partly for shame at Katrina's sudden dismissal. He moved across the country, studied law, was admitted to the bar, became an elected politician, wrote for newspapers, and was finally made a court justice. Brom Bones married Katrina shortly after his rival's disappearance, and the way he laughed when anyone mentioned the pumpkin incident led many to believe he knew more about the matter than he admitted. The old country wives, however, who are the best judges in these matters, maintain Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means. It is a favorite tale told often around winter fires. The bridge was feared by the superstitious more than ever. In years later, the road was altered to approach the church by the mill pond. The deserted schoolhouse soon fell into decay, and was rumored to be haunted by the unfortunate teacher. The plowboy sometimes claimed to hear a distant voice singing hymns on his evening walks home along the tranquil roads of Sleepy Hollow. Found in the handwriting of Mr. Knickerbocker. The above tale is written almost exactly as I heard it at a corporate meeting in Manhattan, where many of its illustrious guests were present. The narrator was a pleasant, shabby old fellow in salt and pepper clothes with a sadly humorous face. He made such efforts to be entertaining, I strongly suspected was poor. When his story ended, there was much laughter and praise, particularly from an alderman who slept for most of the time. There was one tall old gentleman with knitted eyebrows who maintained a grave and severe face throughout, sometimes folding his arms or looking at the floor as if contemplating doubts. He was one of those wary men who never laugh unless it is completely proper. When the cheers subsided and the silence was restored, he leaned forward, one arm stretched high, and demanded to know the moral of the story. The narrator, who was just taking a sip of wine, paused to look at the other man with an air of infinite deference, and lowered his glass to the table. That there is no situation in life without its advantages and pleasures, if we can take our jokes where we find them. Therefore, he who races ghostly troopers is likely to have a hard time of it. Ergo, for a country teacher to be refused the hand of a Dutch heiress is a certain step towards popularity. The cautious old gentleman knit his brows even closer in confusion at the extremely literal explanation, while the storyteller eyed him with a triumphant leer. He observed that all of this was very well, but he thought that the story was a little extravagant. There were a couple points of which he had doubts. "As to that matter, sir, I don't believe half of it myself," replied the storyteller. The first time Charlotte had done it, it was simply for survival. The club's lights and music had been enough for the night, so she had begun to stumble down the back alleyway to her home, to a simple apartment complex only a few blocks from there. She didn't notice him at first. Her mind was still floating in a slight sense of euphoria. Somehow, she had managed to find the perfect level of intoxication, just enough to feel a sense of invincibility, but not enough to be puking into a toilet later on. She didn't see him stalk her from across the street as she exited the club, and she certainly didn't notice him for the first few minutes of walking. It wasn't until he had grown within a few feet of her that she realized something was wrong. All the city men seemed to be the same to her, always feeling they were entitled to some action, regardless of how the woman felt about it. She had started walking a little faster, hoping he would give up from that alone. Instead, he quickened his pace, saying, "What's your hurry?" She had a small twinge of fear in her voice when she replied, "I have to get home." He grabbed her arm, causing her to stop in her tracks. "Come on, let's have some fun." She tried to push away from him, but he pushed her back, forcing her against the alley wall. His movements gave away the fact that he had probably done this at least a few times before. Charlotte was always prepared for this. Her years on a farm had taught her how to handle things herself. She knew how to defend herself, and always had something to defend herself with. That's why she had a small knife tucked inside her bra. He probably never had a girl fight back. He was taken aback when she pulled the knife out and slashed it across his cheek. This caused him to stumble back for a split second. His immediate response was to fly into a rage and try to attack her. Lunging toward her with the intention of wrapping his arms around her throat, his fingers found a hold around Charlotte's neck as her blade penetrated his lower abdomen. His gasp of pain had sent a rush of adrenaline through her. His grip on her neck had tightened, causing a cutoff of air to her lungs. Her hand moved in quick succession, drawing the blade out and then back into his stomach. She continued to stab even after his grip had loosened. After the 15th or so stab, it was clear that that man would die in that alleyway, but she continued to drive the blade in and out of him. It was only after she had seen all life drain from his eyes that she finally stopped, letting his body fall over. She stood over the fresh corpse, taking in long, deep breaths. A sense of empowerment washed over her. This man had tried to take something from her, and she had stopped him from doing so. Now, other women would not fall victim to this animal's lust. In her eyes, she had done what was right by fighting off an attacker. Though, as this sense of empowerment began to fade, it was replaced by a sense of panic. What was she to do now? She had to call the cops. Tell them what had went down, let them know what had happened. Then she thought, what if they don't believe her? What if she ended up in jail because of this? An inner voice inside her head whispered, "Get rid of the body." Her inner monologue swayed her towards the idea of disposing of the body of her attacker. She had convinced herself that the police would never understand. She managed to drag the body to a dumpster several feet away and stashed it inside. Her inner voice told her she would have to go to her apartment first to get the necessary tools. Charlotte snuck carefully through the alleyway, making sure not to be spotted in blood-soaked clothes. She had made it back into her apartment without being spotted, rinsing the blood off her hands and changing into new clothes. Still listening to her inner voice, she grabbed her small toolbox, along with several larger knives from the kitchen, carefully making her way back to the scene of the crime. It took her a large amount of effort to get the body back out of the dumpster. 13 pieces, she thought to herself. I need to cut it into 13 pieces. It'll be much easier to hide. The rest of the night was spent knelt over the body, hacking, breaking, and stabbing it. She didn't have a saw to make cutting through the limbs easier, so she had to use a combination of a hammer and various knives. After several hours of work, she finally had the body separated into 13 different parts. I have to throw the head into the river. The head is the most important part. She proceeded to gather up the body parts and move them back to her apartment. Over the next few days, she disposed of the body in different areas of the town, all wrapped up in newspaper to somewhat hide them. Of course, she made sure to throw the head into the river. Over the next few weeks, Charlotte continued on with her life, living as if the event hadn't happened, though the memory of it still lingered fresh in her mind. A sense of empowerment and ecstasy sweeping through her every time she replayed stabbing the man. It was roughly a month after she'd killed him that her inner voice told her to do it again. She rejected the idea at first, but as the week went by, it grew on her. If there were more men, more rapists lurking the streets, shouldn't someone stop them? If not her, then who? By that Friday, she had already put together her plan. She had picked a club, chosen her weapon, and found a perfect kill location. That night, she implemented her plan, entering her club of choice as anyone else would. She made sure to dress promiscuously as possible and tried to put as much sexuality into her movements as possible. Then, she left the club late into the night, but well enough before final call. Sure enough, someone had followed her down the back way she was going. This time, it was easier for her. The kill happened more naturally. The stranger didn't even have time to really react. The feeling of empowerment made each knife stab feel that much better for Charlotte. She had purchased a hacksaw a few days earlier, making the dismemberment of the body a much simpler task. Just as before, she divided the remains into 13 pieces, making sure to throw the head in the river. The whole time, she told herself she was doing something good. She felt deep inside that she was doing what was right. She truly felt this, with the third, the fourth, and even the fifth man, each one of them actively pursuing her with evil intent. Though as she continued with the sixth and seventh, it didn't quite feel the same. The sense of empowerment of her overpowering and killing man wasn't as strong, and there was a strange sense of uneasiness rising in her. It wasn't a fear of being caught, though. The cops had no real leads, and she had made sure to erase all evidence of her being connected to the murders. The sense of uneasiness came from Charlotte's inner voice when she killed the men. It seemed to be getting crueler, more vicious with each kill. It was more demanding now, wanting her to kill every week as opposed to every month or so. The worst part was that she couldn't fight off the urge to do it. As she was hacking apart the 10th body, for the first time she thought to herself, why was she cutting it into 13 pieces? The number 13 didn't have any significance to her, so why was she doing it? Her inner voice answered, it must be done. And with that, she continued to hack the body apart. Yet, she felt as though something was growing inside of her with each kill. Something that wasn't a part of her, something dark and sinister. As she watched the life drain from the 12th man's eyes, she only felt dread. A sense that someone was watching her, something she hadn't worried about with the other kills. As she drifted off to sleep that night, her inner voice whispered, one more. The next few days, Charlotte felt awful. She was breaking out into cold sweats constantly and almost always had a sense of nausea. All the while, her inner voice seemed to just repeat, one more. When that Saturday night arrived, she finally felt her health return. She was ready, and the hunt was on. There was one man who continued to eye her throughout the night at the club. She could sense his desire for her, his lust. She knew he was a perverted creature, worthy of her justice. That is, until he got up and started to leave before her. I can't lose him, she thought to herself. She followed him out, moving behind him as he made his way down an empty alleyway. He turned over his shoulder to see her following him. Can I help you? He said as Charlotte pulled the knife from her bra. She charged him, slamming into him. What the hell? He shouted as he fell to the ground. Charlotte jumped on top of him, plunging the knife into his neck. The man let out gasping noises as the blood began to fill his throat. Charlotte stabbed him a few more times, knowing the first stab had already sealed his demise. The man didn't thrash much. He didn't even really try to fight back. He only was able to stare up at her as he gasped his last breaths. Pure confusion and pain filled his eyes as his final moment came. For the first time, Charlotte felt an actual sense of guilt over what she had done. This man didn't seem like the others. She was the one that attacked him, not the other way around. Panic began to fill her. She had killed an innocent man. At least with the others, she could morally justify it, but not with him. Cut up the body, her inner voice said, interrupting her. She ignored it, beginning to back away from the body. Dismember the body now, her inner voice screamed at her. It was loud enough that Charlotte thought for a second it had hurt her ears. Her body began moving to collect the tools that she needed for the task. But Charlotte didn't want to do this. It was as if she was taking a back seat in her mind. Just as the 12 before, she cut the body into 13 pieces. She stood over the wrapped pieces of flesh, taking in deep breaths. For some reason, she felt as though this time had taken much more energy out of her. Her muscles were aching, and she felt like she was on the cusp of exhaustion. She could barely pick up the body parts, almost dropping them while moving them to her car. Get rid of it all now, the voice said. Charlotte knew that scattering the body all in one night would draw too much attention from the cops. She started to drive to her house, ignoring the voice. Do it now. The voice came as a scream inside her head, sending a wave of pain through her temples. Just like before with the body, Charlotte's hands moved without Charlotte even realizing it. She seemed to be on autopilot as she hid the various parts as she had done before. Her body feeling worse the more pieces she disposed of. As she drove towards the river, she began to develop a slight headache. She held the head out in front of her, hesitating before finally dropping it. It landed in the water with a small splash before disappearing below the surface. At that moment, the pain increased rapidly. Charlotte grabbed the sides of her head, feeling as if her brain was trying to burst from her skull. Charlotte had never felt this amount of pain from her headache before. It was almost debilitating. She managed to force herself to her car, stuffing several ibuprofen into her mouth. With her head still emitting waves of pain, she managed to drive back to her apartment. She barely managed to shut the door before she collapsed onto her knees, the pain growing stronger. Through each new wave of anguish, she felt as though something was moving around inside her skull. The feeling moved down, seeming now to push against her left ear. Charlotte screamed in pain as something broke through her eardrum. She clutched her ear, feeling something began to ooze out onto her fingers. She looked, expecting blood, but shrieked in horror to find a strange black liquid in her hands. The small amount of liquid fell off her hand to the floor, leaving not a single trace of it in her hands. The pain she had felt radiating throughout her head was now gone, replaced instead by the pain from her newly broken eardrum. Her intact ear began to hear a disgusting noise coming from the ground. Looking down, she saw the black liquid begin to bubble before her. The liquid began to grow in mass, growing now to the size of a football. She stood up, still clutching her left ear, trying to avoid the disgusting thing on the floor. As the size of the liquid continued to grow, there was a shape taking form in it. The beginnings of 2 arms and legs can now easily be seen, along with the human-shaped head. Charlotte continued to back up until her back hit the door to her apartment. The liquid now began to fall down the sides of the thing, revealing the horrifying features of it. The legs were bent at strange angles, while the arms stretched well below the creature's twisted knees. Its face seemed to be covered in burns on the right side, while jagged scars covered the left. Yet the worst part was the festering blisters that covered the skin of the thing. Charlotte could not comprehend what she was witnessing. She could only stand and watch in horror as it grew. Now the thing had grown large enough to tower at least a foot over Charlotte. It let out a low roar as it stretched out its grotesque limbs. The thing opened its eyes and looked down upon Charlotte, the one that had brought it to this plane of existence. Charlotte stood unable to move as the thing studied her. The thing was her inner voice now made of flesh and blood. She could see it now through the warped, disgusting mistakes of the beast. It was a copy of Charlotte, a truly ugly imagination. When she had killed the first man, Charlotte had woken the voice, something that had been hidden away for a long time. But with the first kill had been brought to the forefront of her mind. Charlotte made that voice all her own. She murdered and dismembered the men. She disposed of the parts in the correct ways. All the while, her inner voice grew more grotesque with each killing, till all the violence and anger spilled out from her into the world. The thing could kill on its own now, and it would do so. Not a single man in the city would be safe from the creature. Though there was one thing the creature had to do first. There couldn't be two Charlottes. There is no story here. There's no crazy tale, glitchy experience, creepy encounter, or paranormal haunt for you to dig your teeth into. Not this time, at least. No, this is a confession that I'm willing to give to you, to deliver from a stage of my design. A confession that I feel you all should hear. I need, more than anything in this world, to let these words escape my lungs, and to get these thoughts out of the walls of my skull. I hope more than anything that I can say them, and that when I do, they will be enough to stop the absolute nightmare that has become my life. Maybe, once I confess, once I declare myself regretful of the actions I've taken, maybe then I'll be able to close my eyes and relax my body. If not, then I fear for what I'll do when this admission of guilt has concluded. This may feel confusing to you. You're used to me coming in here to tell you scary stories. You're used to hearing my cheerful and uniquely toned echo through your eardrums, to deliver your weary mind into a world that you can visualize. You expect stories about ghosts and strange people, breaks in reality, the horrors of the dark web. I know what you expect, and I have to apologize to you for today. Well, today's stories break from the confines of those true tales that I tell you frequently, and holds a truth of its own. Once more, today's story is a confession. If I'm to confess to you all the things I have done, and how I've come to be this shriveled mess that is currently speaking to you, then I suppose I should start from the beginning. The first day when things started to change. To be honest, at the risk of almost sounding cliche, it started like literally every other day of my 30-year life. I actually remember the morning quite clearly. I woke up late. I needed to be up around 6 so that my wife could be awake and to get ready for work. I remember the light of the morning breaking through the window and waking me up, only for my eyes to drop into the bedside clock. It was 7:15. I remember that sense of panic that hit me, that immediate sense that it was going to be an awful day from the minute I opened my eyes. I woke my wife with a panic statement of time. She sighed heavily and leapt out of bed before rushing to the bathroom and getting ready for work. I threw myself out of the bed and pressed the button on my phone. There was no indication that I had turned off my alarm. Nothing that seemed like it had been changed. It was as if fate had simply decided to challenge us that morning. I hated those kind of mornings. I've always been one to be awake at 5 for an event at 8. You know the type. The kind of person that gets dressed and has over an hour before they even have to leave the house, so they sit on the couch and practically count the seconds. The type that sets an alarm to tell them when to leave the house, when to go back from lunch, when their break is over, and when they should be going to bed. Hell, I had reminders on my phone telling me when I should be drinking water every hour. I was always on top of the time, and I always have been. That day was unique, which, looking back, makes more sense now than it should. She got ready in record time. I swear she was dressed and out the door within 5 minutes. I walked her out the door and told her to drive careful and to have a good day. I remember that I stood there watching her drive away, simply staring at her small white car as it took off up the road, ran through a yellow light, and she turned left, exiting my line of sight. I think that was the first moment that something felt off. Something felt like it had changed. It wasn't until that morning that I felt, you know what, I'm not really sure what it is that I felt. My skin almost felt like it was starting to freeze over, like the water in the air clung to the hair on my arms and started to form ice crystals. On top of this, it nearly felt like my heart had stopped beating. I've had palpitations in the past, but this felt like a palpitation that never let up. It was almost like my heart decided to simply stop keeping time with my body. Like my internal clock had decided to simply quit existing. I've never had a heart attack or anything close to one, but I think that this is what it would feel like. I felt like I was dead. At that moment, I had simply stopped living. My head was spinning, my breath felt labored, and my vision went blurry and faded. This one moment in my life felt like an instant and an eternity all at once. Yes, I know that's incredibly contradictory, but it's the truth. I felt as though I existed at both the beginning and the end of time, all at once. When it finally passed, I realized I was still waving to my wife as she got into her car, my mouth expelling the phrase, "Have a great day," and a smile on my face. I watched as she pulled out of the driveway and onto the road, disappearing into the foggy morning. That's when it clicked that something had happened to me, or something had happened to everyone but me. I'm not really sure how to phrase that. It was as if everything around me had reset, but I was completely and fully aware of it. I was unsure of what to do with this knowledge that something had changed, but I decided it was nothing to fret over. After all, how is one supposed to deal with a lapse in time? I went inside and simply continued my morning, coffee, shower, and then back to the grind trying to find a job that could fill the empty space in my life. I'm not one for self-pity, but I will mention that the grind that follows being let go from your job of several years is tiring. So tiring that I managed to actually doze off at the desk in the middle of an application. I was awoken by the feeling of my phone vibrating next to my arm. The screen lit up with a large banner that displayed my wife's name. At first, I thought she was just calling me to tell me that she'd made it to work okay, or to tell me to take something out of the freezer for dinner. But the voice on the other end when I answered wasn't my wife's, and the message it delivered was not one I wished to ever hear. Something had happened to her on the way to the office. She had some sort of attack while driving and wrecked her car into an oncoming vehicle, one much larger than the small hatchback that she drove. From what I was told, she died on impact, and she never stood a chance in this collision, but she also didn't feel any pain. I think that was important to me at the time, just knowing she didn't suffer, that she didn't feel a thing when she went. I won't put you through the emotional trauma that came with the situation. Losing a loved one is nearly an impossible thing to deal with, honestly, especially when that someone is your whole world. Life can be a fickle thing. One moment everything can glow in the warmth and comfort of a settled and mundane life. The next can be overcast with a thick fog that clouds your mind, and every thought as you go through the motions of conversations with those you only normally see on holidays. As the thread of our life spins from the skein of our future and is slowly woven into the tapestry that becomes our history, we can rarely anticipate where the snags will be, even less we can anticipate what may cause the thread to become frayed, or God forbid, cut prematurely. Metaphors aside, there are things in life that you can anticipate could happen. Sudden death from an accident, becoming a widower, possibly losing a child. But you can never truly expect them. Losing the love of my life was one of those things. That day I was numb. The next day I was lost. And the remainder of that week I was so confused and angry. How could she leave me behind after so many years and so many plans? It was as if the fog fell over our town to take away everything that we worked for, every aspiration that we ever dared to chase. I'm getting off track here. This isn't supposed to be a love letter or a letter proclaiming my sorrow. No, this is a confession. My attempt to atone for a few sins. Sins I never intended to commit and wanted painted on my soul. The first sin I committed was refusing to accept that she was gone. I was so stricken with grief and pain that I begged for her to come back. After about a month after she was gone, after I bowed my head over that cold pine box and listened to her father give her eulogy, I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling fan spin and listening to the cold wind as it assaulted the side of the house. I stared and just kept thinking of all the times she and I were supposed to share. And I begged whoever was listening to let me have her back, to let her come home again. After staring at the fan spinning and listening to the sound of the rain as it seemed to drown my small town, I must have fallen asleep. That night I had a dream that was strange. It started with us at a park of some sort. I remember it was basically a clearing, a small field with a concrete walkway, and an old wooden bench randomly situated in the middle. I remember I opened my eyes and there I was, surrounded by this thick fog, and the only part of the dream that was fully visible was her. She sat there on the bench staring away from me, staring out into the fog. I slowly approached the bench, but as I got closer, I started to hear what sounded like screaming inside my head. It started out faint and curious at first, but every step closer it got louder and louder, until I realized I wasn't supposed to get close to her. The screaming was in my head to stop me from approaching. I felt like it was my inner voice telling me that I was not supposed to be near whatever it was in front of me. And yet, I did. I knew I shouldn't have. I knew that something was telling me to stop, telling me to turn around and walk away. The problem is, when you're dreaming, you don't exactly have full control over your actions. Despite the screaming that was causing my head to feel like it was about to explode, I pressed on, and I reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. What met with my hand was not her soft skin. It was that same cold feeling I had the day that everything changed. My hand began to feel like it was frozen. The feeling of being dead crawled from my fingertips all the way up to my heart, and then to my head. I remember I woke up drenched in sweat and gasping for air. In retrospect, that dream was the next step into the reality that came to be. Although it makes no sense for a dream to have any bearing on reality. The next day is when things, well, I'm not sure how to put it. I could say they got strange. I could say they started to go wrong, but those words would simply downgrade the truth of the situation. I walked through the next day as I had every day since she passed, dizzily, hastily, and with no goal or path to actually take. I simply woke up, went back to looking for a job, and stared at the wall for a few hours. I know, it's an incredibly sad existence, but I had no drive to do anything. Then, at around 4 in the afternoon, as I was drowning my sorrow in something from the cabinet, I heard the front door open. I spun my office chair around to see who the hell it was breaking into my home, when I saw, well, her. She walked in the door like nothing had ever happened. She placed her purse on the entryway table, she hung her keys on the hook, and glanced over toward me. This is the exact moment the butterflies in my stomach quickly turned to bile, and I felt like I wanted to vomit. Her face was pale and her eyes were hazed over. The smile on her face fell from beautiful to horrifying as I realized how plastic the smile actually felt. Something about the way she looked at me felt unnatural. Something about it felt like it was haunting me. It made me feel like it was peeling the soul away from my flesh with every single second that she held her gaze on me. I knew at that moment, whatever it was that came through that door, that wasn't my wife. That was not the sweet woman that I had fallen in love with so long ago. No, this figure had a similar appearance to my wife, but this is what the screaming had been warning me about. This was what I was not supposed to see. This was what I was not supposed to wish for. This was the result of my being unwilling to accept that she was gone. And it was this thing that brings me to my next sin. When faced with a scenario such as this, there's no way to know how your brain will react. I can imagine some people will get violently ill. Some people will feel a grip of horror as it clings to their brains. And some people will begin to panic. Myself, I managed all three. I tried to smile back at her but failed. As soon as my mouth opened, I ran to the kitchen and vomited in the sink. I felt this sense of existential dread, that somehow this was my doing, and I had to fix the situation. Of course, I could feel the panic attack as it settled into my lungs, my breathing in short and quick bursts. As I stood there and stared at the sink and ran the water in an attempt to clean up the sick mess, I heard her taking steps from the living room and into the kitchen. I reached my trembling hand over and grabbed the handle of one of the chef's knives that I had sitting out on the block on the counter. Out of pure instinct and self-preservation, I turned and lunged for the horrifying monster with as much force and aggression that I could possibly muster. The blade met its mark. It pierced the flesh of this thing without much resistance. As it did, for just the single moment when the metal met pale skin, I swore that I could see her true beauty. That exact moment, it was as if her pale, ashen skin had shifted back to its original hue. Her gray and dull eyes were once again the beautiful hazel I had fallen in love with. She fell into me as the blood drained from her body, and the life was once again lost. Obviously, or at least obvious for me, this is the most painful part of my confession. I murdered my wife. Or at least, I murdered something that resembled her. This is where my mental conflict really started to tear me apart at the seams. That thing was not her, and yet part of me felt like it was. Part of me felt remorse, but the rest of me felt like it was what needed to be done. I held her tightly for a moment, taking in the feeling of her hair against my face, breathing in the familiar fragrance of the one I once loved, before my brain kicked back into action. The kitchen was now covered in blood, and this thing's body was lying motionless on my floor. I feel I did as any other person would if they were in this position. I picked her up and took her to the backyard, grabbed a shovel and dug a hole. It took me most of the night, but I eventually made a grave large enough for her body, and I gently placed her in it. I spent the rest of the night reburying the hole and making it appear as though I was simply gardening and planting some shrubs that we had. I made it look like nothing had happened, and I knew that I would be able to just move on from this horrible nightmare. Yes, it may seem harsh to say that I murdered someone or something, and then buried it and was ready to just move on without a second thought. But I think the shock and pure adrenaline had done a number on me, as I literally passed out the minute I got back inside and my body hit the comfort of the mattress. The next morning, I opened my eyes to the light of the morning as it slowly crept in the room. The blinds of the window were open slightly, and the rising sun pulled at my eyelids. As I slowly shifted from completely unconscious to slightly conscious, the fact that the blinds were open caught my attention. I pulled my eyes open all the way and looked over to the window. The window itself was all the way open, the screen torn out, and the blinds were destroyed completely. This revelation was followed by another. I turned to face the other half of my bed, and there lay that monster once more. I let out a tired scream as I fell out of the bed and onto the floor. I landed in what appeared to be dirt and detritus from the hole that I dug the night before. My focus slipped from the corpse in my bed to looking out the window, and sure enough, she had escaped from the grave that I had so carefully dug and designed. This was quite the situation that I had been placed in, and I was unsure how to continue. My wife, or the clone of my wife, or whatever the hell that cursed being was, had been murdered by my hands just the night before. And yet, there she was, lying next to me in my bed and staring at me with that absolutely blood-boiling smile that seemed to be glued onto her face. Her gray eyes keeping their unwavering focus on me. It had seemed that, with this creature, I had run the gamut of emotions. It started with terror, then fell to remorse, and now I just hated her. She was a mockery of the thing that I loved. She was a living mannequin that had taken the appearance of my wife and was staring at me in an attempt to drive me mad. And she may have succeeded. As I continue my confession, I must tell you that I attempted to kill her several more times in a number of different ways. I attempted the knife again. I tried to burn her. I tried power tools and dismemberment. Not a single attempt was successful beyond the day that I tried it. By that, I mean, even when she had been left in literal pieces on the basement floor, she still ended up lying next to me by the morning, none the worse for wear. It was as if nothing had happened, like I had never attempted to kill her. Well, beyond the bloody mess and literal crime scene that is left behind. No matter what I do, she never stops staring at me. She never stops watching me with those cold and dead eyes. I wish I'd never asked her to return home. I wish I'd never stared at the ceiling and wished for her to be back in my arms. Because whatever cruel God was listening to me that day, well, they did their worst. I'm unsure of what to say beyond all of this. I've committed so many sins at this point, and my mental health has deteriorated to the point of no return. Every morning, I wake up next to this monster. And the first thing I'm greeted with as soon as my eyes open is the cold and dead stare that has come to haunt my life. My home is a disgusting mess, my life in shambles, and in just a few short days, I've felt like I went from a grieving widower to an absolute madman. I would rather be alone than stuck with whatever hell had been wrought upon me. I do apologize that there was no story for you all to enjoy, and I think at this point, there never will be again, at least not here. This was my confession to you all. A confession that something happened that morning a little while back, and none of you noticed it. That day, that painful day, that, for whatever reason, decided to start over from that point where she left, was a catalyst, the beginning of my end. After wanting nothing but to have the love of my life back, I now wanted nothing more than to be alone. I thought that, as I wrote this confession, I would start to feel better about things, but no. I think I've made it worse. I think I've simply highlighted that this will not end. This situation will not cease until I do. I am sorry for what I've done, and what I will do. I've been left with no alternatives. Hopefully, the mistakes of my past can be erased. Hopefully, I can undo the atrocities I have committed by taking my own life. And hopefully, just hopefully, I can finally rest and never have to see that face, ever again. When I was about 13 years old, my father and grandfather had finally taken me fishing on the family fishing trip, somewhere off the coast of Western Canada. I remember my grandpa spending a lot of time talking about just the right spot, which turned out to be absolutely beautiful. As it turns out, this had been a very special spot for Grandpa for so long. Since it was mid-March, I think the temperature was around 40 degrees that first day. It was still too cold out to go without proper warm wear, so my dad made sure we were all bundled up pretty well, including my grandpa. After making a huge fuss about taking care of himself, Grandpa told us we needed to grab the tackle from the truck and head down to the water's edge. I remember when we were pulling the tackle out of the camper, there had been a box that I noticed had some dark red round sticks in them, about as long as my forearm. I remember asking my dad what they were, and he glanced at them. 13-year-old me didn't notice the look of surprise in his eyes, but he had said they were road flares and we didn't need them. I accepted that and no longer gave it any further thought, and never saw them again. When we got to the fishing spot, my father immediately started gathering supplies to start a fire. My grandfather and I started getting our fishing rig set up for a slow night of fishing and drinking. I was 13 years old, but my father and grandfather had allowed me a few sips at different holidays. and to this day, I remember it being so disgusting every time. But I acted like it tasted great, just like they did. This fishing trip had been a tradition for my family since long before I was born. My grandmother had always gone with Grandpa and Dad. Even my mom had gone a few times, but she mostly just stayed home with us kids, while the other three would go on the trip. Even though I desperately wanted to go, I had not been allowed to go until I was 13 years old. Sadly, my grandmother had passed away a couple years before that, which left only Dad and Grandpa to go on these trips, and at first, that didn't go very well. I remember the first couple of years after Grandma died were very hard for my grandfather. He had adamantly refused to go on their yearly fishing trip. I can still hear my mom and dad spending countless hours trying to convince my grandfather that Grandma would not like him sitting at home missing her. It had taken a long time to think this over, but he still refused. My father had said something to Grandpa that struck me as odd, but I never asked about it. He had said that we had important work that needs to be done. No matter how much I thought about it, this never made sense to me and confused me for years. Even still, Grandpa refused. And that is when my mom finally came up with the idea that only the men of the family would go on the fishing trip. I could barely contain my excitement because that would finally include me. I begged and begged and begged Grandpa to go, and finally, he caved. On the drive up, Grandpa told me the spot was chosen because it was where he had proposed to Grandma. He said he had proposed after they had taken a long excursion into the wilderness, and then they camped just a few hundred yards away from the water. Since they had been engaged, they had come back to this same spot every year until Grandma had been struck ill with cancer. Even until she died, Grandma had insisted they continue to come on the fishing trip. Finally, it was time to get our lines in the water. I was so freaking excited. We cast our lines out, set the drag, and stood there for a long time, waiting, expecting. Eventually, each of us settled in our seats waiting for their first bite, which Dad said to this point still had not come in the many years they had been fishing here. I looked over at them, Dad and Grandpa, sat there staring out at their lines and into the water, almost like they thought they were going to be able to see the bite coming. Dad had said that it was because it was his first time back since Grandma passed, but as the night grew on, Grandfather started drinking very heavily. While I knew this was out of character for him, Dad had said not to pay him any mind and to let him be. He would be back to normal Grandpa in the morning. So I just tried to stay out of his way as Dad suggested. I pulled out my Game Boy Advance and started playing some game. I don't even remember what game. As it turns out, Grandpa had different plans. After a few minutes and the only sound was the bleeps and bloops from my Game Boy, he got up and looked at me. He smiled and asked if I wanted to hear some stories. Not just any stories though, but stories of the strange and impossible. I shook my head in a hurried agreement as the excitement took over my senses. At the time, I figured he knew I loved those kinds of stories. At that age, my favorite movie ever was The Monster Squad. I had watched it probably 1,000 times in my short life. Then he began telling me stories of Bigfoot and werewolves and vampires and fairies, and the list went on. He was having so much fun recounting the stories he had heard over the years. But one of the stories had been particularly interesting. I remember he had become more somber as he started to tell the story. And this was a long time ago, so I don't recall the exact way he told it. But the quick of it, fishermen and sailors told stories of these creatures that would emerge from the watery depths every few years. Their only goal? To kill humans. They would often lure these people in by playing with the fishing lines to get the unsuspecting to investigate. That is when they would be pulled underwater and slaughtered or drowned. According to Grandpa, this apparently happened just before a major snowstorm. And this wasn't just in Canada, but all over the world. He even told a story of a town on the Amazon River. Yup, the Amazon River, there had been an actual snowstorm, and according to Grandpa, these sea people wiped out the entire town during that storm. At least, this is what he told us, because apparently no one ever made it back alive to tell the tale. And that's what it was, a tale. But Grandfather enjoyed telling it, so my dad and I just sat listening. My interest boiling over listening to the story, while Dad kept an eye on our poles. Before he continued with another story, Grandpa paused to grab another beer, and in that moment, we all heard the familiar sound of line being taken from the reel. We were all shocked. In all of these years, never had there been an actual bite, and while they always half-heartedly tried to catch fish, I was led to expect it was unlikely to happen, so this was truly a shock. My grandfather dropped his freshly opened beer, ran to his pole and grabbed it. He yanked hard to try to set the hook, but the line snapped instantly. My father started laughing at the situation, and even before he could get his second howl of laughter out, another bite. "What the hell?" my dad said in excitement. He ran for his rod and started to crank the reel, but gave it a couple moments before he tried to set the hook. When he did, his deep sea rod almost doubled over on itself. He fought for a few minutes, and then, a sound like a .22 rifle going off, the rod snapped, echoing through the nearby woods. He fell flat on his ass, and my grandpa burst into laughter. Before we could fully appreciate the hilarity of the situation, my reel started singing. I grabbed it immediately and started reeling in line. I struggled hard against the weight of whatever was on the other end, and when I whipped the pole back to set the hook, I felt it sink in. I fought with this beast for at least 20 minutes before my grandfather said, "Give me the pole." I reluctantly handed it over, and he began a frenzy of reeling and yanking back on the pole. And suddenly, it stopped. The weight of this fight had taken Grandfather all the way to the shore, so I thought it had been a good thing that he didn't try to go into the water to keep fighting the fish. Then, after a moment of pause, he tried to readjust his position, when a sudden yank on the pole pulled him forward and off balance. He fell into the water. My dad and I started laughing, but after a few seconds, we realized there was no more movement, no struggle to stand up, and no air bubbles. My father and I then became extremely concerned. It was as if as soon as he went under the water, he disappeared. My dad and I charged into the water where Grandpa had gone under and began dragging our hands beneath the surface, hoping to catch hold of any part of my grandfather. But after searching until our bodies were numb, my father finally pulled me out of the water. "Call the cops," he said firmly. But I started to protest. "I said call the fucking cops," he yelled at me. The anger in his voice was enough to stop any further argument. My father had never yelled at me before. Too much was happening for my tiny mind to keep up. I stood there like a deer caught in headlights, so my dad snatched my phone from my hand and dialed 911. That was 9 years ago. My grandfather's body was never recovered, and we were never able to identify what pulled him in. We mourn him to this day. We had stopped going to that spot for a few years, but eventually, to show our respects, we started returning as a family. Not just the men, but everyone. On one of our trips, I met a beautiful local girl named Kay, who ended up spending some time with us for the first year we returned. She talked about all the great spots to visit and all the spots to avoid. She'd given us her number and said, "Call if you need anything," and looked at me. There was an awkward pause and I said, "Thank you," and we left. Are we not going to talk about how you just blew that cutie off when she was clearly flirting with you?" My mom said to me teasingly. "What are you even talking about? You're too old to understand how we young people flirt, and that," as I looked over my shoulder, "that was not flirting," I said, only half joking, not noticing that my mom had already started dialing on the phone. "Hi, Kay. Yes, I was wondering if you could show us the way." A pause. "That's right, it's been a few years since we've been here, and we would like to make sure we make it there." Another pause. "Great, thank you so much. We'll see you in an hour or so." She hung up the phone and smiled at me. And that is how I met the love of my life. It seems my mom did know what she was talking about after all. We've been married for 3 years now. We love the outdoors and spend a lot of time there, hiking, backpacking, sailing. You get the point. One of our favorite activities is scuba diving. After many long talks about this year's trip to our grandparents' spot, it was decided that we would dive just off the coast so we could see what it was like under there. It was going to be hard, but I felt like if I saw it with my own eyes, I might understand why they were never able to find my grandfather's body. The whole family showed up for this trip. It was my dad, mom, 2 little sisters, their boyfriend and husband, my uncle and his wife, Kay, and myself. It was a large party, so there was a lot of supplies that needed to be lugged back to our camp. Winter was just setting in, and there had been just a small snowfall on the trip up. My parents had been here in worse weather, so we were not bothered. We spent the morning hiking back and forth from the vehicles to the campsite, bringing our supplies. The snow had begun to fall a bit heavier. Still, none of us became too concerned. By the time we got everything to the campsite, the snow had stopped and we were optimistic that it would not continue until after we packed up and left. So we unpacked and started settling in for the stay. That night, while waiting to go to bed, we were gathered around the campfire. I sat on the opposite side of the water as I found the view to be very relaxing. We sat there for a couple hours just talking about Grandma and Grandpa, remembering some of the crazy stories they would tell, and just enjoying the evening, when something down in the water caught my attention. It was only visible for a brief moment, but it looked like a fin followed by a tail. And from this distance, I could tell that this thing was probably as long as I was tall, about 6 feet. I stood up hoping to get a better view, but whatever it was gone. I told everyone about it, and we all watched the water for a while, but no one saw anything. They made fun of me for seeing things, but eventually we decided to call it a night. The following morning, we got up and the temperature was fairly warm for that time of day, about 45 degrees. We had been practicing for a dive like this for a while, so we were already acclimated for the cold water. As we were getting our wetsuits on and gear ready, my uncle came over to tell us the news that a massive storm was coming in later that evening, so we should not spend much time in the water. Kay and I decided that we were still going to attempt our dive. After getting ready, my father took us out a short distance in a little boat, and then we dropped into the water about 50 feet off the shoreline. It was only around 11 a.m., but it appeared that you could see clear to the bottom from the surface. We knew that when you got down there, though, it was going to be dark, so we brought our flashlights just in case we needed them. We slowly sank to the bottom, and even though the water was very clear, we had to turn our lights on about halfway down. Once we reached the bottom, I began to feel very uncomfortable. It wasn't something that I was familiar with, and every once in a while, I could swear I saw a large shadow that seemed out of place. I started looking around, and even with the research I'd done over the years, I could not understand how they had not been able to locate my grandfather's body. I was just only beginning to think this through when again I saw that shadow. Only this time it zipped past me, directly towards my wife, and with impossible speed. I saw my wife's light begin moving through the water, away from me. Stunned for a moment, I watched helplessly as she was pulled further and further away. Finally, I snapped back to my senses. I started desperately chasing the light, as it was now the only thing that I could see in front of me. I didn't notice that it seemed to have slowed a bit, like just enough to keep the light in view. I swam frantically for a few minutes when I noticed the light had come to a stop. I continued another 20 yards or so, and my heart sank as I saw the light resting on the ocean floor. I started to panic and was about to surface when I saw what looked like a cave entrance. With the singular thought of my wife, I swam inside. Only about 15 feet into the cave, I was able to make out a small ledge above me. I swam towards it, and as I was about to reach the ledge, my head unexpectedly emerged from the water. This cave had air inside. It made no sense to me. Before I could think any further, I felt a sharp pain in my leg. It didn't feel like a bite, Just one quick stabbing pain, and then whatever had pierced my leg was yanked away. I yelped in surprise and pulled myself up onto the ledge. The blood was pouring from the piercing wound on my leg and pulling on the rock around me. I quickly backed away from the edge to put some distance between myself and the water in case whatever it was returned. Then, after a few moments, I used my flashlight to look around the small chamber. The ledge was only about 5 feet deep and didn't appear to lead anywhere else. All at once, I remembered that something had taken my wife. I wanted to get back into the water to search for her, but I was terrified. I had no idea what had stabbed my leg, and with nothing around to stop the bleeding, I had no idea how to treat my wound. As full panic mode started to set in, and I felt my sanity start to slip, something flew from the water and landed on the shelf a few feet in front of me. I leaped back in fear, hitting my head on the rock wall, and instantly, I felt the blood start to trickle down the back of my skull. As I raised my hand to the wound, I shone my light onto the mass that had come up out of the water. It laid there, motionless before me. Then I realized, that's my wife. Crying out, I raced forward, pulling her away from the ledge. She was bleeding from everywhere, from so many cut marks on her wetsuit that I could not possibly count them all. She wasn't responding to me, and her eyes were closed. I ripped both of our masks off. Baby, please God, don't let her die. I smacked her face twice in desperation, and she finally stirred. Her eyes fluttered open slowly, and she winced as the pain flooded her senses. After a moment, she laid back down, holding her hand over her chest. I could see blood flowing, but I didn't understand that it was coming from a small puncture wound around her heart. She finally made eye contact with me. She was about to say something when I heard something breach the surface of the water. I looked up and shined my light towards the sound. My mind could not fathom what I was looking at. There in front of me was a head, but not a human head. It had what appeared to be a fin protruding from the crest. Its eyes shone back at me as I held the light on its face. Suddenly, I became aware that there were 3 more heads, just like the first. That is when I recalled my grandfather and his stories of those fishermen and sailors and the creatures they encountered. What did he call them? The name wasn't coming to me. What the fuck did he call them? I said aloud in frustration. Then, like a shock, it hit me. Water nymph. My wife placed her hand on my cheek, pulling me from my thoughts, and I looked down at her, momentarily forgetting those heads were floating just a few feet away in the water. I'm sorry. I didn't expect to fall in love with you. What do you mean, baby? Her eyes closed and her body went limp. No. I cried as I began clumsily beating on her chest, trying to bring her back, but it didn't work. I screamed as another sharp pain exploded in my shoulder. I looked down to see a stick or something embedded in my right shoulder. What the fuck? I asked quietly in disbelief, again not understanding what was happening. And another sharp pain in my left shoulder. I didn't bother looking down because I knew it was going to be the same thing. I looked out at the heads just above the surface of the water. I could see that they were waiting for me to die. My vision began to blur, and I was sure that this was the place I was going to die. So I looked down at my wife. The horror of what I saw pulled me back from the brink. There, in her wetsuit, laying on my lap was one of those things. Her face was now hideous, scaly like a fish, lips drawn back to reveal rows of jagged fang-like teeth. My mind reeled, reaching its limits, not knowing if what I saw was real or some kind of hallucination. At that moment, the shock now fully set in. I pushed the creature off me and stood up. In my haze, I thought I heard booms coming from outside the cave and noticed that the other heads had disappeared, but it didn't matter. I assumed they were still there, waiting to finish what they had started. Numb, I dove into the water without my mask. Though I was certain I wouldn't make it, I began kicking as hard as I could, desperate to escape. I felt the sharp pain in my foot, and this time I felt the tug, like they were trying to fish me back. I fought against the pull, but as my breath started to disappear and my adrenaline faded, I no longer had the will to keep fighting, and for the second time, I was prepared to die. So I stopped struggling. I woke to find myself in a hospital bed, my parents on each side. I stared at them for a long moment, not understanding, not knowing if I had just awoken from a nightmare or a drug-induced hallucination or whatever. I tried to speak, but my throat was so dry. The events now starting to flood my mind like a terrible nightmare from which I still had not awoken. A nightmare in which my wife, Kay, had been murdered. She was murdered by sea people, her people. I just laid my head back and tears started rolling down my face. What a weird-ass dream, I thought at first, but then realized I was sobbing harder the more that it came back to me. If it was a dream, why am I still crying? I wondered. I opened my eyes and both my mom and dad were both watching me with tears streaming down their own faces. "Kay?" I asked. "Oh, honey," my mom said as she stood up and leaned over me, wrapping me in her arms and pulling me in as close as possible in an awkward hug. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Sorry?" I asked, the word echoing in my head. I looked at my dad sitting in his chair, the look of a man who didn't know what to say on his face. "Can you tell us what happened?" he finally asked. "You need to get your story right before the cops come back." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Son, tell me what happened," he said a bit more forcefully, and his face settled into more of a stern look. My mom finally picked herself up off me and sat back down in her chair, wiping her eyes clear of the remaining tears, and her posture straightened, turning to a more serious note. A bit of concern slipped from her eyes and the corner of her mouth. I told my parents about the horrors of what I saw down there. I told them about how I followed them into that god-awful cave, how they had tossed Kay up on the rock in front of me, beaten and bloodied, that she died in my arms. I looked at their faces and couldn't tell if they believed me or not. I paused for a moment to collect my thoughts, and before I could speak again, my dad asked, "Where's her body, son?" At that instant, a question screamed out in my mind. Do they think I killed her? I looked at my mom. "I didn't do it. You know I could never." My mom shook her head. "Shh, we know you didn't do it, honey." Her voice was soft but cold, something I had never heard in her voice before. I looked at my dad. He sat there staring at me for a few moments, not saying anything. And then I saw his shoulders slump just slightly, like he had been trying to hold something back, but realizing that there was no other option than to say what was on his mind, no matter how difficult it might be. I could see it in his eyes, and I could see it in my mom's eyes as well. They knew I was telling the truth. "Son," my dad said slowly, "there's something we need to talk about. It isn't going to be easy to hear, but you need to know." I looked over at my mom, and she sat there looking at me, with eyes waiting for my reaction. "Do you remember when you were younger, your grandfather told us those stories on the first fishing trip?" he asked. "You mean the monster stories? Bigfoot and werewolves? Those dumb stories?" I asked, almost thinking he was about to tell me some big joke. "Yes, but son, one of those stories he told wasn't just some dumb story." He looked hard at me. "In fact, you just experienced one of those dumb stories firsthand." I looked at him confused, and the image of those damn heads on the surface of the water down in the cave came to mind. Those fins, the scales on Kay's face after she died. "Are you saying that those were water nymphs?" I demanded. "Some would call them mermaids or mermen, but yes, that's exactly what those things are." "So you're saying Kay was a..." My voice trailed off. "Kay was a what?" My mother and father almost yelled in an astonished unison. I looked at them in disbelief at the total shock in their faces. "After she died, she turned into one of those things," I said. My father shook his head and hit his own leg with his hand. My mom covered her mouth with her hands and just sat quietly. My dad got up and moved over to the phone and picked it up, dialing furiously at the buttons. He held for a moment and then said, "I need to speak with John. It's important." I could hear someone on the other end, but could not make out what was being said. Dad then continued, "Okay, that sounds good. We'll talk soon." He turned to my mom. "They'll be here tomorrow." "What the hell is going on?" I asked, confused. My dad walked to the door, opened it, and left. The sound of the slam caused me to jump, as if suddenly reminding me of the booms I heard while underwater. The events of the last few minutes completely escaped my mind. Mom, how did I escape? I was sure I was going to die. I said, shaking, as a sob escaped my mouth. Honey, there are things you need to know about our families, both your father's and mine. She looked at me with a sad, worried look. And you need to learn them fast because I am sure the cops will be here soon. But can't we just tell them the truth? I began. No, absolutely not, she said in the harshest tone I had ever heard her speak. Son, this is not a joke, nor is it going to be easy to hear. We tried to keep you away from this, but it appears that will not be the case. Mom, I said, becoming a bit unnerved. Shush, I need you to listen now, she quietly demanded. To start, the booms were sticks of dynamite that were being set off by your father. That is likely why those beasts left you alone. She let a small frown cross her face. But for a very, very long time, during storms of this nature, these mermaids rise from the depths of the sea for one purpose: to kill humans. Us. She shook her head. We don't think it's an attempt to take over the surface, more of a sport, a rite of passage maybe. We are not sure how long this has been happening. They have wiped out entire towns and villages over the years, but the truth is never told. She sighed heavily. At some point, one of your dad's family, several generations back, was in an area when this happened. He had been a military man, so he stood his ground with a sword in hand and managed to survive the storm. For 3 days, he fought them back. Just then, my dad entered the room and sat down, and my mom continued. He had planned on keeping a body so that he could show it to the authorities, but each time he would cut one down, the body would be stolen from under him. Eventually, he had killed enough of them that they decided to leave him alone. My mom looked at my father, and then he continued the story. He tried to tell the authorities what had happened, but of course no one would believe him. Quite the opposite, in fact. They had blamed him for the murder of hundreds of people in the span of 3 days during a storm. They tossed him into jail and sentenced him to death. He took a slow breath and then sighed heavily. He managed to escape, saving his life, and in doing so, sent his entire bloodline down a path of never-ending battles with these beasts. He looked at my mom. Your mom's side of the family came in years later, when he had met another man who had attempted to tell the authorities the same story. But again, none would listen. However, he was lucky to not be blamed for the murders. He then made friends with this other man, and eventually they became close. And one night during a drunken rant, they had made plans to fight these devils, as they called them. Of course, neither of them really knew just how big it would become. And as they married and had kids, the stories were handed down. I could see his face turning red, but not only were the stories handed down, so was the fight. Over time, they developed ways to combat these mermaids, but they could only do so much. It was a different time, so travel and weapons were a different age. My mom was about to continue as she studied my face, and then there was a knock at the door. The door popped open and 2 people entered, 1 man, 1 woman. They looked at my parents. I am Detective Snyder, and this is Detective Rula. We would like a few minutes alone with your son. My parents looked at each other and then at me. My mind was racing from the story my parents had just told me, and I had no idea what to say to the detectives. My mom rested her hand on my leg and squeezed it gently, and her eyes were begging me to do the right thing. Tears began streaming from the corners of my eyes once again. The outrageous story they had told me was almost too much to accept, but I could tell they were telling what they knew to be the truth. And I know I had seen those bastards with my own eyes. At that moment, I had made up my mind to trust my parents, even though it meant lying to the detectives. Son, Detective Rula said, can you tell us what happened out there? I closed my eyes tight for a moment and wiped the tears away. My wife, she's gone. It was dark, so I couldn't see much, the tears streaming more freely again. But I think it was a shark. Reggie couldn't feel his left butt cheek anymore, so he stood up from the large boulder he was sitting on. He let out a low sigh as he scanned the faces of the other 4 men. Arthur was the first to notice and locked eyes with him. Reggie quickly brought his gaze towards the lone lantern in the middle of the makeshift room. The small amount of light coming from it sent shadows all over the uneven walls that were made up from the recent debris and fallen rock. Reggie shuffled around the room as he tried to regain some of the feeling in his hindquarters. "What on earth are you doing?" Mark growled. "My butt's asleep," Reggie snapped. "I'm just trying to get rid of that feeling. You don't have to be a prick." "A prick?" Mark yelled as he leapt to his feet. "You want me to show you a prick?" he rhetorically asked. Arthur and Jasper scrambled up so that they could keep Mark back from actually doing anything to Reggie. Their angered coworker thrashed against their hold for a few seconds before calming down. "Jesus, man." Jasper shook his head. "Why are you acting like this?" "Oh, I don't know," Mark said, finally ripping himself from the grip of the others. "Maybe because of the fact we're trapped down here." His eyes darted between the standing men as he shouted, "We've been stuck down here for days without food or water. There's no telling if anyone will be able to find us in time. And this jerk-off keeps prancing around like an idiot like every 15 minutes. "Oh, whatever," Reggie scoffed. "This is the first time I've gotten up in a while. You're just making up an excuse so you can be a dick to everyone else." "Shut up," a weak voice unevenly yelled. The 4 standing men looked down at the person who had just shouted. Timothy let out a small cough as a silence hung in the air. Reggie could tell that the wound Timothy had suffered during the cave-in was taking its toll. There was probably no way Timothy was going to make it out of there, but Reggie wouldn't be the person to openly say that. "This is ridiculous," Timothy wheezed. "There's no need to fight amongst ourselves." He let out a strained sigh before adding, "We have to work together to have any chance of surviving this." Timothy tried to adjust himself so he was sitting up a little bit more, but he was unsuccessful. He winced in pain as he continued, "We're miners. We don't quit, and we don't give up on each other." "You're right," Reggie quietly agreed. "Whatever," Mark scoffed as he moved to the opposite side of the caved-in room. Reggie watched as Arthur and Jasper calmly sat down next to Timothy. It took a few seconds of contemplation, but Reggie finally moved and knelt down to the direct right of Timothy. "How you holding up?" he asked. Timothy wheezed. "Not as good as I would want to, but I suppose it could be worse." Reggie shook his head in amazement. Even with the piece of broken wood stuck in his abdomen, Timothy was still staying positive. It was a quality that made him so endearing. Reggie carefully leaned forward to examine Timothy's wound. The area around the piece of wood looked absolutely horrifying. Thanks to them not having anything to disinfect it with, a yellow pus had started to form in the wound. An unpleasant smell also seemed to lightly waft off of it and into the air. If the injury continued to get worse, Reggie feared that Timothy wouldn't last the night. Reggie slowly moved back from examining the wound before sitting down on the ground next to his other 2 co-workers. The men sat there in silence for what seemed like hours, but Reggie had no idea knowing if that was correct. None of them had watches, so there was no way of telling how long they had been trapped in this makeshift prison. They could have already been down here for several days, or only a few hours. Reggie didn't tend to think about it, as the situation was already depressing enough with them being trapped several hundred feet underground. After a few more minutes, Arthur finally broke the silence by groaning, "God, I'm so hungry." He leaned his head against Jasper's shoulder. "I could eat a horse and still have room for dessert." Jasper nodded. "My stomach has never growled like this before. It's getting really bad." "I could definitely go for a steak right now," Reggie longingly added. Mark slowly moved back over towards the group and creepily added, "I'm so hungry." He looked between his work colleagues before adding, "I would do anything for a piece of meat right now." "A piece of meat?" Reggie repeated with a clear bit of worry in his face. "Yeah," Mark nodded, "like a bit of steak or maybe a chicken breast." "Why did you say it like that?" Jasper inquired with a hint of concern. Like what? Mark narrowed his eyes. Jasper looked into Mark's eyes. Why did you have to say piece of meat? Why not say you would do anything for a hamburger or something like that? 'Cause I'm really hungry. Mark raised his voice with each word. The type of meat doesn't matter. I just want something meaty. An uneasy feeling towards Mark started to form inside of Reggie. It was clear that his work colleague was acting a little weird and wasn't completely in his right mind. That knowledge made Reggie a little weary of what Mark had just said. Reggie remembered the story he had come across a few years ago about the trio of miners that found themselves trapped underground in Pennsylvania. When they finally rescued them after several days, there were only 2 men left. It was clear to everyone involved in the rescue what had happened to the third man, but no one was confident enough to come out and say it. As Mark continued to look back and forth between the others, the bad feeling grew exponentially inside of Reggie until he couldn't keep quiet anymore. Reggie opened his mouth and his suspicion came pouring out. Is there something you need to tell us? Mark gave Reggie a confused look as he shook his head. I don't think so, he replied. Oh, I think you do, Reggie said as he started to move his feet under him so he could stand up. Mark let out a light chuckle. No, I don't. Reggie got to his feet and looked Mark in the eyes. Oh, but you do. He took in a deep breath to give him a few extra seconds before he delivered his accusations. You said you would do anything for a piece of meat. Reggie paused and looked at his other colleagues. I only see one source of meat down here. What the hell are you getting at? Mark growled as his demeanor completely changed. I think you know what I'm getting at, Reggie replied as he poked Mark's chest. Mark slapped Reggie's hand away from him and snarled, Get your filthy hands away from me. He flared his nostrils in anger. How dare you? Lay off of him, Reggie, Jasper said as he slowly stood up in anticipation of the fight that was most likely about to start. I will, once he admits what he wants to do, Reggie snapped. I don't know what you're talking about. Mark huffed as he took a step towards Reggie. Yes, you do, Reggie spat out. He glared at Mark before quickly blurting out, You're going to eat us. That's ridiculous, Mark immediately defended himself. I would never kill and eat anyone. That's just disgusting. I'm not a murderer. What about someone who's dead? Arthur quietly asked. What? Mark asked as he brought his gaze down to look at Arthur. You said you would never kill someone and eat them. But what if they were already dead? Arthur tensely inquired. Mark immediately scoffed as he tried to direct his attention away from the question. This is absolutely ridiculous. We've been down here for too long. You're all going mental. Answer the question, Reggie ordered with a fierce look in his eyes. Mark shook his head. Let's be real about this, guys. It makes sense to go through with it. We don't have any food down here, so if push comes to shove, it needs to happen. Why can't you just come out and say it? Jasper said as he tensed his muscles in anticipation of what Mark was going to do. Fine, Mark screamed. I would eat one of you if you were dead. You disgusting animal, Reggie shouted. Don't try to act all high and mighty, Mark growled. Once you're hungry enough, you'll be thinking the same thing. Well, none of us are dying anytime soon, Reggie snapped, so don't get any ideas. I wouldn't say that, Mark replied as his eyes looked down to Timothy. Timothy met Mark's gaze and gasped, Jesus Christ, man. Reggie took advantage of Mark not looking at him and delivered a powerful right hook across his colleague's face. As he watched Mark hit the dirt, Reggie yelled, Stay away from us, you disgusting freak. Mark quickly scrambled to his feet while frantically scanning where everyone was in relation to him. He was on edge now that there was a possibility of them ganging up on him. Mark pointed at Reggie as he took a few cautious steps back. You'll come around, you all will. Just give it time and you'll finally see it my way. Reggie took a step towards Mark while raising his fist and watched as the man scurried towards the opposite side of the cave. While slowly letting out a held breath, Reggie turned back to the other three. He could see the looks of worry on Arthur and Jasper's faces that mirrored how he was feeling inside. Reggie brought his gaze down to Timothy and watched the uneven movement of his colleague's chest. There was no telling how much longer Timothy was going to last, but all indications pointed to him slipping away sooner rather than later. There was one thought going through Reggie's mind as he sat down on the large boulder that Timothy was propped up against. He was going to protect Timothy from Mark at all costs. Reggie would rather die than witness someone he knew be torn apart. He didn't care if Timothy was dead or alive. He wasn't going to allow him to be eaten. The sight of Arthur and Jasper sitting down next to him confirmed that Reggie had two others who felt the same way he did. This was comforting to know as he stared down a future cannibal that sat less than 50 feet from them. Reggie glared at Mark for the first few minutes of his watch over Timothy, but his anger quickly dissipated. It was difficult for him to keep his fury going while his throat burned from the lack of hydration. The men had gone through the last of their canteens a while ago, so now the thirst was starting to set in. Reggie tried to ignore the uncomfortable feeling and focus on guarding Timothy, but he found it more difficult to stay on track as time slowly passed. Things became exponentially harder when his stomach started to growl. Reggie quickly looked at the faces of Arthur and Jasper to see if they had noticed, but it didn't seem like it from their expressions. Taking in a deep breath, Reggie silently prayed that the growling would stop before anyone could hear it. As if taunting him, his stomach immediately stopped with the incriminating noises, which allowed him a brief moment of respite. That was soon negated by the horrible, sharp stabs of hunger that began to rip into the sides of his abdomen. Reggie tried to keep himself sitting properly so Mark wouldn't get any ideas, but the pain soon became too sharp for him to bear. He grabbed his sides with his arms and leaned forward in a feeble attempt to stop the horrible sensation. Reggie felt a pair of eyes on him and slowly brought his head up to see Mark staring at him while wearing a huge grin. "What the hell are you looking at?" Reggie growled. "I know it's terrible," Mark chuckled. "The hunger pains can be unbearable, but there is a way to stop it." "Shut up," Reggie screamed as he leapt to his feet. Arthur and Jasper scrambled up as well in a reaction to Reggie. "You know what needs to be done," Mark said with a sinister grin on his face as he gestured toward Timothy. Reggie started to take off across the room, but before he could make it very far, Jasper managed to reach out and grab him. Jasper held on with all of his might, which was enough to get Reggie to stop. Jasper calmly whispered to Reggie, "He's not worth it." A sudden sharp pain in the side of Jasper's abdomen caused him to temporarily loosen his grip on Reggie. Mark immediately noticed what had happened and let out an obnoxious cackle. "Is something hurting you too, Jasper?" He laughed. "It's nothing," Jasper grunted through gritted teeth. A loud coughing fit suddenly turned everyone's attention to Timothy, who was uncontrollably hacking. A chill immediately ran up Reggie's spine. He had no doubt that Mark would use Timothy's worsening condition as ammunition for his argument, but that wasn't what was troubling Reggie. More than Mark, he was worried that Jasper and Arthur did not have the same amount of resolve as him. If they were having hunger pains like him, they may not hold out. What if they caved and gave in to their most basic urges? Reggie couldn't help but shudder as Timothy gave one last disgusting wheeze to end his coughing fit. As Timothy brought his hand away from his mouth, Reggie could make out the tiny droplets of blood that covered his colleague's fingers. He slowly turned his head towards Jasper to witness the wide-eyed expression across his face. There was no denying it now. Timothy was going to die soon. Reggie couldn't help but think of the horrible pain that Timothy was in. For a brief moment, the notion that Reggie could help his injured acquaintance by ending his suffering flashed through his mind. Quickly, Reggie stripped that idea from his thoughts as a wave of shame bubbled up inside him. He scanned the faces of Jasper and Arthur to find their expressions hid light traces of doubt on them. "It needs to be done," Mark called out. "You all can see that he is in pain." "I can speak for myself," Timothy wheezed out before launching into another coughing fit. "I don't think so," Mark laughed as he took a few steps towards the group. "You can barely breathe, let alone talk." "I've had it," Reggie screamed as rage suddenly took over the brief sensation of shame inside him. He charged straight at Mark and threw a punch at him. To Reggie's surprise, Mark was able to dodge the attack rather clumsily by taking a quick step back. In the process, Mark managed to trip over his other foot and fell on the ground. Reggie couldn't help but smile as he brought his fist back in anticipation of delivering a heavy blow. Before Reggie could strike, he heard the sound of a thump coming from behind him. He glanced at Mark's face to see that his gaze had shifted off of Reggie and was instead looking towards Timothy. Reggie followed Mark's line of sight and gasped in horror at what lay before him. Arthur stood over Timothy while holding a semi-large rock. There was a small trickle of blood coming down the left side of Timothy's face. Reggie immediately realized what had happened and raced over. He lowered his shoulder as Arthur raised the rock for another strike and plowed into him full force. Arthur and the rock went falling to the ground, each with a rather noisy thud. Reggie knelt down and examined Timothy to find that he was still breathing, though it was more of a faint gasp than anything. He looked to his left and locked eyes with Jasper before screaming in anger, "Why did you let him do this?" Jasper stood there in silence before turning his head away from Reggie to quietly reply, "He's suffering." "Because Arthur hit him over the head with the rock," Reggie screamed. "Reggie!" Jasper snapped before immediately getting quiet again. He took in a deep breath. He can barely breathe and his infection keeps getting worse. Jasper looked at Reggie. There's no way he's making it out of here, so we should help end his pain. Reggie did another quick examination of Timothy. His colleague's eyes were closed while the body randomly spasmed every few seconds. Even though the hit hadn't killed Timothy, it certainly did some damage. A horrible feeling spread through Reggie as he realized that Timothy's fate was now placed into his hands. He could fight off the other three to keep Timothy clinging to life for a little while longer, or he could relent and let the others finish this horrible plan. Reggie felt a wave of bile travel up his throat while he tried to decide what to do. It took everything to keep from vomiting onto the floor. He dug deep and suppressed the bile before slowly rising to his feet. Reggie could tell that the others were anxiously watching him to see what decision he would make. Deep inside, Reggie knew what needed to be done, but he absolutely did not want to do it. With a final sigh of resignation, Reggie took a step to the side and opened up Timothy to be taken care of. Reggie noticed Arthur cautiously stepping towards Timothy with the rock in hand, and he quickly snapped his fingers. He stared down Arthur before solemnly saying, "I'm not going to stop you, but you need to know that you killed him." Reggie shook his head in disgust as he looked between Jasper and Arthur. "You gave in to Mark's insanity," he spat, "and that drove you to murder. So do what you need to do, but no, I will never forgive you." Reggie felt Arthur and Jasper stare at him as he walked forward a few steps with his back turned to them. He looked ahead to the wall and waited for the gruesome deed to be finished. Several agonizing moments passed without a sound. It was long enough that Reggie was just about to turn around when the noise of something hard smacking against bone with enough force to crack it filled the room. Reggie couldn't help but shudder in disgust as his mind played out its own reenactment of the carnage that had just occurred behind him. Taking in a deep breath, Reggie slowly turned to see the aftermath of what had just happened. Upon first glance of Timothy, he immediately noticed the blood now freely flowing from the top of his head. The liquid poured out of the noticeable divot that had been made in the skull. Reggie looked towards Arthur and locked eyes with him for a moment. His colleague immediately dropped the rock from his hands, while a look of complete shame spread across his face. One look at Jasper, and Reggie could see that he too was already remorseful of his actions, or rather inactions. Reggie didn't say a word to them. Instead, he moved to where he could place his back against the wall directly across from Jasper and Arthur. He slowly lowered himself to where he was sitting on the ground. All the while, he kept a close eye on the two. Reggie looked at Timothy's now deceased body and made a silent promise to himself. He was going to keep a watchful eye on the other three to make sure they didn't desecrate the body. It was clear to him that Jasper and Arthur had already sunk to murder. It wouldn't be too long before they ventured into other horrific acts. The duty of keeping Timothy's body intact fell on him and him alone. "Rest in peace," Mark callously said. His wanting eyes stayed focused on Timothy while his mouth hung open. "May God rest his soul," he quickly added before saying, "He's certainly dead now. Every last bit of him. He certainly doesn't have any use for his body anymore. No! Reggie screamed. He stared down Mark with a furious glare that immediately made the ravenous man back up a few feet. No one is going to touch that body, Reggie snarled. He brought his focus towards Arthur and Jasper. Do I make myself clear? Jasper gave a small nod while Arthur just stared at Reggie. After a few seconds, Arthur nodded as well, and Reggie relaxed his body just a tiny bit. He folded his arms as it felt a tad more comfortable as he began to watch over Timothy's corpse. It was an incredibly boring process, and it was one that seemed to take its toll on him. Only a few minutes had passed before Reggie's stomach started to growl. He wrapped his arm around his sides in anticipation of the hunger pains that would soon follow, but he didn't take his gaze off the body. The hours ticked by in a slow and unbearable manner. No one had a watch, so there was no way of keeping track of time. But Reggie estimated they were coming up on 4 days of being trapped in an underground hellhole. His throat was incredibly dry at all times, enough so that he found himself desperately trying to accumulate spit in his mouth so he could swallow it and have some relief for his esophagus. Though if he had to be honest, the worst part of it was the hunger. It continued to gnaw at his sides at all times, making it unbearable to do something as simple as sit. Despite all the agonizing things that were plaguing him, Reggie continued to not lose his resolve. He kept an ever-vigilant eye on Timothy's body at all times while the others watched him in turn. Reggie knew he was at a disadvantage, as the others were able to take shifts keeping a watchful eye. While one was keeping tabs on Reggie, the others were able to sleep. The unfortunate lack of rest was truly starting to catch up to Reggie. He found his head begging to be lowered, even though the voice in his head told him not to. Thankfully, he was always able to jerk it back up. But that was becoming more difficult to do with each time it happened. Having a little trouble staying awake there? Mark smugly commented. Shut up. Reggie angrily mumbled as he felt his eyelids growing heavy. Go ahead. Mark gestured to the ground. Lay down, take a nap, you've earned it. Reggie shook his head. No way am I falling asleep so you can do whatever you want. You'll probably kill me if you get the chance. Mark smirked as he shook his head. I already told you, I'm not a murderer. Reggie fought as hard as he could to keep his eyes open, but he could tell that it was a losing battle. His right eye was barely even half open, and it seemed like it was staying that way. He tried to think of something to say to Mark, but his brain was completely failing him. All light in the room suddenly started to fade as it was too late for Reggie to realize that he had shut his eyes. There was no fighting it now, as he drifted off to sleep. The smell was the thing that started to rouse him from his slumber. It was the unmistakable aroma of cooked meat that filled the caved-in room. As Reggie slowly began to bring himself towards consciousness, the hunger pains increased exponentially. Reggie opened his eyes to stare up at the structurally unsound ceiling while the pain in his abdomen was absolutely unbearable. He desperately grabbed for his sides as he tried to stop the hurt that had him holding back tears. Mere moments after clenching his sides, the smell began to overwhelm Reggie, and he suddenly realized what it was. He sprang up to a sitting position and stared towards the middle of the room in horror. A fire had been built using bits of cloth and several pieces of wood taken from the broken supports that had been scattered around the room after the collapse. The other three sat around the fire, eagerly ripping into their meal. Reggie could easily hear the sound of flesh being ripped from bone. Despite him knowing exactly what they were eating, even though he knew he should be absolutely disgusted, Reggie couldn't stop from licking his lips. The aroma combined with the hunger pains made the meal seem so enticing. Reggie scrambled to his feet while still holding his sides and tentatively took a few steps toward the others. What have you done? He said in an accusatory manner. What needed to be done to survive? Mark grunted with a mouthful of the forbidden meat. Reggie stared down at the two long appendages that were held just above the flames. He knew that he should move away from the carnage, but his legs wouldn't do so. After several moments of Reggie simply standing there, Arthur pointed to the meal. There's no need to fight it anymore, Reggie, he said with light encouragement. We're all doing it. We'll all be in the same boat. Jasper chimed in. Don't let yourself wither away because of a taboo. You have to do what needs to be done to survive. Reggie stared at the meat for a few more moments before finally falling onto his knees. He picked up one of the appendages and grabbed a chunk of meat in between his fingers. Reggie ripped it from the rest of the limb and eagerly dug into it. The horrible pains that had wreaked havoc on his insides almost immediately ceased. He continued to scarf down the unholy meal as a few tears ran down his cheeks. "This is the only way," he repeated to himself. It didn't do much to help as he found himself feeling a new wave of guilt as Reggie realized he was actually enjoying the taste. All the same, he continued to frantically feast with the others, not noticing the sound of a faint clinking growing louder. Suddenly, there was a blast against the back wall of their prison. Reggie barely noticed it as he slowly glanced over his shoulder for a brief moment to notice a sizable hole that had been blown in the rock. The urge for him to satisfy his hunger made it so that he didn't register what the hole meant. In fact, none of the trapped four noticed as a group of several men in protective gear entered the room. One of the new men spotted the group and took a few steps towards them. "Thank God we found you," he loudly announced. After a few seconds of the four seemingly ignoring him, he started to walk towards them while reiterating, "We're here to rescue." The lead rescuer's eyes looked to the wall located past the makeshift fire, where he easily spotted the dismembered body of Timothy. "Oh my God!" he loudly cried in terror and disgust. Reggie finally registered that someone was there. His eyes looked down at the piece of flesh in his hands in abject horror. His hands trembled as he let the meat fall from his grasp. Reggie slowly stood and turned towards the rescuers. He could easily see the look of terror and disgust that filled their faces. It was the same look he had given Mark just days earlier for even suggesting the idea of eating human remains. "It's not what you think," he desperately said. Yet as Reggie looked between the faces of the rescuers, he could tell there was no way he was going to convince them otherwise. He wasn't better than his comrades, and now he was nothing more than a cannibal. Warning: this story contains descriptions of sexual assault and homicide. Viewer discretion is advised. Greetings. Welcome to the Sweet Mercy web auction. I hope everyone is having a wonderful night or day, depending on your time zone. Thank you for joining us. Please do not be alarmed by our costumes. It's important to conceal our identities in order to continue helping good people like yourselves. Here at Sweet Mercy, we know you've been through hell, and I won't waste your time by beating around the bush. Our product is killers. Our goal is to provide a semblance of closure to families who have suffered the ultimate tragedy. When a murderer is released on a technicality or police drop the ball, that's where we come in. Our investigators confirm the accused is guilty. Our extraction team transports them to one of our secure facilities. We eliminate the risk of unanswered questions by ensuring full, legitimate confessions are made beforehand. But don't take my word for it. The complete series of interrogations is available for download at no cost to our special guests. They make fantastic therapy aids. Now, let me give you a quick rundown on the site navigation. Obviously, our main video feed is in the center. The row of blue boxes beneath you are guests, and the green row above it features an equal number of our returning benefactors. On the right-hand side of your screen is where the bidding history will appear. And on the left, you'll see tonight's product along with his background information. He can see and hears too. We find many guests wish to confront them directly. We understand most of you are unable to afford the auction, but we believe the victim's family have a right to be here. Not only will each of you have free access to the winning benefactor's live feed Saturday night, one lucky family will even be allowed to participate. Ah, that got you sitting a little straighter. You will each have a chance to tell us your story, and at the end there will be a short break while the benefactors choose who they wish to sponsor. If your benefactor has the highest bid, you get to visit our operation in person, pun absolutely intended. Tonight, we have 34-year-old Carl Anthony Bateman. He was born in Boston, had an abusive childhood until leaving home at 17, and has been a burden on society ever since. Between June and December of 2019, he brutally attacked 4 women. tonight, 2 of those 4 women have families here to confront their killer. Our third guest actually survived her terrifying ordeal. Bateman's first victim was Julie Edwards. She had just finished her sophomore year of college. Benefactors, let's hear what her parents have to say. Helen, Lawrence, you may begin when ready.
Hello. I won't pretend to understand any of this dark web mumbo. It took us 4 hours just to get this weird browser working. Last month, if someone had told me I'd be sitting on this thing, bawling my story out to people wearing tribal masks, well, shit, just listen to that sentence. But it's worth every second to see that sorry sumbitch get his. Looks like he's had a rough go of it. And we thank you for that. We thought your invitation was a scam. It sounds like a plot twist to some twisted movie, but I wouldn't know how to tell one way or another. It certainly looked real, and right now maybe that's enough, so long as you aren't asking for money. I don't think Helen is up to saying very much, but I can speak for the both of us when it comes to seeing that bastard pay. I'm glad he's watching. Do you have anything to say, Bateman? No? I didn't think so. Hell, I wanted you taken alive so I could say something to you in court. But this is even better. Late at night, when we wish we had died with our baby, your suffering is what will lull us to sleep. And I'd love to be the one making you pay. We're from Tennessee. Julie was in Boston for college. We wanted her to come home for the summer, but she wanted to work and rent an apartment with one of her friends. Her roommate, Aaron, was with her for part of that last night. June 14th, 2019 was a Friday. They'd gone to some bar with a few other girls. Apparently they went there pretty often. Their Instagram things were full of the place. As the night went on, Julie's so-called friends left with various boys, and no one felt the need to make sure my daughter got home safely. I suppose that's where this shitbag saw her.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but according to our interrogations, you were misinformed on that detail. By Mr. Bateman's own admission, he first saw Miss Julie leaving campus 2 weeks prior to the night in question.
Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Those detectives certainly weren't right about much. They couldn't even collect the goddamn evidence without contaminating our only chance of finding the bastard. I imagine we've been told plenty of easy answers. Why should police work for the truth when it's usually the same story anyway? They don't care what really happened. They only care what time they go home at night. I'm sorry if that ruffles any feathers. I know there's good ones out there. But none of them were working Julie's case. That much is certain. It was past midnight when cameras showed Jules leaving the bar. She preferred walking. Her apartment was only a few blocks away, though I suppose that part don't matter if he already knew where she lived. The police said there was no forced entry. Do you know how he got inside, sir?
He was able to make a copy of her key. Bateman entered the apartment shortly after their departure and hid in the coat closet. It was his third time doing so, but Ms. Edwards wasn't alone when she returned on the previous occasions. Once everyone was asleep, he was able to leave undetected.
Sick piece of shit. How can you be sure he was telling the truth?
Oh, he started with plenty of lies. They all do. Most information gathered during the torture is false, but we've perfected our technique. While yes, our guests enjoy seeing them suffer, it also breaks their spirits so they're easier to manipulate when the real interrogations begin. We spare no expense to create a believable environment for the product to think. Well, I'm not allowed to say that part. You've probably seen a version of Truth Serum on TV, but real life is a little different. Very specific conditions must be met for reliable results. We have a wonderful team of psychologists and physicians who explain it much more elegantly in the full video. And at the end, they present you with a full, factual report. I assure you, Mr. Edwards, I would never repeat anything that was less than 100% certain.
I think I understood most of that. So far, you've been more reliable than the police anyway. I'm sure we'll be watching that video as soon as this is over. But as for what happened next, I don't know if I can. Julie was just such a sweet girl. Why her? Huh? Bastard? Why her? The autopsy report paints a detailed picture, but I'm starting to realize I didn't know as much as I thought. I'm not sure if I can handle more, but I owe it to my baby to listen. She didn't deserve this, and she sure as shit didn't deserve to die alone. I want everyone to know what this pile of human waste did to get his rocks off. If it were up to me, I'd make him feel exactly what his victims felt, step by step, stopping just before it killed him so I could do it over and over. Yeah, I like the sound of that. It wasn't enough. You blindsided her and tied her up. No, you had to go the extra mile. She wasn't going to wear that costume voluntarily, certainly not for you. We were eventually told she was dressed like a character from a kid's show called Sailor Moon. For some reason, I felt compelled to look it up, and it left me even more confused. Apparently, it's common to sexualize cartoon characters. What the hell is wrong with people? I saw something titled SpongeBob Squirt Pants. I don't care what consenting adults do to get their jollies, but you can't tell me kids don't see that stuff. He strangled her when it was over. The bonds on her wrists and ankles tore her skin as she struggled to... I'm sorry, I can't. Can you, since you know more than us anyway, can you please just tell us what really happened that night?
Yes, sir, I can. Minutes after she returned home, a call from Aaron was placed on speaker while Julie stood only a few feet from the coat closet where Bateman was hiding. He would have figured it out anyway, but their conversation confirmed your daughter would be alone for the night. Approximately 30 minutes later, the strip of light beneath the door went dark, and Bateman waited a few minutes longer before quietly emerging from the closet. The apartment was dark except for a soft yellow glow at the end of the hallway, and music could be heard playing over the sound of running water. Julie didn't hear the bathroom door open, and she didn't see the shadow growing on the shower curtain. She only noticed Bateman's presence when the curtain was violently ripped away. He left her no chance to react. As she opened her mouth to scream, he stepped forward, punching her across the jaw. Her head snapped backwards, impacting the tiles as she fell and leaving her unconscious. Bateman moved her to the bed before quickly dressing her as Sailor Moon, before binding her hands and feet. The costume was purchased specifically for this occasion, and he took the time to style Julie's long blonde hair in the character's likeness. She regained consciousness before his work was done, but she was unable to move due to the restraints. He ignored her cries until finished. Then, he gave her the same two options he would later present to his future victims: play along and live, or try and escape and die. Julie was unfamiliar with Sailor Moon, but seeing as it was her only chance of survival, she chose to play along. In the first scene, Bateman chose the role of Prince Demondo for himself as...
Wait, I don't know if we can hear that part right now. We can't. After that, the autopsy listed her cause of death as asphyxiation. Is that accurate? Did he force her to live through all of those horrible things only to choke her in the end?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Ms. Edwards was subjected to various role-playing scenarios for several hours before being strangled during the final act.
I want to make that monster bleed. Every single night, I dream of doing hideous, unspeakable things to him. And I'm disgusted by what he's turned me into. You people have already given us more than we dared hope for. I don't know what these other folks have been through, but even if we don't get to be there in person, what you've done for us is more than enough. From the bottom of our broken and battered hearts, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards. We know it isn't easy to hear these things, especially from strangers, but you're among people who understand this pain all too well. Each and every member of our team has been affected in a similar way. We take this work very seriously, and our main goal is to provide some semblance of comfort during these difficult times. Whether you find peace in knowing this man will never hurt another soul, or simply in his harsh punishment, makes no difference. We all grieve differently and heal at our own pace. Benefactors, are you ready to hear from our second guest? After committing his first murder, Bateman was overcome with paranoia, but when no detectives appeared at his door over the following weeks, that paranoia slowly turned into confidence. Then, on October 2nd, 2019, he decided to do it again. This time, his victim was 19-year-old Natalie Laird. Tonight, her father and two brothers are here with us. Mr. Laird, you may begin when ready.
Dad? Hey everyone, I'm Jason. This is my brother Tony. I don't think Dad is as ready as he thought. Is it alright if I ask a question instead? Thanks. I want to believe this is real, but how do we know that's a live feed on Bateman? Or that you guys even have him? He hasn't reacted to anything that's been said. I want to see him hold up 4 fingers without any camera glitches. Well?
Mr. Bateman, we warned you about this. This young man is speaking to you. Have it your way. Frank, 1 second contact, please. My apologies, Mr. Laird. Carl's microphone is muted, but the person you see entering our room is head of our security, and the device in his hand is a cattle prod. I'm sure Mr. Bateman will be more amenable to your request momentarily. Ah, yes, 4 fingers. Is that satisfactory, or would you like him to sit up and look at the camera? Please, don't hesitate to ask. We understand your skepticism completely, and we're happy to oblige any reasonable request to put your mind at ease.
No, sir. I think that does it. Thank you. So, you're saying if we talk about what happened to Nat, one of those rich people might decide to bid on our behalf? Yeah, I think I can see what you're doing. But everything else aside, our concern is knowing he can't hurt anyone else. Beyond that, he deserves whatever he gets. Natalie was a private person, though she wouldn't want everyone knowing what that bastard put her through. I know the details are all on the download anyway, but we haven't decided if we're going to watch it, or which parts we'll watch if we do. We would appreciate it if you didn't recount Nat's final moments here as well. I'll live with what I saw for the rest of my life, and despite how they feel right now, I don't want my father or brother to be plagued by the same images.
Absolutely, sir. That is entirely at your discretion, though you must never blame yourselves for the actions of a monster. You're a very bright, well-spoken young man, and I'm sure you have great things ahead. Thank you for your time. With reports of a second murder, warnings of the cosplay killer flooded local news networks, but his identity remained a mystery. Then, on the morning of November 4th, Vanessa Jordan's body was discovered by her boyfriend after failing to appear for a breakfast date. Andrew spoke to CNN saying he wasn't yet aware of the recent killings and struggled to process every aspect of the grueling scene. Though he did not recognize the popular Pokemon character Misty, I'm sure it's a likeness he won't soon forget. His chilling call to 911 is included in our final report. Benefactors, since there is no one here to speak on Vanessa's behalf, we will move on to our third and final guest. She is the only survivor of Mr. Bateman's madness. Please welcome Michelle Perkins.
Hey, you can call me Shelley. I didn't think this would be real either, but there he is. That's a face I'll never forget, even without the red jumpsuit. Look at me, bastard! No, don't glance and turn away. I want you looking right at me for every word of this. I said look at me.
Frank, 2-second contact, please. Excellent. Mr. Bateman, next time it will be 3 seconds. My apologies, Ms. Perkins. Please, continue.
Oh, I don't mind a bit. Feel free to zap him anytime he looks away. If you people want a story in exchange for a chance to do it myself, fine by me. I'm glad the Liards don't want to go. And I'm sorry to Mr. Edwards, but nobody deserves this more than I do. The first time I saw Bateman was when he appeared outside of my sociology class. He got way too close just to compliment my shirt. I suppose the fact it had an Inuyasha shirt on it is relevant. That's another anime, cartoon like Sailor Moon or Pokemon. He said he noticed it before class, like it was normal to wait around for an hour just to compliment a stranger's shirt. I tried to say thanks and walk away, but he followed me. I didn't want him to know which dorm was mine, so I walked to a coffee shop. Thankfully, a few friends from drama club were there. But when I tried to point out my stalker, he was gone. 30 minutes later, we left as a group, and there was still no sign of the psycho. That was a Tuesday. By Friday, I forgot he existed entirely. Midterms were over, and everyone was ready to go home for Christmas break. They were all on edge because of the cosplay killer. If he had have been attacking blondes or looking for a certain type, everyone would have dyed their hair and lived their lives. But no one knew who he would choose next. Julie was blonde like Sailor Moon. Natalie's hair was pink like Sakura's. And Vanessa was a ginger like Misty. Apparently mine is black like Kagomi's. Isn't that right, Carl? Oh, Kagomi is one of the main characters from the Inuyasha cartoon. I'll try to keep those parts simple, even if it kills me to call it a cartoon. This isn't the time for an anime lesson. Anyway, I stayed in that night. Pretending to live alone was nice, and my dorm felt like a safe place. Most people didn't even lock their door, but I always did. I was up late watching YouTube when there was a soft knock at the door. It wasn't uncommon. Plenty of others were staying through the holiday. And college kids aren't known for their love of grocery shopping. I thought one of the stoners was looking for snacks again. The moment I saw that creep's face, I knew I made a terrible mistake. I tried to slam the door, but he pushed back and it hit me hard enough to blur my vision. The struggle was brief. I only remember flashes, but it ended with him beating my head against the hard floor and everything going black. There were no dreams, only oblivion. When I did regain consciousness, it was like waking from a deep sleep until memories of the attack flooded back. My head ached like it was being split in half. As I became more aware, I could hear Bateman moving around, but I didn't want him to know I was awake. Still thinking we were in my dorm, I hoped to make a run for the door. I wish I looked around first. As I tried to rise, I noticed several things at once. We weren't in my dorm. We were in a dingy basement. I was also dressed like a slutty schoolgirl, which is the easiest way to describe Kagomi's costume. And around my ankle was a fuzzy handcuff attached to a metal bar anchored to the concrete floor. The chain was loud, and he heard my movement immediately. He was wearing a red jumpsuit with a large beaded necklace like the Inuyasha character. I've had a hard life, but I'm a survivor. When I saw the sick look in his eyes and that disgusting grin, I made a decision to play along, no matter what. I had hoped my knowledge of the show would allow me to convince him the cuffs were unnecessary. But sadly, serial killers are harder to manipulate than it looks in the movies. But I didn't give up. Oh no, I played along for the worst 3 hours of my existence as he systematically ruined my life and my beloved childhood memory at the same time. It's no surprise this was the only way he could get a woman. He's infinitely more disgusting naked. Thankfully, his whopping 4 inches didn't do much tearing as he assaulted me. That made things much easier. Then, it finally happened. If he wanted to act out one more of the biggest scenes of the series, he had to uncuff me. By then, he was in such a hurry to unlock it. He dropped the key twice in the process. By then, he was in such a hurry to unlock it. He dropped the key twice in the process. It took every ounce of my restraint not to run right then. He was watching me for any sign of defiance, and I knew I would die before I let him get that cuff on me again. Another part of my soul withered as I swallowed my vomit and forced myself to play along for a few more minutes. We were standing with my back against the wall, and within arm's reach, the liquor bottle was still right there where I set it. I bit my lip until it bled to keep from gagging as I waited for him to get lost in the moment. And I ran my fingers through his nasty, oily hair to position my hand as closely to the shelf as possible. As his eyes began to roll back, I grabbed the bottle and brought it down on his head with all my strength. It didn't break. And he didn't fall to the floor like I imagined. He only groaned and staggered a few steps back as he looked at me with the blackest hatred I'd ever seen. I knew how quickly he would catch me if I ran. Instead, I charged at him like a bull and hit him over the head once more. The impact reverberated up my arm to my shoulder, but I hardly felt it. My sole focus was on Bateman. He was on the ground and bleeding, but whether he was really unconscious or faking it, I couldn't be sure. That's when I noticed how close he had fallen to the handcuffs. My heart was beating in my throat as I approached, but somehow I got the cuff on his wrist. He began groaning again as it clicked shut, and I ran from the room without looking back. I didn't notice or care that my only articles of clothing were a see-through blouse and a skimpy green skirt with nothing underneath. My only thought was finding an exit. Had I been thinking clearly, I would have bashed that psycho's brains until only a pile of mush was left. Unfortunately, that didn't occur to me until Bateman was already screaming to be released. By then, I'd reached the top of the basement stairs which led to a dark kitchen. I couldn't see anything. Using the wall as a guide, I began making my way through the strange house until my hand found an open doorway. At the end of the hall, 2 windows let in just enough light to identify the front door. My hands were still shaking as I pulled it open and threw myself on the threshold. Once outside, my hopes were crushed yet again by the sound of footsteps racing up the basement stairs. I shut the door softly as I heard his first infuriated scream. There was just enough starlight to see I was on an abandoned house's creaky porch. I had no clue where I was, and the few other houses also appeared empty. The only car on the street had to be the one Bateman drove, but it was locked. I kept moving further away. I wanted to melt into the darkness and become one with the night. There was less than 50 yards between me and the murder house when a spotlight shined a few feet to my left. I dropped to my stomach and managed to roll behind a tree just as the beam passed by. But he wasn't giving up. Bateman's voice was dripping with malice as he alternated between threatening me with vile, disgusting things or promising to take me home. Any tenuous grip that man had on reality was long gone. He waved the light around in random, jerky motions, leaving me no time to move or check his position without the risk of being seen. I focused on looking for the best direction to run. That's when I noticed space for a culvert that had been dug alongside the road. It was nothing but an overgrown ditch now, but I laid flat and crawled through the tall grass. It was my only chance. When the light passed back the other way, I didn't hesitate. I didn't know what lay at the end of the long, abandoned road, but there was no turning back. In the ditch, I felt like everything had to be okay. I'd come too far to die. Daydreams of returning to that house with police kept me going as my body burned from the itch of 1,000 bug bites in places that already hurt too much to think about. It felt like hours later when I realized the light was gone. But I was still too afraid to leave the ditch. Even at the end when there was nowhere else to crawl, I stayed in place to examine my surroundings. In front of me was a real road with painted lines, and a single light shone in the distance to my left. That's where I headed. Once out of view from that street, I felt safe enough to stand. 2 cars passed by before I made it to those distant lights. I should have flagged them down for help, but I hid from both, convinced it was Bateman. When I finally did make it to the light source, I cried tears of joy to see it was a normal house, and several more were further down the street. Unfortunately, I looked more frightening than the actual psycho. The first house wouldn't even open the door. The next 2 slammed them in my face. And finally, the fourth was kind enough to listen to me through a closed window. She was a little old lady. I can't blame her for being suspicious. But eventually, we were able to come to an agreement. She called 911 while I made myself as small as possible in a dark corner of her porch. Once help was on the way, she felt safe enough to let me inside. It took almost 40 minutes for help to arrive, but when it did, I made sure the police understood exactly which house I escaped from. In my terror, I imagined Bateman was still out there looking for me, but he was gone. I met with a sketch artist, and finally, a week later, they found Bateman. He had no criminal record, but there was no doubt about his guilt. The bastard admitted to it immediately before requesting a lawyer, and you guys know the rest.
Yes, Mr. Bateman would have spent the remainder of his life in a comfortable institution had he not escaped. Clearly, the state of Massachusetts could not be trusted with his care. Unfortunately, they now believe he's dead. Ms. Perkins, thank you for sharing your story with us. I know you're all ready for the main event, so without any further delay, please enjoy this short video while the benefactors make their final decisions. Alright, now that we have a break with our audience, let's see how they feel about tonight's guests. It's astounding how much more people will say when they think they're speaking to a small, intimate group. But that Laird boy might be a little too smart for us, eh? I like him. But it's a good thing you all are the ones actually deciding which guest will get their private meeting. Please turn your attention to the poll and cast your vote now. Who will have the taste of sweet revenge on Saturday? Will it be the grieving parents or the courageous heroine? I don't often choose favorites, but it's hard to when you have a firecracker like Shelley. While the votes are coming in, benefactors, are you ready to hold the auction? For those joining us for the first time, we'll replay the footage for the guest who will think it's happening live. This way, the audience always wins. And we're back. Thank you, guests, for your continued patience, and now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Mr. and Mrs. Edwards, benefactor number 3 is a parent like yourself. they would be honored to bid on your behalf. Laird family, benefactor number 1 saw a bit of their younger self in Jason. Since he has declined the prospect of seeing Mr. Bateman in person, you may potentially choose someone to go in your stead. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Perkins, it's no surprise that benefactor number 2, who once survived a similar attack, is overjoyed to be your sponsor. My only question is, are you ready to start the bidding? Going once, going twice, sold. For $3.5 million to benefactor number 2. Wow, what a roller coaster. Ms. Perkins, pack your bags because we'll be seeing you on Saturday. Well guys, that's it for tonight. But before we go, don't forget to download The Crimes of the Cosplay Killer for just $49.95. Or if you would like to pre-order The Punishment of the Cosplay Killer at the same time, you can add both to your Sweet Mercy collection for a mere $89.95. Those who reserve their copies today will also receive special behind-the-scene footage from Warehouse 66. Hello, Shelley. It's nice to finally meet you in person. So over the last few days, we discussed what you'd like to see happen here, and I think you'll be pleased with the work we've done. Considering we do this full time, we already had most of the items you requested, but the gynecologist chair was a wonderful addition to our collection. We've named it Perkins. I think it's going to be a guest favorite. Oh, watch your step. One of the technicians hasn't finished putting this one together yet. You strap the subject arm to that piece, then you turn the lever to twist. Now that you've seen the theater, let's go get Bateman. I thought you'd like to see his new forever home. And don't worry about the other prisoners. They're here for the same reason, but they are completely harmless. Judging by our recent conversations, I assume you aren't squeamish.
Ha! No, you don't have to worry about... Holy shit, are his eyes gone? Whoa, there's so many of them.
You seem surprised. Most people have the same idea, that it's better to keep them alive. The only problem is, we can't tell the future. What if something happens and they get away? Then we would be responsible for letting these dangerous animals loose into society. That's why we remove their eyes and castrate them before they're even transported to Sweet Mercy Zoo. Even if they were to get out of their cells, they'd have no idea where to go next. Obviously, that doesn't include Carl. We didn't want to be presumptuous. You'll find him exactly as you saw him on the live stream. But we have surgeons standing by in case you need assistance or the subject gets a little too close to death.
That's brilliant. I can't wait to get started.
I love your enthusiasm. You should consider a career with us. We're always looking for people who truly understand the importance of our work, and the pay is marvelous. Just something to think about. Ah, here we are. Mr. Bateman, your date has arrived. This is something that happened to me 10 years ago. Now, take this as you will, but what you're about to read is something I can barely explain myself. Nonetheless, it's something I wish to be told, so bear with me. Just some backstory. My name is Ray, and I was and still am a freelance photographer. I was in my 30s, and I was living in New York around the time when I got the call from Mr. Peters, who said that he was the executor of my father's will. I wanted to hang up right then and there, but this man was just doing his job, despite the fact that it was for my father. My father was the darkest part of my life. In fact, my biggest regret was that I waited until I was 18 to finally escape him. Growing up, I only saw him as someone full of anger and liquor who couldn't keep their fist to himself. My mother had left us when I was around 6 years old, and of course that made everything much worse. I would go to school trying my best to hide the cuts and bruises from the night before, and I'd go home for it to only happen again. He was as meticulous as he was terrifying. No one would ever know what he did to me, and I was too afraid to do anything about it. As I got older, I became more resilient as he got weaker. Years of cigarettes and alcohol had caught up to him, so he switched to more of an emotional abuse, saying that it was my fault that my mom had left. I tried my best to not let his words faze me, but it did. It hurt to hear something like that from my own father, and the doubt and depression he had planted into me. I'd rather have him hit me. Despite his abuse, I tried my hardest in my studies, and when I was finally old enough, I went off to college. I took care of everything myself, and I never looked back. My father had passed away, and as previously stated, Mr. Peters was distributing his assets. He didn't have much, but he had left me a cabin that had been in our family for decades. I was quite taken aback. I hadn't talked to him in over 12 years. I absolutely refused to go to his funeral, but hearing that he actually put me in his will, I was surprised he actually thought of me despite of everything that happened. I thought about it for a moment, but eventually agreed to take it. Worst case scenario, I could sell it and that would be the last part of him I could get rid of. The cabin was deep in the forest of Pennsylvania. I had packed enough for a week and went about it as a mission. I would go to the cabin and check the state that it was in and decide what I would do with it. Maybe get a few nature shots in while I was at it. If I decided to sell, great. If by some chance I wanted to keep it, I guess it wouldn't be that bad. It was a few hours drive from where I was at, and on the way over, my arms and legs began to ache as I thought about my father. He hadn't been on my mind for so long, but as I drove in silence on that long stretch of empty road, memories of him began to flood in. I wish I could say I was happy when I heard the news of him passing. I wish I could say that I felt absolutely nothing at all. But when I heard that he had finally passed, well, I'd be lying if I said my heart didn't ache a bit. He wasn't always horrible. There were blue moon moments when he was sober and kind, but that doesn't excuse what he had done. I shook the thoughts of him from my head and continued the next couple of hours of the drive. When I finally reached the forest, I followed a worn and winding path towards my father's cabin. The skies were filled with dark gray clouds, making the scenery around me look so foreboding. My father used to take me and my mother up here every now and then when he had time off work. He insisted that the fresh air would help my mom, and being out in nature would help me man up. It was early in the afternoon when I finally pulled up to the cabin. It was almost exactly as I remember it though, a bit more weathered and aged. As I got out of the car and walked towards the front porch, an antique rocking chair creaked back and forth while the chill of the autumn air made me shiver. I had to push a shoulder into the door as I opened it. The old wood swung open with more force than intended, and I stumbled inside. I was absolutely awestruck as I stood at the entryway. Looking around the interior of the old cabin, I noticed that it was completely unchanged. As if the last time I was here, time had paused until I returned. The sofa, the decorations, the television, everything was where I remembered it. I walked to the dining room table next to the kitchen and brushed my hand over a smooth surface. Not a speck of dust. Did my father come up here recently? He was never the type of person who would clean up after himself. His home was filled with empty bottles and cigarette butts. I didn't think anything of it. I was thankful I didn't have much to clean up. I slumped into the old floral sofa. My body sank into the cushions. I thought about what I was doing there. I'm not sure why, but I felt a need to come back to this place. This cabin held a lot of memories. It contained history that long surpassed me. My father was so proud to tell us that his great-great-grandfather had built this place with his own 2 hands. Every head of the house would come fix it up and whatnot through the years. I scoffed as I thought about his damn smirk, the same that's placed on my own face. I closed my eyes. The drive must have taken more out of me than I thought. I tilted my head back and began to drift into a short rest. I tried to relax as I took a deep breath of cold, fresh air. I exhaled. or rather tried to exhale. I couldn't let the air out no matter how hard I tried. I felt my throat begin to constrict as if someone was pressing their hands onto it. I tried to move and thrash to try and get up, but my body wouldn't budge. My heart raced as I suffocated, and as I suddenly came to it, I shot up on the couch, gasping in oxygen. I placed my hand onto my throat and felt nothing out of the ordinary. Did I just have a nightmare mixed with some kind of sleep paralysis? I glanced at my watch. A few hours had passed since I got there. I sat back onto the couch and wiped some sweat from my brow. The nightmare really shook me to my core. I looked down and saw my hands were trembling. I gripped them tightly to stop the shaking. I rushed towards the bathroom in the hallway and turned on the hot water at the sink. I watched the steam rise from the water and splashed a handful into my face. I caught my reflection in the mirror and saw that my eyes were pink, and I looked at my neck to see deep purple bruises. 5 small oval bruises on my neck, 1 on my right side and 4 on my left. I lifted my neck to further inspect them, and sure enough, it looked like fingertips were gripped onto my throat. I turned the faucet off and rushed out of the bathroom. I leaned onto the nearest wall to steady myself as a wave of anxiety fell upon me. Memories of my father flashed into my mind. Images of him hitting me and choking me as a child. I took deep breaths while holding my throat, completely afraid of something other than me grasping it. A few minutes had passed until I was fully able to catch my breath. I looked at the bathroom mirror again, and the bruises were still there. Where did they come from? I was sure I was the only one here. Of course, I was the only one here. I was going to be here for a few days. I couldn't allow myself to get spooked over something. I felt sick to my stomach, so I didn't want to eat anything. I walked around through the hallway towards the bedrooms. The cabin was small, with only 2 beds and 1 bathroom, but it was cozy enough. Past the bathroom was a door to the right. I opened it to reveal a small boy's room. There were no decorations, just a twin bed, a dresser, and a desk. A loud thud emanated from the other bedroom, my parents' bedroom. I quickly stepped to it and opened the door to reveal a room with 2 separate beds and a larger dresser. It was as bare as mine. I looked around to find what made the noise, but couldn't find a trace of anything. The room felt so cold goosebumps began to cover my arms. My breath visible as I exhaled, and I saw that the window was wide open. I crept towards the window and placed my hands on it to close it when I noticed something deep in the woods. The figure was peeking from behind a tree. Its neck was completely bent over to an L shape, and it had long, wild hair that hung down. I kept my eyes focused on it, and I held a scream. It wasn't moving. It just hung its neck in that bent position as its hair swayed in the wind. They lost and needed help? Surely they could see me looking out at them. I gathered some courage and called out to them.
Hello? Are you lost or something?
I yelled. They didn't respond, but before I could ask them something else, they slowly sank behind the tree. I'd be lying if I said that didn't unsettle me, but I just locked the windows and double-checked all the doors. I just pushed it to the corner of my mind, thinking it was just someone being a creep. I was getting tired, the time had flown by, and night fell upon me and the cabin. I slipped into my old childhood room. The sofa and my parents' bedrooms were out of the question. I lied on the lumpy twin bed and looked out the window. There was no light whatsoever, and it was so quiet. I closed my eyes tightly, trying to drift asleep, but I felt so uncomfortable. That's when I heard something making a clicking sound. I looked towards the direction of my window and I heard it slowly opening. The sound of wood scraping pierced the silence of the night, and I jolted up. "Who's there?" I called out into the darkness, and I heard a low, cracked inhale from beyond the window. Whatever was outside exhaled, and as it did, I could hear something breaking, like someone cracking a bundle of twigs. I didn't know what else to do. The only options I had were to run or to fight, so I jumped off the bed and ran towards the front door. I had left the keys on the dining room table, so I could do everything in one swift motion. I had run right out of the bedroom and made a direct shot towards the keys, but they were gone. I got onto my heels for a sudden stop and looked frantically for my keys. I heard something thudding from behind me, and I saw the figure again. I turned to see the figure peering at me with its head bent from behind the entryway of my bedroom, its hair slumped down. It was close enough that despite being consumed by shadow, I could make out that it was a womanly figure. Its hand slowly came around from the doorway, and it clutched onto the wooden walls of the cabin. Its arms were long and had multiple joints in them that popped as it reached towards me. Its hands had long fingertips that extended with broken pieces of nail. I fell backward onto my ass as the figure's hand swiped at me. I shuffled backwards while keeping my eyes fixed on it. My body began to ache, and I looked at my arms as welts, cuts, and bruises began to form all around them. The welts swelled to burst. Blood began to pour from them. I gave out a scream as the injuries began to spread from my arms to my torso and to my legs. I felt bones within me bend and break as I lay crippled on the floor. Flashes of my father's face appeared in my vision, and I began to convulse. Blood flooded the inside of my mouth, and I began to choke. I tried my best to spit the blood out, but more and more began to drown me from the inside out. The figure was on the floor now. It used its long arms and fingernails to scratch the wood floor and creep its way towards me. That's when I finally noticed her face. I could finally see her hair part from her bent neck as it dragged on the floor. Her face was swollen and bruised and bloodied. I could see the imprints of a hand on her neck, and I could finally see the face of my mother that I hadn't seen in so long. She had one eye that was visible. It was completely bloodshot, but it wasn't staring at me. I slowly tilted my head upwards to see a large and shadowy figure that loomed over me. It had its grip on my neck, and it felt so angry and malicious. I pushed through the pain in my body, the pain within me as well, as I thrashed about. I looked towards my mother, and she reached a broken hand towards me. I picked myself up but slumped onto my knees. The shadowy figure was still over me. I didn't know what else to do but yell, "Leave us alone, you fucking monster," and I heard it fucking laugh. It sounded so inhuman, but at the same time, it was familiar. It was my father's laugh. So I knelt there and shouted at it. I let it know how much of a monster it was. I told him how fucked up he was for doing what he did. All the while, spit and blood splattered from my mouth. I was never really over him, and I could never erase him, but he just stood in front of me while I stood in between him and my mother. I shouted and cried until morning finally came, and when the sunlight crept through the windows, I realized that they were both gone. I finally let everything go, and I crashed into the floor again. I fell unconscious. I fell into a deep sleep, and when I woke up, there was still a bit of light creeping through. I picked up the pieces of myself that were left. I was beaten and bloodied, but I had another urge. Something was calling me. I decided to grab my camera and step outside to take some pictures of the scenery. Whenever I take pictures, it always puts me in the present. I'm able to forget about everything and focus on the here and now. I stepped outside and got my digital camera ready. The sound of the leaves crunching underneath me filled me with nostalgia. As a kid, I would rush into the woods and pretend I was an explorer. That's when I remembered something from when I was a kid. I looked around the trees to find a specific one. It was close to the cabin, and I'm sure it was still there. It took a minute to remember where it was from my memory, but I eventually found a tree with Ray sloppily carved into it. I lifted my camera to focus a shot and snapped a photo. I looked at the small screen and almost dropped my camera. Thankfully, it was around my neck. The photo showed the small, thin tree with the carving, and on the sides were gray-blue fingertips gripped onto the wood. I shot my attention to the tree. I even walked around it, but nothing. I went to the base of the tree, and with my bare and bloodied hands, I began to dig. It took hours, and night came again, but I was in a trance. I didn't want to stop digging. I was sure I had broken some fingers, but I finally felt something smooth deep within the dirt. I took my phone and flashed the light upon a skull. I uncovered the rest and sobbed deeply. I sobbed because I was right and my mother didn't leave me. I called the police and they came with an ambulance. They were shocked to see the state I was in, but I just wanted some medical attention. I didn't return to the cabin for a month, and when I did, I came back with the priest who said he would bless this old place. The cabin had a lot of history, and a dark history, but afterwards it felt lighter. Now to the present day. It's been years and I have a son of my own. One day I'll take him up to the family cabin and fill it with happiness, giving that dark history a bright future. I slowly opened my eyes. Everything I saw blurry and red as warm blood clouded my vision. The icy air bites into my body, and I begin to shake uncontrollably as I lie there atop the snow and broken glass. I slowly lift my body up. Every inch of my being is screaming in agony, a pain so intense that I wish the freezing temperature could numb me. I steady myself as I fully stand up on 2 feet. Thankfully, nothing seems to be broken. I turned around towards my car and I wiped the blood out of my eyes. The headlights were cracked and started to dim. I can hear the clicking of the emergency lights. I wince as the noise begins to echo through my skull. I walk past the wreck. My legs begin to wobble, but I'm able to make it up the frosty incline. The asphalt is black as the night around me, and it feels as if I've been swallowed by darkness. Aside from the faint, white light of the moon above me, I've been in an accident. My head feels like it's about to split open as I try to remember what happened. I'm trying to remember something, anything. Do I have a concussion? I have to remember something. My name. My name is Amy. Yes, that's right. My name is Amy and I'm 22. Everything is slowly beginning to come to me. I'm driving. Well, I was driving to see my parents. I moved. College. I went to college and I was driving home to visit. My heart began to race as I'm slowly able to remember things. My name is Amy. I'm 22 years old and I was driving from my university to see my parents. My dad's been feeling sick and things aren't looking very well. It's right before exams and I've been neglecting sleep to focus on study. When my mom told me about my dad, I dropped everything to go see him. Memories began to flood my mind, the events of what happened flashing before me. I was driving fast. I'm trying to get back home as quickly as possible. I drank some energy drinks, but I still feel so tired. It's night and my windshield is bombarded by snow. Everything is quiet and boring. I'm trying to remember test subjects. I crank up the music, but my eyes feel so heavy, I jolted myself awake as I saw something in front of me. I almost hit her. The world seems to slow down while I push onto the car brakes. As I frantically turn my steering wheel, I can see a woman dressed in all white in front of me. She's beautiful with skin as pale as her clothes, hair dark as midnight. The woman is looking straight at me, right into my soul, and she opens her mouth wide, inhumanly wide, and lets out a high-pitched scream that echoes through the night. I shake myself and I'm back into the present, standing in the middle of the empty road. I can still hear the faint clicking of the car behind me, but it's soon drowned out by a loud screech. A blast of air strikes my body and a flurry of white snow swirls around me. I turn and look around me. The wind sounds high-pitched, as if a woman was screaming. All I can see are trees submerged in shadow, and I jump as another scream can be heard. The woman, is she okay? Did I hit her? I run towards the noise. The screeching becomes louder and louder as I rush into the darkness. It feels as if I've been running forever. How far am I away from the car? The woman's screams are piercing my eardrums. Suddenly, the noise stops and I finally reach the woman in white. She's standing ever so still with her back turned towards me and her raven hair flowing in the wind. I call out and ask if she's okay. Ma'am, are you all right? I'm met with an eerie silence. Even the wind has quietened. My heart begins to beat within my chest so loudly that it begins to feel the awkward silence until I call out to her again. A few seconds pass and she finally makes a noise. Such a sad noise. The woman begins to sob and her shoulders shake up and down. I slowly walked up to her. She must have been cold and afraid, especially being almost hit by a car. I place my hand on top of her shoulder and thoughts creep into my mind. It's so cold out. Why is she in this thin white dress? She stops crying and places her hand on mine. My skin begins to burn. Her hands are colder than anything I've ever felt in my entire life. I take my hand back and stumble a few steps away from her. The woman begins to slowly turn towards me, and I can see her skin become old, gray, and rotten. She slowly opens her mouth wider and wider and wider, revealing a wiggling tongue from a dark abyss. A gust slams into my back as she begins to inhale deeply. We are surrounded by howling winds, and she lets out an earth-shattering scream. My skin feels like it's peeling back off of me as her howl hits my body, and everything begins to ache as an icy chill stabs into me. I don't know what else to do, but I muster all of my courage and all of my remaining strength to turn tail and run. Run as far away as I can from this woman, this monster. I run with all of my might, but I can still feel her behind me, like an avalanche about to crash onto me. She screams again and my ears begin to bleed. My back freezes and I want to give in, but I can't. The only thing that gives me strength is surviving this and seeing my parents, my father. My lungs feel like they are on fire as I breathe in the frosty air, but still, I cannot give up. I see something in the distance. I see the wreckage of my car and I run towards it hoping for something, anything, that would at least help me fend off this monstrosity. I turn around and I see the woman running at me and screaming, but she's on all fours like some kind of beast. My eyes go wide and I look forward. My legs ache, but I can't stop running. I can't let her get me. I have to see my dad. I'm finally near my car and I begin to feel a little hope. At the very least, I can lock myself in there, maybe call for help. I stumble as I go down the snowy hill and I dash towards the driver's side door. I reach toward the car handle. She's right behind me. She's right beside me. I open the car door and I freeze in place. Someone is sitting in the driver's seat. A young girl is sitting in the driver's seat. Her face is covered in broken glass. She's bloodied and she's frozen solid. I'm frozen solid. My mind begins to race as I feel my stomach turn as I see myself dead at the wheel. Tears begin to fill my eyes and the woman creeps closer and closer to me. No, this must be some sort of nightmare. I must be unconscious after the accident. But the woman still creeps closer and closer as she lets out another howling shriek. I cannot let her get me. So I run deeper into the frozen dark woods. I run and I run until I collapse onto the snow. I feel so cold, so cold, so cold, and everything begins to fade to black. I sit there for a moment. I'm being surrounded by an inky darkness until I see a faint white light. I feel so cold, but as I walk slowly towards that light, I begin to feel warm and whole. I begin to get closer to it, but stop. My legs won't go any further as I think of my dad. He's so sick. He needs me. And I fall into the blackness. I slowly open my eyes. Everything I see is blurry and red as warm blood clouds my vision. The icy air bites into my body, and I begin to shake uncontrollably as I lie there atop the snow and broken glass. I slowly lift my body up. Every inch of my being is screaming in agony. A pain so intense that I wish the freezing temperature could numb me. I steady myself as I fully stand up on 2 feet. Thankfully, nothing seems to be broken. I turned around towards my car and I wiped the blood out of my eyes. The headlights were cracked and started to dim. I can hear the clicking of the emergency lights. I wince as the noise begins to echo through my skull. I walk past the wreck. My legs begin to wobble, but I'm able to make it up the frosty incline. The asphalt is black as the night around me, and it feels as if I've been swallowed by darkness. Aside from the faint, white light of the moon above me, I've been in an accident. It's so cold here. It feels like I'm not moving, not living. I live every day going to work and then going home. I need something to stimulate me, to break the monotony, to make me warm. I slowly lift myself from the couch and drag my feet to the bedroom closet. I hear the sound of faint chirping and fluttering wings inside my closet. I crack the door and a few moths emerge. I don't go after them. I don't blame them for trying to find warmth. I crouch down and reach into the hidden spot of my closet, my secret spot. I pull out a box and I begin to shake in excitement as I open it. Inside the box are the things I need to feel warm. My hoodie, my black jeans, my featureless white mask, and my knife. Whenever I put these things on, my body feels a little bit warmer. My heart begins to beat again. But this is just the first step. I step out of my apartment building. The night air chills my bones and I can see my breath as I exhale. I live in a horrible neighborhood in the city, but it's exactly what I wanted. I'm able to blend in easily, like hiding a tree in a forest. It's lively tonight, but the sound of people and cars is a muffled white noise in my ears. It's not the sound I want, not the sound that I crave, the sound that makes my heart race. I go out into the night looking for my next victim. I patrol the local bars and clubs. These are my hunting grounds. I don't particularly go for a certain look. Whenever I choose my prey, it's like I'm drawn to them, drawn to their warmth. It takes a couple of hours, but I finally feel something. She's young, petite, long brown hair. She's wearing a cute green dress. She's alone, smoking a cigarette outside of a bar, looking around to pass the time. As I watch her, I hear the sound of moths chirping. That noise is echoing in my skull. I'm drawn to her as if she is a radiant flame. I want to feel her warmth. The time passes and I keep my eye on her. She has a few more drinks and a couple more cigarettes. She's been alone all night. That's a bit odd. Eventually she starts to leave. My heart starts to beat faster and faster as I follow behind her. The clacking of her high heels on the cement sidewalk echoes through the night. They're drowned out by the sound of fluttering wings in my head. She begins to quicken her pace. Does she finally notice me? I put my mask on. It's hard to keep my breath steady from the excitement. She kicks her heels off and begins to run. Now this really gets me going. I break into the chase. She's running with all of her might, but I'm much faster. I don't reach her immediately. I savor the warmth I feel radiating from her body, her fear. She turns the corner into an alleyway, but I know these streets like the back of my hand. She's going to reach a dead end. I turn the corner and see a pitch black darkness in the alley. The area has long since been abandoned and the streetlights are broken. I can hear her breathing. She's trying to steady them, to silence them. I take my knife out of my pocket and scrape it along the brick building. Is she trying to hide? It's useless. I can feel her. It's useless to hide. She's trying to blend into the darkness, make herself small. We're completely surrounded by darkness. Her breath is trembling. So is mine. I reach down to grab her, and my left hand is gripped onto her throat. God, she feels so warm. Her breathing shifts to choking gasps. She grasps my arm with both of her hands. Suddenly, her grip tightens, and it gets tighter and tighter. My arm, it hurts, and I let go of her neck, but I can't move my arm. I yank and pull, but my arm is completely motionless. I hear her steady her breathing. Then her breathing turns into a cackle. Her laughing is a deep and guttural, and it shifts to a loud, droning chirp. The chirp is surrounding me, like thousands upon thousands of moths flying around me. It's so loud and deafening. Then suddenly I hear a snap. My arm is being crushed underneath a woman's grip. I tried to scream, but as soon as I inhale, it's halted by the woman's shifted grip. My throat is being compressed under her immense strength. I look over to her and I see in her eyes the dark abyss. They're glowing a bright red. I try to resist as I stab my knife into her, but she swats it away. Soon my body is being lifted higher and higher. The sound of large beating wings mixed with the chirping. I'm engulfed by a symphony of moths as I'm being lifted by my throat beyond the towering buildings. The moon shines upon us, and the air is so cold up here, and I finally see her for what she really was. Her mouth opened wide with mandibles. She chirped loudly as her iridescent wings fluttered in the air. The night is so cold, but I can't help but smile. This woman, this thing feels so warm, and I'm drawn to her like a moth to a flame. No idea how to break this gently, so I guess I'll just lay it out there and let you make your own judgments. I'm no monster-slaying wonderkin. I'm not a security guard or a gas station clerk. I'm not the most relatable person on the planet, I guess is what I'm trying to say. In fact, a lot of folks wouldn't really classify me as a person to begin with. I would, but I'm a little biased. I guess I should just pull out the splinter, shouldn't I? I have black hair, light brown skin, hazel eyes, weigh about 80 to 90 pounds, stand about 3'6", and while we are probably shaped the same, about half of me is cloth, plastic, and ceramic. I'm a golem if you want to be nice, or an evil doll if you want to be an asshole about it. There, I said it. Don't get the wrong impression, I'm totally made to kill, but the person who did it, they had a whole lot more rage than talent. They took a hell of a lot of shortcuts, and let's just say I'm less than the perfect killing machine. Optimally, I'd be a new entity, created from scratch with a superhuman intellect, a body that is damn near impossible to destroy, and faultless devotion to the person who created me. As it stands, my entire personality, not memories, is from some poor asshole that got kidnapped and tortured by my psychotic creator. My body is 1/5 a corpse from the same guy, with a durability to match. And honestly, while I have to follow the instructions given, it's to the letter, not the spirit. But while those instructions are beyond fucked up, my unlucky self is in the middle of something worse somehow, I think. See, my mission is to wait in the attic of this house for the next 10 years until a certain family moves in. The creator had a bit more talent with foresight than construction. At that point, I'm to terrorize the child for a couple months, then off him. No occult reason, creator's just an asshole. 3-year-old annoyed her, and that was that. But that is small potatoes compared to what is going on in the place right now. I'm 1 year into my decade-long stint. From what I was told, the house should have stayed empty till then. But a few weeks ago, when I was counting the new spiders in the attic, I heard a lot of banging and scraping coming from downstairs. I couldn't very well go down and see what was happening, so I waited until the wee hours of the night. The majority of the flesh in my body is held in my oversized head. Being that top-heavy, trying to navigate the drop stairs from the attic silently was no easy task. I hate to keep bitching here, but levitation is another thing my creator could have given me, if she decided to put in more than the minimum effort. Sure enough, the house is set up for habitation. Dated pastel furniture, an old tube television, and all kinds of knickknacks instantly tell me I'm walking through the place of an older person. The pile of pornographic VHS tapes tells me it's likely an older man. There are bookshelves, a lot of westerns, but an equal amount of books on the occult, ranging from Cole's bought garbage to a couple I swear I could feel tugging at whatever eldritch shit holds me together. Or maybe it's nerves. For some reason, I get to feel nervous. If I was going to create a murder doll, I'd like to think that I'd just make sure it couldn't get spooked out. Just my opinion though. I stand perfectly still and listen to see if whoever has taken up residence here is woken. I hear nothing, so I make my way to the kitchen. Knives. So many knives. Kitchen knives, hunting knives, combat knives, what look to be ritual knives. Just about anything with an edge and a point is on a magnetic strip, butcher blocks, or just angrily jammed into the counter. As someone who has detachable hands I can replace with knives, when there are enough blades to make me worry, something drastic is going on. I listen for another moment before making my way to the fridge. Slowly, I open the door. The harsh light from within lighting up the room. Nothing. Not an apple, a soda, or a severed human head. Just a discolored, slightly damp-smelling fridge. Not the strangest thing here, but odd. Then I hear it. An extremely soft footstep. Not at the bedroom door like I'd expect. Hearing and sight-wise, I'm pretty immaculate, necessary for my line of work. but about halfway down the stairs. I don't have a heart to skip a beat, but my eyes began to dart around looking for a place to hide. I leave the fridge door open and crab walk up the wall silently, wedging myself in the corner of the ceiling, hoping this person doesn't just turn on the lights. I'm an ambush predator, not a brawler. The guy walks into the room without a sound. I can hear snoring 4 houses away, and this guy is dead silent as he calmly scans the room. He is tall, 6'3" or so, and dressed completely in a Catholic bishop garb. His face is pale and weathered, and his eyes show about as much emotion as mine do. He scans the room like a shark, coasting from corner to corner, abruptly turning, but thankfully not looking up. I can't see his arms, but there is some strange peristaltic motion under his robes. And the longer I am around him, the more I feel dirty. Not that I understand how that is possible without skin, mind you. Eventually, he seems satisfied at the lack of intruders and makes his silent way back to his bedroom. When I'm certain this isn't just a ruse, I scuttle down the wall and back to the attic. I climb to the ceiling and lower the door just enough to squeeze through. I don't sleep, so I spend the next dozen hours running the situation through my head. See, I don't know much about the paranormal beyond my own creation. Hell, I don't know much about many things I don't need to. But I do know that something isn't right here, and in a huge way. When I hear the front door shut and a car pulling out of the driveway, I sneak back out of the attic. The place is much the same during the day, creepy, not so subtly violent, and generally having a ghost hunters meets hoarders vibe. Don't know much about the paranormal, but I know shitty cable shows. Way to prioritize, creator. What I didn't notice last night was the door to the basement. Newly painted in a deep scummy looking black, and having a myriad of locks studding one side. I walk up to it. I can barely hear something on the other side. I don't know what kind of soundproofing this guy has going on, but it must have cost him an arm and a leg. I place my head against the door with a small clink of porcelain. I can barely hear the sound of a person, obviously in distress. I listen as they scream, trying to make out exactly what they are being harmed by. I can't do it, but I have one trick I can play. My head unfolds like a rose, exposing the withered remains of the man's face, skull, and sensory organs that compose me. I'm hit with a stinging rush of input that stuns me for a moment. The head is protective, but also lets me tone down the sensory overload that comes from overclocking the eyes and ears. Suddenly, the voice is crisp and clear.
I've told you everything I know. Just end it. For God's sakes, just end it.
A male voice says, sobbing. There's a wet slithering noise and a violent ripping. The man must still be alive, though, judging by his screams.
Just stop talking, please. Just do that at least.
The man continues as a sudden high-pierced shriek makes me stumble backward, exclaiming shit. Or rather, that's what I wanted to say. My mouth is full of steel-capped pointed fangs, made for combat, not eloquence. The noise I make sounds more like an aggressive fart than English. Before I have time to get fully back to my feet, something throws itself against the door, the lock straining, barely able to hold whatever it is back. I scrambled back to the attic, hoping that whatever that was isn't smart enough to pass on any information. I spend the rest of the day deciding my course of action, and eventually I come to a decision. Likely, I'm going to have to do some screwed up stuff. I don't know if I have a soul, but if I do, my mission in life is going to guarantee it's a pretty shitty eternity regardless of whose religion is right. But maybe I can, I don't know, build some good karma, something. I know I'm what goes bump in the night, but this guy, I'm starting to think he's the fucking boogeyman. So I decide, in a very vague way, to try and do something about this. I've had a full year to get to know every nook and cranny of this house. Every angle of attack, every hiding spot, vent, and hollow wall. I might not be able to tear this guy and his partner, pet, apart, but I can do what I was made to do. Watch, learn, wait, and when the time is right, make these bastards leak. The thought of direct violence sends a surge of excitement and pleasure through me, reminding me I'm not the good thing, just a force of nature pointed in a good direction. My shoulders and hips dislocate as I slide into the vents, hands and feet rotating to let my spider-like fingers and toes propel me through the air vents. I'm silent and I'm quick. I feel more at home in the confines of the vent, more in control. I find myself hoping the bishop hears me. Maybe sticks his head up to investigate. The thought of his face shredding under my teeth, my hands plunging into his back, pushes me forward even quicker. I slow as I get to the basement vents, knowing whatever is down there can hear as good as myself. I can hear it moving though, wet and grating. The image that goes through my mind of what this thing could look like takes some wind out of my sails. I can hear its victim too, no words, just sobbing and gasping from what sounds like a broken jaw. I pause for a moment though as I hear a low chanting. I can't understand the language, but I can feel it gathering power, tugging at me, trying to sweep up whatever animates me into itself. I pull myself to the very edge of the grate. I can see the bishop's arms and the victim, but no sign of the other thing. The victim looks to be in his 20s, white guy, but I'm only guessing. His face and hands are torn to shreds of flesh and gristle, and there is a deep spurting wound in his stomach. He is strapped to a chair with what looks like barbed wire. He tries to raise his head. He tries to struggle, but he is far too gone. The fact this image makes me giddy does nothing for my budding heroism. Then it comes into view. The first thing I see is a deformed, almost cherubic head, skin stretched to its breaking point. Its eyes were little more than elongated slots showcasing angry-looking muscles behind its twitching, bloodshot eyes. Its teeth looked like two solid pieces of sharpened bone, its white tongue sliding, worm-like, over its bleeding, cracked lips. The body was pale, layers of fat and muscle overlapping, making it an opposing wall of flesh as its stubby legs stomped toward the man in the chair. Its arms were long and lean in comparison to the rest of its body, one massive brown claw extending from the middle finger of each. It puts its face inches from the man, the creature's head being almost as large as the man's torso. The bishop begins to chant louder as the monster starts to bring up one of those long brown claws to the man's throat. As the chanting reaches its zenith, the monster plunges the claw in and rips downward, spilling the man's entrails and running that long, dripping tongue over the wound. I can feel pressure in the air as the man's organs start to slide back into his body. A shimmering haze appears around the wound. Once they are back through, the body continues to collapse inward, tearing and splattering till it's a perfect fist-sized sphere of gore. Then, with a torrential amount of blood, viscera, and purple mist, it explodes. And out of that mist steps a second monster, smaller than the first, but still a horror that makes me look like a super Ted. I decide not to push my luck, scuttling back to the attic before I am seen. And that is where I'm at. It was a few days ago. I had to wait till I could get to the late 90s computer this guy owns to... What is this really? I mean, I'm hoping for advice, I guess. Barring that, just to let people know things like him and me exist. Maybe pull a Pinocchio and end up a real boy if I can save a few lives. Who knows? One of you, I hope. So it seems like my advice followed two main lines of thought: Rip and Tear and Home Alone. I've got to say, might seem like the obvious options, but that is only from the outside. The help was appreciated. I'll address some of the things brought up to help you guys be my cutmen and women. Yeah, I'm not really a brawler. I'm no teacup, but in a straight up fight, I don't know how well against demons, I guess we'll call them. As far as upgrades, well, I'll get to that in a bit. But other than that, I'm not sure that works. I don't know if I should be working out or finding an arc welder or what. I guess I'm going to have to do some experiments. Getting outside seems like a good idea. I'm going to be honest though, I have no idea what outside is like. Where I am is one of those things my creator did not feel the need to equip me with. But I guess it's obvious I'm in a residential neighborhood. Maybe garages or something could work. Which brings me to the next point. I do need to figure out more of what is going on. Truth be told, I know a lot more than I can tell you. Creator blocking me from ruining her plan. I tried to put some of this to work. Some success, some failure. Here it goes. My first setback was the lack of access to anything scarier than my teeth and the 4-inch blades I can swap out my hands for. See, the problem isn't that I wasn't well equipped this time. I actually have a regular-sized chest covered in a tarp in the attic where my creator assures me rest all kinds of implements of death tailor-made for me. It's made of a dark, splintered wood, secured with a massive iron lock with no keyhole. Faded, purposely antiqued would be a better word. Paint trying to look jaunty and creepy all at the same time reads Tickle Trunk in large letters on the top. The problem is, the lock has no key. It won't open for me nor anyone else until my mission begins, leaving me in a rather sad situation offense-wise. I rolled over every option I could think of. Reading the books downstairs? No idea if I'd even understand them. Contacting my creator? Not the killing demons type. Physical force? Tried and failed. These are just a few of the ideas I had before I heard the door of the house smash inward a little after midnight. I scuttle into a vent and try to figure out what's going on. I find a good angle from the floor vent and see a new oddity. The door was indeed smashed to splinters inward, steel reinforcements and thick locks twisted and mangled. Standing in the middle of this was a new person who I had no real right to judge based on weirdness as an evil doll, but I was going to anyway. He was a stoutly built guy, mid to late 30s, close to 6 feet, square-jawed and half a dozen nasty scars across his face. His hair was cropped short and he had on a thick brown leather bomber jacket with several hooks and holsters holding various pieces of modified weaponry. A clean white t-shirt and a pair of faded jeans, reinforced with bits of leather and steel, completed his outfit. The strangest thing about this guy, though, was his right leg. It clicked and whirred as he moved, and as I looked close, I could see the hard edges of mechanical parts show through tears in the jeans. Casually, across his left shoulder he held a massive pump-action shotgun, the barrel welded and drilled in an aggressive pointed muzzle. In his right hand, he held a slab of sharpened steel, reminiscent of an oversized cricket bat, a yellow and black danger symbol painted on one side. He holds the shotgun one-handed and fires into the ceiling. The shot makes almost no noise, but the effect is immediate and cacophonous. A piece of the ceiling, the size of a child's pool, explodes upward, raining down plaster and wood. He walks forward with confidence, his right leg gouging and cracking the floor as he walked.
Hey, Padre. I'm here for midnight mass.
The man says, swinging the sword-like object into a wall, in a burst of plaster and sparks as a power line is severed. Faster than I can register, the bishop is at the top of the stairs, a smile that has no effect on his dead eyes spreading across his face.
I was wondering how long it would take the choir boy to find me. 2 decades. That's a little long to hold a grudge, don't you think?
The bishop says, slowly walking to the bottom of the stairs.
This is a long time coming, old man. I've killed a lot of shit worse than you on my way here. I've become more than the result of your little party in the 90s. Choir boy? Asshole. The only thing I'm going to sing is raindrops keep falling on my head as I piss on your corpse.
And with that, the man aims and fires his gun at the bishop. The old man glides back up the stairs in a black blur.
You think you're the first kid with a gun to come after me? You aren't even the funniest.
I notice an accent from the bishop, Dutch maybe. From under his robe, several thick white tentacles begin to snake forth. They are studded with what look to be giant jagged fingernails. He anchors them to the wall and raises his body, swaying and moving like a spider in its own web. The man smiles for a second and throws his shotgun. Somehow, as it spins towards the bishop, it fires 4 times, blowing the 4 tentacles to pieces. He catches it as he charges, slamming it into the bishop's face. The gun, upgraded as it is, stays intact, shattering one of the bishop's eye sockets, the dead orb flying across the hall. A 5th tentacle, easily twice the size of the previous one, slams into the man. He keeps his balance on the short flight down the stairs and lands, sword held at ready.
First round to me there, your worship. Don't worry, though. I've got plenty more for the collection plate.
The guy says with a swagger that gives me hope.
You got me there. Don't worry, though. There won't be a round 4.
The bishop says as he snaps a finger. One of the cherubic things stalks silently from the kitchen. A high-pitched hollow noise. I assume his laughter comes from deep within.
Should have known you'd have something to fight your battles. Couldn't you afford legs for this thing?
The man, who I'm thinking as the hero, says. I notice him flick a switch on the butt of a shotgun before tossing it to the ground. He draws out a bulky submachine gun. A 2-foot chain anchors it to his wrist. The gun is spiked and studded, all its fragile parts scaled up and shielded. He spins it once like a flail and grabs it by the grip, drawing the monster's attention. He looks at the bishop.
Aw, thought you'd like this toy.
He says, shifting his gaze to the monster.
But I got something you are really going to get a kick out of, big fella.
He unleashes a kick that sprays shrapnel toward the beast. It shuts its stretched, massive eyes against the debris, making itself completely vulnerable to the steel, piston-driven leg immediately behind the stinging cloud. Its jaw shatters and it stumbles backward, but the hero keeps his momentum, firing a clip from his machine gun into its chest. Then swinging the firearm in a devastating arc into the top of the creature's head. The pale gray blood sprays and rotten-looking yellow bone is exposed as the monster slams into the kitchen wall. It screams and catches the sword that blurs at his neck. The hero reloads his gun single-handed, using an ingenious little rig that fires another clip point-blank into the creature. It's hurting, but it's not out of the fight. It rips the sword from the hero's hand and unleashes a massive headbutt that sends the man to the ground, his nose a pulped ruin. The monster picks him up single-handed and tosses him back down the hallway, stomping toward him before he has a chance to rise. The man delivers a series of kicks from the ground that stun the beast, bones deep inside his twisted form breaking and splintering. He kicks up with a spray of dust and begins wildly beating the creature with his firearm. He dodges its attack, spinning and slamming the weapon into the thing. But out of nowhere, the creature spins on one arm, catching the hero off guard with a massive backhanded strike. I can almost feel his arm shatter and his ribs break as the wet cracking noise echoed through the hallway. He screams and holds his right arm as he tries to rise. The monster stalks towards him, bloodied and looking on the verge of death itself.
Wait,
the hero says, defeated. The monster lets out a high-pitched chuckle and shakes its shredded head at the hero, expecting some kind of plea for mercy. Instead, the man starts his own laugh.
Just needed a second. Thanks for that.
The hero says as a gyroscopic whining can be heard from the shotgun laying on the floor. It aims itself at the creature and fires over 24 rounds that make the effect of the first few seem petty. The monster explodes apart in wet chunks, defenseless against the torrent of lead and phosphorus. By the time the gun starts dry firing, the demon is nothing more than an ankle-deep pile of gore. The hero stands. He still seems hurt. He's breathing heavy, but is obviously running on endorphins and rage alone.
Looks like we get round 3 after all. I'm feeling it, but not enough to keep from breaking you until dawn.
He starts to limp towards the bishop, picking up his custom sword along the way.
I said, no round 4.
The bishop said before whistling. As the second monster stalks forward from the basement, I realize the first must have been the smaller of the two. It casually bats aside the injured warrior's blade, and to the hero's credit, he stayed conscious for 2 roundhouse blows from the beast.
Take him downstairs. Keep the eyes. I need a new one.
The bishop says, following the monster, hero in tow, downstairs. I have a moment of indecision. Do I go back to the attic or follow them? I make my choice, scuttling my way down to the vents downstairs. The hero is strapped to a thick wooden chair and is in a groggy state of half-consciousness. The massive demon walks over looking to kill the man.
Leave him. We need to replace our losses tonight.
The bishop says, turning around with a device that looks too much like a grapefruit spoon. He walks toward the bound man and gets a face full of bloody saliva for the effort. Slowly, the bishop wipes the fluid from his face, flicking it back towards the hero. The creature masquerading as a man says nothing, simply drops the serrated spoon and continues to walk towards the hero. The valiant man struggles and curses as the bishop slowly moves his face towards the man. His lips stretch out a little too far and seal around the hero's eye socket. With a tearing noise, he sucks the man's eye from his head, seeming to savor it for a moment before spitting it into a pale claw-like hand.
Just squaring us up, fella,
the bishop says, popping the eye into his empty socket. With a couple of slow blinks, it syncs up with his remaining eye.
Now, I get to the fun part.
The bishop grins evil and motions for the demon to come over. It's holding a device that looks like a speculum that got into death metal. 2 black iron rings attached to a thick screw with an oversized crank handle. The demon opens the rings and roughly clamps them closed just above the hero's knee. The man tries to struggle and receives a punch to the stomach from a fist half the size of his torso. The hero's screams vibrate the meat inside my ceramic skull. The demon cranks the handle as the bone splinters, muscle starts to tear, and with a sickening explosive noise, the mechanical leg tears free from the man's body.
Dispose of that,
the bishop says, and immediately the demon begins to slam the leg against the cement floor. Chips of concrete and sparks fly, but there isn't so much as a scratch on the leg. The bishop sighs angrily.
You are really a pain in the ass, aren't you? Where'd you get a hold of something like that? No matter. I've got just the thing.
The bishop leaves. When he returns, he's wheeling in what appears to be a large industrial microwave. Script and symbols are gouged into the fake oak surface. As he brings it into the room, the air feels cold and sterile. The bishop plugs it into the wall with an electronic hum, and the cold, isolated feeling becomes a smothering blanket of negative emotion.
If your dumbass doesn't kill me this time, you are fucking dead, old man,
the hero says petulantly.
Such big words. No, little boy. You get to stay around for a little longer. See, you showed me I need to go a little bigger with my help. And you are the only person that can help me,
the bishop says as he picks up the leg, opening the door of the microwave. It's much too large to fit in, but does all the same. He closes the door, and an eldritch green light begins to glow through the door. The hero looks shocked, though barely conscious.
Well, that takes care of that then.
The twisted old bastard giggles as he removes the leg, now a twisted steaming stump, and drops it to the ground where it shatters like glass. I decided not to push my luck and quickly make my way back into the attic. I'm no genius, but if I'm right, that machine kills magic. The tickle trunk is magic. But what's inside, to the best of my knowledge, isn't. And without the stuff inside, my chances of solving the situation the way I was created to, with violence, is just about zero. If that one-man army couldn't do it, I have no chance. And that is where we are. A little further than before, but what should I do now? Do I try and break the guy out? Seems like he'd be a good ally, even down an eye and a leg. Or should I find a way to go through those books? Chances are, though, it's going to be a while before I can get the tickle trunk open. I think the next thing I will do will involve some supply gathering of a more mundane type. I can't tell if you guys are cold as ice or just looking out for me, but wow, leave the guy? Honestly though, probably the best decision. I was debating on telling you this, but hey, who else can I trust? I wasn't completely honest with you guys in my last post. I did really hope that that guy could take care of this problem, but I had some other feelings about the situation. I don't know why, but watching him get hurt made me giddy, energized, and I have no idea why. Was I a sick bastard before this? Something from my creator? Something else? No idea, but it makes me want to remind folks, essentially I'm a sentient weapon. and I'm somewhat scared I have less control over my actions than I think. Another major development, it's 2020? I know I should have picked up on this earlier, but I typed this stuff randomly late at night, using every sense I have to avoid getting caught. I knew I missed some time, but I was thinking we were in the late 90s by the startup BIOS information in the computer. But 2020? I don't have memories about the guy I was made from, but I do have knowledge of basic world facts and a handful of trivia. This all ends about 93. I have no clue if this means anything, but why such a long gap? Other than the errata, I'll tell you how my little trip outside the home went. If you're pressed for time, the Cliff Notes version is, it was odd. For everyone wondering about the hero, he's still alive. Barely. I spent a couple days trying to write a note or something to slip to him, but God, these hands I have are not made for detail work. Illegible doesn't begin to describe the scrawl I made. So I decided it was time for a little trip outside the house. Some of you had a few good ideas for immediate equipment till I could get the trunk open, and the first step in doing that is a little recon of the area. Luckily, there's an easy way to the roof from the attic, so getting out didn't require too much effort. Getting down was a bit harder, but the old lattice on the back wall held my weight with only minor protest. Looking around though, wow, I'm going to have to explain. My creator has cut corners making me, but has put in enough safeguards to at least make sure I get a chance to get my mission, twisted as it may be, done. What I saw when I looked around were large swaths of my vision taken up, with what looked like massive black infinitely expanding stalactites, stalagmites, and webs of all shapes and sizes, blocking streets, houses, and even just random paths. A competent creator would have been able to give me various extra senses or organs to make sure I wasn't seen or captured. Mine chose a quicker and dirtier route. Those voids represent the lines of sight and hearing of things likely to take umbrage at a sentient doll. They pulse and shift, showing whatever spell is driving them is not very exact, and I physically cannot cross them. I see a moderately clear path to a home I can actually see and decide to make my way there. I make my way there in a series of jerking, non-ergonomic movements, avoiding thin webs of void by ducking, twisting, and contorting myself in ways no human could. As I look into the distance, I notice more and more void until the horizon is just a Vanta black sheet. I'm guessing I have a maximum range of some form. I take a moment to think about how disturbing my movement would look should anyone be able to see me. Not that I'd make a very comforting sight walking in any fashion. I easily climb the fence leading into the backyard. I hear no one in the home and I start to crawl my way up to the garage, hoping to find some tools or a firearm I could take back to begin a stockpile. I must have been too concerned with wedging my way between the lines of sight, as I only noticed the heavy breathing once it was 25 feet away from me. A thick-built bulldog, easily matching my 90 pounds, standing there growling. I have no time to think about the situation as it charges me. I force myself through the void webs as fast as I can, the dog inches behind me, and I almost make it to the fence before it clamps its massive wizard sleeve of a face onto my leg. No meeting there, thankfully. And for all her faults, the creator did give me enough reinforcement to deal with something like this. That being said, leverage, momentum, and I'm guessing steroids are letting it toss me around like a, no pun intended, ragdoll. Intentionally or not, it starts to slam me against the fence. That hurts in a hurry. I feel the shock in all the fleshy parts of me as I'm slammed over and over again into the solid wood. Animal lovers, skip ahead a couple paragraphs. I try and get one of my blades out, but find out they must be more mechanical than mystical. As I get slammed into the wall, the mechanism that retracts them keeps engaging, making them next to useless. So instead, I go caveman, no tools, no mercy. I reach out and sink my ceramic fingers deep into the dog's eye. They might not be made for calligraphy, but they do this kind of work just fine. My momentum tears the eye from its socket and the dog howls in pain, launching me in a high arc over the fence, followed by a thin spray of dog blood and ocular fluid. The void webs hit me as hard as any real obstacle, and I go on a spinning, erratic path, bouncing and tumbling as I land. I try to stop myself, but I'm in a supremely uncontrollable landing, going down a hill judging by the fact that I seem to be gaining speed instead of losing it. I can't get my bearings until I slam to an instant stop against a massive tree. I'm physically fine, but I have no idea where the hell I ended up, besides quite a ways into a scraggly forest. I look around, trying to find a way back to my attic, but between the trees and the void webs, I can see just about nothing past the tree line. I attempt a series of frustrated cursing. It's expressed as a series of gurgles, growls, and clicking noises. I pick a direction and begin to walk, figuring even at my stature, this forest can't be that expansive. The branches and litter are thankfully less of a pain in the ass than the void webs, but being 3 foot something and mostly head doesn't make for an easy time navigating undergrowth. I hear something in the distance, muffled noises, leaves rustling, branches breaking. My original idea is that I found a couple of folks engaged in a semi-public tryst. Thinking to follow them out after their congress, I make my way towards the sound. What I saw was most certainly not folks getting ready to bang. 2 sentient things stand in front of me after a few minutes of walking toward the noises. One is a rather nondescript man, mid-20s, curly hair, and trying his best to scream while being held by the face by a second entity. It stood 9 feet tall, lanky, pale, with clear red claws that would give hunting knives feelings of inadequacy. Its face looks long and featureless at first, but as I look close, its features are just moved significantly low on its face. Eyes starting where a mouth would be, and a thin, massive set of lips starting right below its neck. It wore a torn and faded brown suit that covered maybe half down its limbs, and left vast swaths of its pale flesh exposed. As it moved, it appeared to leave smoke trails, but instead of dissipating, it fell, snow-like to the ground. For some reason, it reminded me of cotton candy.
The hell?
It says in a suitably dark and breathless voice. Its head turns 180 degrees to face me.
For the love of... Are you a golem or a homunculus?
It asks. I fall to the ground doing a perfect imitation of a normal doll, albeit too late.
What? I just watched you do that. I know you're alive.
I stay still for another couple moments, bluffing.
For the record, I'm embarrassed for you.
He finishes. I give in and stand up, brushing myself off.
Golem, I think.
I say, walking over. The man the massive creature is holding starts to scream louder as he sees me enter the already fatal situation.
You think? What kind of answer is that? Is there a chunk of flesh in there? And if so, is it human?
He seemed a little annoyed, but not aggressive. Something hits me.
How did you understand me?
I say, accidentally avoiding his question.
How did I not? You have a bit of a construct accent, but it's English. Seriously though, you have some human chunks in there. Kind of time sensitive here.
He says, gesturing to the man he is holding.
Yeah, brain, eyes, some muscles, about 90 pounds worth.
I say tentatively.
For Christ's sake. Well, first off, that makes you homunculus, not a golem. Which makes what I'm doing here just fucking useless.
The elongated creature puts the man down.
Okay, buddy. You're probably the luckiest person on Earth. You see that little guy? He's just made eating you useless to me. I could kill you, but honestly, it's a time waster at this point. So I'm letting you go. Now, if you get any cute ideas about telling folks about this, or coming after me, I want to show you something that will make you think twice before taking that course of action.
At this point, the suit-wearing thing grabs the man's arm and twists. The bones splinter and pop out at random angles in a burst of fat and blood. The man screams for a second before the creature puts his face inches from his, silencing him by placing one razor-sharp crystalline claw on the man's lips.
You humans have short memories, and chances are after a few months you'd have done something stupid. But remember how this felt, how easily I broke you. But more importantly, after you eat this.
The creature produces an old-looking hard candy in a red and green wrapper.
And your flesh knits itself better than any surgeon could. Remember, that is the least of my power. I don't need to rend you. I could tear your body and soul apart from across the fucking world if you piss me off. Now, run.
It finishes, roughly shoving the man away. The man doesn't look back, and within a few seconds is lost within the forest.
So what brings you out here ruining my dinner? Name's Kaz, by the way.
The creature says, taking a seat on a fallen tree. I know this might not have been the smartest thing to do, but I told him the entire story. As much as I physically could, anyway. He could probably destroy me if he wanted to, and didn't seem too desperate for details, so I figured I could trust him.
Okay. And after all that, your plan is to try and, what? Be some kind of nice guy? Why?
Kaz says, amused and shaking his head.
Why not?
I say as a choking cough.
The fact you literally run on killing innocent folk? See, if you were a golem, you could screw off. Go set up a donut shop in Alaska with the right plan. But you've been given a little more energy than your job requires. But after that, barring some maintenance, you burn out if you don't get some notches on your blade. And in your case, they need to be innocent, and preferably kids.
Kaz lights up a cigarette.
Which is ironic considering the dumbass legend centering around my breed.
I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Besides stature, nothing's stopping me from taking out those things in my house.
I say with unearned confidence.
Someone must have been listening to a podcast when they made you, weren't they? I have no love for malignants, though. That's the big thing that priest is bringing in. What is he? God? No idea. Probably just some try-hard human who is fucking around with the void. But if he thinks he's going to control those things forever, he's an idiot. I don't want to get involved, but I have some advice. The guy in the basement, we call them heroes. They are mysterious, but they tend to have just a little touch of the void themselves. Explains the leg of his, probably made it himself. You want to buff up? Kill him, and kill him slow. And this meeting place for our kind, the flea market. If you can't find something there for pest removal, you didn't bring enough to trade.
He gives me a gold card with an address on it.
Can I ask you for one last favor? A ride home, for lack of a better term?
I say, raising my hands like a toddler. He sighs as he picks me up. We both remain silent as he drops me into the backyard of the house I'm tethered to for the next decade. A quick climb and I'm back into the attic doing my best to remove the dirt, blood, and debris from my clothing. I barely get 5 minutes before I hear the screams of multiple people from the basement. I'm beginning to know every twist and turn of the vents, and am down, silently, and quickly enough to see the giant malignant drag 2 people into the room, where the hero is still tied to the chair, clinging to life. The bishop follows close behind, a massive rotten-toothed grin spreading on his face.
You thought I wouldn't go looking for your backup, kid?
The bishop says, shaking his head. The 2 people look to be in their mid-20s, twin buff guys dressed in camo pants and black shirts. They are badly beaten, but still alive.
We're sorry, man. He came up out of nowhere.
The one on the left says to the hero. The bishop cracks one of his tentacles like a whip, and a massive strip of flesh is flensed from the chest of the twin that spoke.
I'd say, shut up and I'd make this easier. But I won't. Talk again, and I go after that mother of yours and Hammersmith you think is safe. Choir boy, you've been here before, haven't you? 2 friends. You, helpless. Me, having the time of my life. But you thought this time would be different. You and your special leg.
The bishop laughs long past the point of humor.
I'm not dead yet.
The hero says, staring at the ground.
But You know what's coming. And that's even better. So, same choice as last time. Do you do it? Or do I?
The bishop slowly draws out the sentence as his rictus grin spreads further than humanly possible.
The same answer as last time. Go fuck yourself. With the side order of you better kill me. You wood boot horse meat eating tulip fucker.
The hero says, his gaze never leaving the floor.
Thought you would have learned by now. Very well. But you get to watch.
The bishop says as the giant malignant walks behind the hero. It yanks his head upwards and with two massive fingers pulls back the hero's eyelids until drops of blood start to drip from the torn sides. The bishop starts to chant in a language that speaks to that eldritch, unnatural part of me as he walks to stand in front of the hero, one of the twins on either side. As he begins to chant louder, I can see horrific, bulbous forms start to strain from within the twin's stomach. They double over, but are held aloft via forces I cannot see. The twins' bones start to snap and deform, creating spines, hooks, and horns. The men are crying at this point, and amazingly, still try to apologize to the hero. Their fluids pool on the floor and start to run in rivets to form twisting, looping symbols that beg me to join in the slaughter. As his chant reaches a crescendo, the bishop rams his hands down the throat of the twins. Jaws buckling, throats tearing, eyes straining to stay in deformed skulls. He yanks his hands backwards, and in a spray of gore and gray swelling mist, both men are violently turned inside out. Their bodies hit the ground with the wet thump of dead flesh. But not for long. Slowly, the twins rise, reborn of horrors of raw muscle and bone shards, leather organs wrapped around them like armor. Their eyes, though, they retain a scared, panic-stricken look.
Same as before, choir boy. You couldn't do it, so I did. And now, not only did you lose 2 friends, I got 2 friends.
The bishop says as the twins move behind him. The massive cherubic malignant lets the hero's head fall. I hear nothing, but I see tears falling as freely as the blood hits the floor. I realize at this point, one of the twins is looking directly at the vent I'm hiding in. I have no idea if it saw me, or could communicate this fact if it did, but I scuttle as fast as possible back to the attic. I'm in no rush to find out. And that leaves me here, a couple days later, with the building anxiety that this happy group kicking in the attic door. A lot to digest, I know, but what do you think? Should I accept my fate to be a killing machine, or should I spit in the face of cold reason? And do I check out this flea market? How much can I trust Kaz? In case anyone is wondering, I'm typing this from the security of the attic with my very first smartphone. Well, it's not mine per se, but it's mine now. That's what's important. Maybe being a bit more relaxed will help me relate myself a bit better. I'd be a fan of that. The past few days, even by my standards, have been just odd and violent, but that part goes without saying. Looks like more and more people are trying to help me out. Much appreciated, as always. Here's a little feedback for you, and a couple of questions. First off, why does everyone seem to know more about this flea market than I do? I'd have thought getting these things firsthand from something that looked like Pumpkinhead's church-going cousin would have put me at an advantage, but you guys seem to know what's up better than I do. I'm going to hazard a guess that it has something to do with the fact that there is certain information I just can't see. That same Vantablack that blocks my travels censors out all kinds of things. I'd tell you what, but the worst part of censorship is, Doesn't seem to work with secondhand info though, not yet anyway. I'm chalking that up to my creator's community college level sorcery skills, so please, if you know something I don't, pass it on. Second, you guys seem to have pretty high hopes for my morals. I expected a group of random folks to be telling me to slaughter the neighborhood with a hero's skull for shits and giggles. but it seems things have gotten a little less edgy since the 90s. Probably not a bad thing. Lastly, you guys seem to think Kaz can help me out quite a bit. Gotta say, he did seem like fear incarnate. I'll keep that in mind. If I missed you, it's probably because I took your advice, and I'll be getting to it in a minute. The headline of the past couple weeks is the entire goon squad piling into their literal hearse and taking off. The bishop seemed to have packed a couple suitcases, so I assumed I was going to have a few days at least. But to play it safe, I spent the first day in the attic. I'm still nervous about the glance the twin and I exchanged, and not about to get caught in a trap invented by paranoid parents. A little after 1 on the second night, I hear what I initially think is the bishop and the 3 pawns. Better name? Worse? But as I focus, I hear 5 voices whispering, and most certainly sounding nothing like what stalks the night with any degree of real skill. A window breaks, and I smell it. I know most of you think of me as a good guy. I mean, I'm pretty sure someone is working on making a plushie or a body pillow of me as we speak. I have so many questions about fads in 2020. But there are going to be times you get a deep, uncomfortable look into the vile crap hastily sewn together that is me. This is one of those times. What I smelled was innocence, and with it, I gained an understanding, a look into what my base drive is. I'd love to say I didn't like it, to say what I felt was a vile compulsion, but the truth is, that's not how it feels. It's exciting, it's primal, and on a very real level, it feeds me. With that first whiff, I understood innocence. It's not perfect or young, chaste or naive. It's complicated, of course, but at its core, it does things for the right reason. Having that spark of human kindness, loyalty, and selflessness, even among flaws that may appear irredeemable to some. 2 of those men had it. 3 of those men were acceptable collateral damage. Nothing in me, meat, cloth, or magic feels any differently. I respect you all too much to lie. I start to salivate, the fluid pulling and dripping out of the bottom of the ceramic head. I feel power. I feel confidence. It's dark. It's my house. And they are not demons or heroes, just meat. I can feel my body twitch and thrum like a guitar string as they come into the house one by one. They split up, trying to ransack the place as quickly as they can. I laugh, a clicking, phlegmatic sound I find myself hoping they can hear as I run toward a vent, jumping down into it with no regard for the minor noise I make. In fact, I extend one blade and drag it along the duct. As they hear the sound, I can feel their fear. I can feel where they are, like a hellish radar. The closest to me has no innocence in him. I smell crimes committed for pure greed and rage. That doesn't matter though. I need to warm up. I've spent so much time sneaking and cowering. I need to see what I can do. I settle myself enough to open the vent without attracting attention. The large mask-wearing man rifles through drawers, looking frustrated as he finds nothing better than a 25-year-old computer errata. My limbs move almost on their own accord. I climb with a spider's grace directly above the man. There would have been a million ways to drop on him and kill him in an instant, but my mind went to none of those. Instead, I let the ceramic headpiece unfold. Thick, red-gray saliva hits the top of his mask. He jumps and turns towards the ceiling, shining a high-powered flashlight in my face. It doesn't matter. I know exactly where he is, and I get a giddy charge from the burst of fear that runs through his body as he sees my face. I let go and extend both of my blades. Nothing to hack down a demon, but stout and sharp enough to slide easily through the man's eyes, the sockets behind them, and propelled by my momentum, the brain behind that. He makes no noise, but both of our bodies hitting the floor most certainly does. I rip my arms, shoulder deep in gore, out of his head and take a moment to admire the spewing cavern of his face. I hear another man come running, another empty snack, but I'm more than eager to whet my appetite. I run to the door and place my back to the wall beside it. The second man, a wiry guy in his 40s wearing no mask but a mustache that would have been Coleman 93, walks by me and screams as he sees his compatriot. I walk behind him and drive both blade tips down into his Achilles tendons. Putting all my weight and strength into it, I tear upward, the blades catching flesh, tendon, and fat, tearing them out as a formless lump. He hits the ground, wailing in terror and pain. I can hear one of the group immediately leave his compatriots. I'm angered as I feel it was one of the innocent. I take this out on the thief, screaming on the ground. I climb on his body facing the door. I'm stunned at how easily these instincts come to me, and at how much I'm loving this. He tries to see what is on his back, but he has no leverage to throw me off. I vent my rage by stabbing randomly, almost playfully up and down his torso. By the time the last two enter, he isn't dead, but he isn't coming back. I stare at the men as I petulantly stab the last 3 times, shut the headpiece with a snap, and leap with greased eel speed into a floor vent. They scream at the situation, at each other, at their dying friend, and I hear the telltale noise of a gun cocking. I'm not scared, it makes me laugh. I let the sound echo through the vents as I move randomly, stroking their fear, their paranoia. I stop and watch them back down the hallway from a ceiling vent. I pant with anticipation as I confirm the innocent has the gun. I scrape the knife, hurting them to the top of the stairs. The gun-toting buffet fires randomly, coming nowhere close to hitting me. I move to a vent between the two, letting the silence ring, letting them ramble possible plans and explanations to each other. I drop, putting them between myself and the stairs. With no room to aim and nerves frayed thin, the innocent man, a 23-year-old single father, working 2 jobs and doing this under duress, fires rapidly and poorly. Soup can-sized chunks blow out of his friend's back as the bullets exit. I do nothing to speed the man's fate. I stand in the hallway, letting the young man's shock and fear marinate his coming pain. He sees me and fires his 2 remaining shots, doing nothing more than sending harmless sprays of hardwood into my mask. He is stunned, but not enough to avoid making a break for it when I start a slow walk towards him, scraping one blade along my ceramic head, making a hellish screech. He stumbles down the stairs and I leap. I overestimate my ability and land, grabbing his waist from behind as opposed to his head. I jam my blade into the side of his leg with the rapidity of a sewing machine, and as the steel buries itself into his flesh, I feel it, the pain of the innocent. I don't know if I'll be able to explain this in any way that makes sense, but I'll try. You know that false rush of strength and bravado you hear cocaine users rant about? That high that makes you feel like you could fight and fuck all night? Like both at the same time? Think of that, but instead of false promises, you were actually stronger, faster, smarter, instead of a twitchy loser who isn't making sense and can't get it up. I roar. A sound like a rock tumbler with strep throat. He tries to grab me and throw me off, but I retract a blade and grab his hand, easily twisting the wrist to a degree the man falls to the floor. Nothing I could do before the kick start. He tries to slam me into the ground, but I drive my legs into his back, briefly lifting him up as I move both of my hands perpendicular to the ground, parallel to my legs. I let my legs drop to the ground. The man's body falls, driving my blades through his chest. He looks to them, screaming as I find myself with the strength to throw him off of me. I don't want to sugarcoat things, but I don't want to subject you guys to too much of this shit either. The next 10 minutes I spent with my head unfolded eating chunks of the guy, till the life finally bled from him. When the frenzy burned itself out, it was my turn to be startled. Standing in the kitchen door, leaning against the frame, holding a pistol and the phone I'm typing this on, was the hero. He didn't blink, the gun didn't waver. He simply threw the cell phone to me. It was open to a blank screen with a flashing cursor.
You have about 10 seconds to tell me something that makes me not shoot you to feel better about myself. You only get that because I know you aren't working with the squarehead.
He says. I'll spare you the part where I catch him up via the notepad. It was tense, to the point where a shot was fired. But at the end of it all, we realized, regardless of who was lying about what, we both needed a hand. We dragged the bodies down the stairs, mostly me, for obvious leg-related reasons. I find myself, now, a lot stronger than your average person. but I can feel that power draining by the second. By my guess, it'll be burned out within a day, not the buff I was expecting.
I'll take care of these. That salted licorice prick isn't the only one who knows how to use that microwave. Listen, I'm gonna call you Punch. That alright?
The hero says, taking a seat in his gore-streaked chair. As I look around the room, they did leave him 3 buckets. One contained waste, the other a pile of what was hopefully animal offal, and the third, water that wasn't much more clear than my spit.
Okay, Punch. I've been burned by supernatural shit before, but what choice do I have? You ever seen The Godfather?
He asks. I nod. He hands me the pistol, a large boxy black thing.
Then you know what to do. I don't know how long we have, but if you are planning on going to the flea market, do it soon. Once it's go time, I'll let you know. And one more thing. If you have any ability to get me a burger, maybe a soda, I can honestly say I'll forgive the slaughter up there.
He tries to be jovial, but we are both beyond that. I scavenge the cash, cell phones, and 2 more pistols from the bodies, hoping it will be enough to trade for something useful. The next night, once dark fell, I quickly looked up the address on the card, with some help from the hero. His name is Leonard for all those wondering, and started towards it. From a distance, I saw nothing but a vacant lot across from the flea market, which made me start thinking maybe Leo didn't know how to work the phone as well as he claimed, and my destination was on the other side of the street. But as I got within a block of the lot, suddenly there was a building too tall to be held up by brick and mortar. Bricks of all types haphazardly put together, and windows ranging from idyllic home to prison, studding it randomly. Dominating the front of the building was a giant LED sign flashing flea market in erratic patterns. I make my way to a massive tinted glass door that I'm unsure I can move as the last of the innocent wore off sooner than I expected. But as I walk up, a smaller door, sized perfectly for me, appeared. This one I opened with ease. As I walked in, I suddenly felt very normal and mundane. Creatures, entities, ghosts, demons, whatever you could think of, it was walking the shoddy-looking aisles, browsing, chatting, and bargaining. Dozens of languages no humans have ever spoke, blended together with hundreds they have into a cacophonic den that threatened to drown out my thoughts. The air hung thick with the sweet smoke, lights flashed, loudspeakers screamed deals. I saw signs for weapons, food, goods, anything I could think of. But I saw something else even more important.
Kaz, over here!
I scream, seeing the Candyman a few dozen feet away. For a moment, I think I have no chance of attracting his attention. But eventually, he turns around and seems to laugh and shake his head as he walks over. He takes us into a moderately more quiet part of the flea market. All kinds of entities sit along the tables, eating and conversing. We sit beside a group of purple, wicked-looking things eating thin strands of fluorescent foodstuffs with fingers that looked like the fronds of an anglerfish.
You little madman. You are actually going through with this. Do you even know where to go? What are you buying?
He asked curiously.
I'm a genius, so I'll go to weapons and get a weapon,
I say sarcastically.
How many weapons do you think are made for little fellas like yourself? No, you need an adult. I'll show you where you can make your bad decision.
I'd be more angry at Kaz's condescension if he wasn't right. He walks me for what feels like hours to what looks like the most run-down junk shop of a stall in this place. The painted sign on wood that looks as if it was salvaged from the Titanic says, "Flap and Hive, the oddest odds and ends." Behind the junk-laden counter stood a massive bird-like beast. It was a deep rotten orange that reminded me of a tangerine left in a gutter. Its beak was a harsh, unnatural yellow. Its eyes, much too large for its head, sat exposed and rolling about their own accord on the top of its head. It was 7 feet of nightmare fuel dredged from childhood memories. I almost mistook the second entity for a piece of junk, but who am I to judge? It was a knockoff Stretch Man toy, wearing a black unitard, bloated beyond reason. It stands up and vermin scuttle from the tears of its latex body.
Flap and Hive?
I try to start things off on the right foot.
We got a homunculus here, Hive. Speak slowly and don't use big words,
The bird says.
That's how I have to talk to you. But this is a customer. How can I help you? Ignore my friend. He seems to think his shining personality pays our rent.
Hive says. I tell him my situation. Hive seems to take a special interest when I mention the malignant. He scrounges around the junk and brings out 2 items. One is a green glass eye, about sized for a doll. The other looks like a keychain with a small decorative sword on it.
This eye, it'll let you go unnoticed. Not shimmering outline invisible, but unseen, unheard, and unnoticed by any sense anything has. This keychain, if you can get a malignant to touch it, I can guarantee it won't be bothering you anymore.
There are some letters on the side of the sword. Batter. I open my bag of cash, guns, and phones to a massive laugh from Flap.
Shoot yourself with one of those guns. And if you survive, take that money, buy a dildo, and go fuck yourself. Get out of my shop.
Flap says dismissively. There's a moment of pregnant silence before Hive stretches out a limb faster than a cobra. And despite his 5-pound size, the blow sends the bird crashing to the ground. It gets up, chagrined but amazingly not hurt.
That'll be fine. My kind have been nothing but especially cruel to me. But I'm very limited in how I can exact my revenge. If you can put a scratch on any of them, that makes up for any loss of finance. Though, there is one thing you are not going to enjoy. This eye is a part. It has to be installed.
Hive says before leading me back into the shop. The room looks like a cross between a wood shop and a surgical theater. I'm strapped, completely immobile on a dark wood table. Hive brings out a tool that radiates an energy that puts anything I've felt to shame. He opens my head and begins to slice, flinch, and form the flesh underneath. The pain was worse than anything I thought possible. Worse than the trauma to the meat that makes up my internals. The tool works on a level that is beyond the physical, tearing parts of my very essence to connect with the jade eye he implants in what could generously be considered my forehead. When I get off the table, I do what Hive tells me, focusing on the eye. I see and feel myself becoming nothing more than the whisper of an idea of a form on the material plane. I make my way home, casually, doing everything I could to try and get noticed, to no avail. And that is where we are, a handful of shaky alliances, a surgery I hope has no side effects, and a keychain I've been assured kills demons. As always, I ask you guys, what do you think? I've got so many plates spinning right now, I can only hope I'm making the right choices. Before I go, I want to apologize to the people that have been cheering for me. I could have just omitted the details, but you guys deserve better than that. I just want to say, being undetectable is exactly as fun as you'd think it is. No, I didn't do anything pervy, not really equipped for that. On that note, got to find out I don't have a digestive system either. All that flesh felt a lot worse coming up, rotten and slimier than it did going down. And I've managed to avoid doing anything evil with it, but come on, it's a fun toy to play with no matter what. I'm upbeat because I'm nervous. Currently, we are hours away from go time, and overprepared is not how I'd describe my merry group. I'm going to tell you how we got here, but first, as always, let's see what folks have been saying. You guys have kept me alive this long, I can't turn my back on you now. To the guy who was smart enough to check his house for me, good on you, buddy. This paranormal shit tends to like coincidence and connection. And hell yes, chuck me into a furnace if you find me. This isn't some release me from my torment kind of thing either. I don't necessarily mind this. Even the parts where I'm making you folks question your support. Sad to say, but I'm not made to love. No, I've just grown to like you folks. And at the end of the day, I'm a homemade weapon that isn't going to get any safer as time goes on. Getting Kaz and Leo together? Oh, I'm on that. And there are other folks like me out there? I mean, I've met entities, obviously, but I'm assuming not everyone has its own scary story. I wonder what the common threads are. As I just said, this paranormal shit loves its connections and serendipity. Now, I took a lot of advice, and while honestly I get the feeling having Kaz and Leo in the same room is a horrible idea, you guys seem to live and breathe this stuff almost as much as I do, so I trust you. I figured between the three of us we had enough amped up senses to hear the coffin crew coming. That sounds like a professional vaping team, I know, but I'm an evil doll, not a marketing executive. So I broached the topic of a meeting of the minds. He sat there on the old leather couch in the living room, shaking his head before responding.
First of all, would have been smart to tell me that before I got rid of those bodies. Second, that is a horrible idea. You might be friends with that thing, but he skips lunch and suddenly I'm getting a look at my guts.
Leo says. I notice he's sporting a new leg. It's quite a bit more low-tech than the first. It's clearly a leg from one of the robbers, a little too long and haphazardly reinforced with a few screws and wires. But somehow, it seems to function a bit. He catches me staring.
Necromancy is a neutral art. For example, if your friend has a white or something, it'd be a 50-50 chance he's an asshole or psychopath. And besides, I know like 2 necromantic projects.
He says a little defensively.
A Candyman though? No. Not something that is physically capable of playing well with humans.
He finishes. Now there was actually a long, involved conversation, via my phone on my end, in regards to relative morality, tactical risk, a balanced team, and a bunch of other dry, important topics. But for the sake of a little humor, before things get morbid, pretend it was a star wipe into Kaz and Leo arguing.
You want to bring another malignant into the situation? Really? Ha 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 ha!
Leo yells, sarcastically chuckling.
Yes, actually, he owes me a favor and could level a city block if he really wanted to.
Kaz retorts.
That makes me feel the opposite of better. My issue isn't with lack of punch. It's with something that can level a city block, inserting itself into an already high-stakes situation.
Leo says, slowly trying to remain calm.
Oh, and your alt-right, tinfoil hat-wearing, lizard-person-fearing gun nut is a better option?
Kaz spits.
You don't know anything about him, Sugar Nuts. He is a graysmith. He's not some militia asshole. He makes the shit that lets people like me survive things like you.
Leo says in a condescending fashion.
I know his type. Got sick of supplying regular people with regular ways to kill each other. Needed more of a thrill, so he started using powers beyond his grasp to make worse things to sell to more unstable people. Let me guess, Alex Jones fan. 10 guns in every room, gets paid in Bitcoin, isn't racist. Am I close? I bet I'm close. And that Graysmith name? Half of them aren't even Graysmiths. And half of those who are just genocidal twats.
Kaz's massive mouth extends into a shoulder-to-shoulder smirk. Leo takes a step forward. I stomp my feet on the ground to get their attention, hoping to stop the situation going tribal.
Maybe we don't even need backup. The chest could change things.
I add, trying to defuse the situation.
For the love of... Have you not seen the pattern? Whoever made you skip class half the time by the looks of it? That trunk is going to have some spooky semi-functional garbage that is going to make you look real edgy but not do jack shit.
Leo waves his hand dismissively as he says this.
Yes, all problems just need a bigger gun with more blades welded to it, right?
Kaz goes to say more and I stop him with a kick to the shin. He looks at me, face full of rage.
The adults are talking. Just stay out of it, you goddamn pipe bomb.
Kaz screams, and suddenly both him and Leo go silent. Leo breaks the silence first, giggling, then laughing, then full-on collapsing on the couch with fits of giggles. All the time, Kaz is suddenly apologizing profusely.
Look at Mr. Monster Pride. Mr. We have just a valid society, dropping P-bombs like they are going out of style.
Leo cannot continue as he starts laughing again.
I'm sorry. I'm old, I'm frustrated, and I'm in over my head, just as much as anyone else here. That's not who I am. We aren't in the 1800s anymore. I know. I'm sorry.
Kaz won't meet my eyes. I'm not offended, but at least this seems to be calming things down.
Oh my god. I can't stop laughing. Maybe you have a little human in you after all. Dice Clay here, not giving a shit what people think. How about we try the trunk? At least that will take an option off the table.
Leo says, wiping tears from his eyes. Leo and Kaz brought the trunk down to the basement, and despite the fact that it fit into the microwave thing, turning it on did nothing more than give us all sudden suicidal thoughts. Kaz acquiesced and let Leo call his friend JP. When this gentleman showed up, I thought maybe Kaz had precognition in his bag of tricks. He was in his mid-40s, wearing brown cargo pants and a Deus Vault sleeveless shirt. He was bald, likely not by choice, with a muffin top and a pair of Doc Marten boots. I didn't see a tinfoil hat, but the giant joint in his ear was a good substitute, and his thick leather bracelet screamed of compensation.
Holy fuck. Never thought I'd see one of you up close.
JP says, poking Kaz.
Could we move this along, sir?
Kaz says, holding back rage. JP puts down a large black suitcase, opens it, and lights the joint. After this, he takes an odd obsidian tool, reminiscent of an awl, in his free hands and starts prodding the lock.
Put that out. If this place smells like a stoner's armpit, it's going to give us away, JP, and you've already made it smell like an armpit.
Leo chides his friend.
Half of this is an anti-void herbal mixture, which costs 10 times what we did. Personally, I'd rather make sure we aren't being watched, but that's just crazy old JP, who everyone seems to need.
JP blows the smoke directly at Leo. After a few hours and a lot of borderline not okay conversations about minorities, he manages to pop the trunk. There were 2 black leather bags in the box. The first we open is exactly what Leo thought. A couple heavier blades, a steel top hat with a sharpened rim, and a bunch of other flea market crap. The second had a small sheet of paper taped to it. The beautiful cursive writing reads as follows.
M-fused alchemical homunculus proxy. Prototype 2. Dear Milford, this isn't to be used unless the mission is in severe danger. It's untested, but should be more than enough to cut down a few armed humans between you and the kid. Love, Angela.
The thing inside made me look downright comforting. It was 4 feet of black and white mange-ridden fur. I recognized it immediately as a Sammy the Skunk brand doll. It was popular in the 90s. Its shtick was it used pre-recorded tapes to mimic talking, but this one was not factory standard. All its joints were reinforced with overlapping bone. It had long pointed teeth, obviously ripped from some predator, and behind the tail, where the tape deck should be, were racks of multicolored fluids. The tail itself was studded with blades that were rivaled only by the conical claws of its hands and feet. Instinctively, I found the deep red on button, and as I pressed it, I felt my mind thin and stretch, some vital part of me siphoned off. It was disorienting for a minute, but I quickly adapted and found myself in control of the contraption. Most of its functions were done automatically. All I had to do was will it to be done, one way or the other. I wasn't a fighter ace, but after a couple hours, I was confident I could point it in a direction and scream kill with a degree of efficiency. We had a sparring match. JP's payment for opening the trunk was to watch, between me controlling the skunk and Kaz. I didn't win, but it was a hard-fought tie, much more than I'd be capable of unaided. We brought the contents of the trunk up to the attic, and as I shut down the skunk, my mind started to go back to full speed. Kaz gave me his number for when it was go time and promised to have his backup on speed dial. Additionally, he promised Leo something to remedy his leg situation when he came by. Does anyone else feel things have been going uncharacteristically good for me so far? Don't worry, it changes. Leo and I repair the house to what we hope is an identical state. I spent my free time practicing with the proxy and trying out the little baubles that came with it. But the one-eyed Wonder Weasel and his 3 balls came back in the wee hours one morning, and they brought company. About 24 20-somethings all wearing identical sweatpants and yellow shirts. They are hurt and arrive in 4 hearses driven by the Lovecraft lads. I liked that one. How about you guys? All of them bleeding and missing pieces, shuffle in a single file into the basement. For a minute, I wonder how the bishop has the balls to do this in the open. Then I see a faint shimmering around the group. Context dictates to me that no one is supposed to see these guys going in. I flick on my own invisibility and trust in it to let me follow directly behind them. I get a feeling that something very bad is going down and want to be able to get Kaz involved as quickly as possible. The bishop and the malignant herd them into a room that has no business being as large as it is. From the ceiling are enough thin wires to wrap around the midsection of each human. They feed through rusted pulleys and hooks to a handle made of several fused bones. The evil pricks tie them around the stomach, one by one, chittering, laughing, and taking the odd piece of flesh, terrifying the poor victims beyond reason. Some beg, some plead, some offer to serve. None are listened to. Lastly, they drag Leo into the center of the room, directly in front of the bishop.
Didn't even have the guts to kill yourself, eh? Well, you get to see, once again, how you thinking you are the man with the big balls gets people killed.
The bishop says. He starts to chant. A breeze from nowhere starts to stir the room as the bishop begins to pull on the handle. The victims raise, cuts digging inch by inch into them. He starts to get louder, punctuating his incantation by roughly jerking the handle, adding a burst of volume and raining gore that sends an arctic blast through the room. As the victims reach the ceiling, hoarfrost begins to cover every surface in the room. With a final massive tug, he bisects the victims in unison. More gore than is possible rains down. Minutes of blood and bone storming in the room before leaving an eerie silence, broken only by erratic drops. In the room stands 20 impish creatures. 3 feet of boils, pus, and more clawed appendages than any creature strictly needs. Their charcoal gray skin undulates with ropey muscle, and their stench is sulfur and iron.
2 more things, choir boy.
The bishop says.
The first is that was the last thing you'll ever see.
Abruptly, he rips a remaining eye from Leo's head and starts examining it. He squeezes it a bit, and suddenly, a white-hot flare of fire and arcing static shoots from the eye.
That would have been helpful, wouldn't it? For the record, shot to the head with that, you'd be walking out. The second thing, though.
The bishop lowers his voice, putting his face next to Leo's ear.
You never bothered to check for security cameras. You oblivious fucking child. I've been watching.
I run, getting to the attic and dialing Kaz as soon as possible. And that is where I am. I guess if this goes as bad as it's looking, this will be the last you hear from me. But by all means, I'm in need of any advice you have left to give. And I'll be checking the comments until I have to man up. If this is goodbye though, watch out for the shit that goes bump in the night. It's smarter than you can imagine, and scarier than you've read. As I was texting Kaz, I slowed for a moment. I noticed no pursuers, for the moment anyway. But I did hear the voice of the bishop loud and clear. Guess my maker wasn't the only one who got sloppy with enchantments.
You poor, sick, sad boy. Talking to yourself. Making friends with a new level. For shame.
the bishop taunts.
What's that look on your face? Actually, I guess it can't be called a look anymore, now can it? You thought your little friend was real? No, that creature in the suit is. But you've been losing it, my friend. You are one sick little child.
I hear Leo scream as the bishop finishes. It hits me.
You fucking genius,
I say, heedless of the nonsense I actually verbalized. My creator may not have given me every gift in the book, but she had given me at least one I've never even thought about, despite how obvious it is. If anyone is still confused, let me explain. Remember way back, what seems like a decade ago, when I was talking about the void webs that kept me from being seen or heard? Obviously, they were a splash-dash jury-rigged solution, but they were effective. The thing was, at the time, I was thinking of things from a 1993 standpoint. A standpoint where a security camera cost $5,000 and took a month to install. But we are here in 2020. They cost a dime and are on every single lamppost, doorframe, dashboard, and other surface now. I wasn't made in 1993, or else I'd be 17 years late and burned out. My creator made sure cameras were not an issue for me. I mentally take back all the shit I've been talking about her and send Kaz a new text.
They know about you, not me. Do not come here walking into a trap. Where do we meet?
Kaz sends me directions to a shady area of town with exactly one business of note, an import candy shop. I think of taking the skunk, but it does not appear to be made for stealth. I make my way without a trace out of the house, hoping that Kaz can help me figure something out before the bishop gets bored and kills Leo. The shop stands out like a sore thumb among the other boarded up, burnt out, graffiti-covered buildings in the plaza. Not a mark on it besides the closed for family emergency sign in old-time cursive on the door. Kaz lets me in and I almost bolt out the door. The smell hits me first. A mushrooms and iron slap in the face that makes me wish I was made for hauling bricks instead of hunting folks. Then I see the dim bare bulbs, the bodies. Probably a dozen, all in various states of decay, all with pieces torn off of them, blood and organs spilling onto the thick plastic tarps they were sitting on.
Holy shit, Kaz. Think of cleaning up before guests come over?
I say, having little right to judge.
First, I wasn't expecting guests, ever. Second, get up off the fainting couch. I kill someone and leave them where they fall. I've got to kill more people, don't I? This is a conservation effort.
Kaz says, not defensively, but actually hurt. I update him more in depth on the situation, and he shakes his head with a morbid chuckle.
I hate to say it, but I have even more bad news, my friend. He knows that big malignant. He's not joining them, but he isn't joining us either.
Kaz says with a sigh.
Can I tell you a story?
He continues cryptically. I nod and let him tell his story.
You know what it's like believing in the paranormal, to the paranormal, believing in the canon, kind of like a religion meets an urban legend. Not many folks still believe anymore, but I still do. I'm too old to change and too smart to want to. The canon says a lot of things, but two really stick out to me right now. The first are the trends. You see, humans, even those that have had a brush with our kind, never really get it right. If they did, I'd be stealing kids or have springs in my feet, and you'd be a doll with some serial killer's soul in it. Real life is messier, more complicated, but if you look really closely at their art, their legends, some say you can see the trends. What I see in the trends is bigger, more earth-shattering across all the board. 30 years ago, the stories were about tiny organizations finding one or two of us every so often. Now, it's world-destroying salt shakers and unkillable beasts at every turn. It means something, and I really don't like the implications. The second thing are the threads. People, things, events that are connected on some deeper level. Honestly, I never really held much onto this idea, but I can't quite shake the feeling we in some way got ourselves into this. You and I, we both don't want to be what we are, at least not the parts that involve destroying people for no reason. You, it's obvious, you are fighting that shit at every turn. Me though, I'll never be able to avoid killing folks, and I'll never be able to have the self-control to wait for a month to find a serial killing pedophile that really deserves it. But that's not the worst of what my kind do. We bait people into ruining their lives, the lives of their friends and family. Also, they keep our pantry full, so we can eat during the year. Not that we have to, but few actually have the fortitude to deal with the pains that come with starvation. That's my sacrifice for humanity. I sell to entities, but no humans. This keeps my wallet full, but my stomach woefully empty. And the hero? He is of a non-standard mindset, just based on the fact that he didn't try to kill us both in sight. We are part of one thread. It can fray, but I believe if it breaks, that bishop asshole is going to cause toxic havoc. We can't fight him and save Leo, but I think I have a way to get the bishop here.
Kaz says as he begins typing on his phone, quite a delicate feat with his Ginsu-esque claws. A few minutes after he sends the text, I hear a chittering noise that seems to come from every direction. A moist scrabbling, clicking that seems to drown out all other sound. The insects flood in from the vents, cracks in the wall, under door frames, everywhere. They amass themselves into a pile, and seemingly dragged up from its depths is Hive.
What is so important that you woke me up in the middle of the night?
He says.
There is a change to the deal.
Kaz says cryptically.
What deal?
I say concerned.
Don't worry about that.
Is all the explanation Kaz gives me.
We need to use you to get the bishop here.
Kaz says, turning to Hive.
Oh, that's all, is it?
The Malignant says sarcastically.
You will be totally safe. I just need something they want, and you are the only thing I can get a hold of. All I need you to do is be convincing when I call. Then you scuttle off to wherever you want till it's time to pay our end.
Kaz says this in a matter-of-fact fashion, but Hive stays silent for a moment.
You need to stop getting yourself in trouble, Kaz. I've known you for a very long time, and every few decades you find a puppy to adopt. But I'll help. Same deal as before, though. We are friends. But don't think of crossing me.
As Hive speaks, a dark gloom briefly blows through the room.
You will get what's yours,
Kaz says, bringing out a cell phone.
You have the bishop's number.
I say cautiously. Something about the tone of the conversation is making me a little paranoid.
No, I was hoping Hive would be able to help.
Kaz says, looking towards the other doll.
Of course! Why don't I just go fight him myself while I'm at it?
Hive says, shaking his head as he pulls a small, special frog-like creature from within himself. Hive makes a short chant in a language I've never heard, ending it with twisting the frog-like creature, pouring its blood and viscera on the floor. After a few moments, it begins to run and coagulate into a series of numbers. Kaz dials.
Listen, I'm done. I have better things to do with my time than get in the middle of this pissing contest. If you want to come down here, I've got a peace offering for you.
Before Kaz turns the phone towards him, Hive wraps himself up in his own limbs, rips and tears forming on his rubber skin. He starts to shriek and plead in a long dead language.
My life for his. You know the favors you could gain with him as a bargaining chip? Me? I don't even have a stock for you to take. It's the smart move.
There's a long pause before Kaz nods and says,
Okay, be here in an hour.
Hive dissipates into a cloud of flies and mosquitoes the second the call is over.
It's go time, kid. Can you access that skunk from here?
Kaz says hopefully. I try, and for a moment I feel just out of reach. But after a second or two of concentration, I can feel that connection. And that little bit of my energy travels across town, sparking life into what is our last option. At this distance, more of it is being controlled by the strange pseudo-intellect than myself. It's less like I'm controlling an RC car, more like giving orders. It doesn't feel like true sentience, just enough instinct to complete a task and send back information.
I think I'm good,
I say nervously.
Okay, where you hid that pistol, I put a little surprise for Leo. Getting him to that is your only chance of getting him out of there.
Kaz says grimly. I sit on the floor and concentrate on the feedback and sensations from the proxy. My mind is filled with rage and hatred that makes my joy at killing look like mild curiosity. I'm constantly fighting down red, vicious thoughts of wholesale slaughter as I try to figure out the sensory input. Its senses are much more dull than mine, and its body, while much heavier than my own, lacks the spider's grace that I begin to rely on. Both of these things combine as I sneak the proxy out of the attic.
You stay here with the Suitenkinder. I'll take the twins to go make that deal with that stretched out idiot.
He says, I'm guessing to the large malignant. I look out a doorway and watch the three of them leave, both myself and the proxy getting a nauseating burst of adrenaline when we realize this is the point of no return. I make a mental note that there are 20 of the smaller creatures, and at the same moment, a flickering digital counter appears in the proxy's vision. Slowly, with plodding steps that sound like dropped bricks, I walk the proxy in front of the door to the basement. I let loose a warbling electronic roar made from the recorded screams of executed murderers and wait. Mechanical form clattering and heaving as I prepare for the first unfortunate entities to open the door. A little voice in the back of my mind tells me that if the giant bastard is the first one up, I'm likely screwed. But that's another problem for another time. The door flies off its hinges, a corner gouging the bone shoulder plates of the proxy. I stand my ground, meeting the gaze of 4 creatures that cling to the doorframe. To describe them as a group would be useless. They were all small, dark, and wicked, but their forms ran the gamut, from multi-limbered and arachnid to like black tube of flesh and teeth. They had the numbers, but I was the bigger, harder phallus in this pissing contest. There is no banter, no threats, just a dark wall of claws and teeth leaping at me from the doorway. The first creature, I grab by its ovid face and close the vice grip on the proxy's claws. Its body goes limp and begins to liquefy as a second, looking like a cross between a snake and a crab, lunges at me. It ensnares my body, but with the flick of my blade-strewn tail, the thing bursts apart in time to soak the last 2 in gore. They die via the massive carbide teeth the proxy has, in 2 bites that are quick enough to land before the unholy forms of the creatures hit the ground. 16, the counter reads. I look into the basement and see more of the things starting to come down the hallway. I leap the stairs and land in front of them, gears and servos straining and protesting. This thing really isn't made for acrobatics. 3 attack in unison, and I'm taken off guard. The combination of claws, barbs, teeth, and sap-like bludgeoning limbs come from every direction. Fur flies from the proxy. I lose the bone plates protecting one knee, and a blow so fast it cracks like a whip sends me face first into the wall. I hear a click and can feel, even through the distance, a cold chill goes through my flesh and soul. A second later, there is boiling rage as one of the cylinders in the proxy engages. Flesh salvaged from malignant and other rarer things inside the proxy swells and starts to excrete a thick yellow slime, leaving the proxy slightly taller with bulging biological masses. I charge headfirst into the crowd, biting, clawing, and tearing, letting the proxy take over. The blows are much harder now. Missed claws hit the walls with the force of a gunshot, sending chunks of masonry flying, creating a deadly whirlwind of shrapnel around the deadly creation. Eventually, after what feels like hours of rending and tearing, the cylinder's effects wane. The proxy is done, what deflated, sagging, covered in gore and thick yellow slime. The counter reads 10, and they are hanging from the walls and ceiling staring at me. Leo is strapped in his chair, and the giant malignant is doing nothing other than looking directly at him. My synthetic rage costs me. The damaged leg is beginning to catch and spark. One eye is flickering, and one set of claws is stuck out, having been severely bent.
Get me the fuck out of this chair.
Leo tries to say calmly but quickly.
But be quick. It's only going to move once you try to get me out.
Despite their casualties, the tiny creatures seem to be enjoying themselves, chittering back and forth, and petulantly throwing various objects at me. I move the proxy to its absolute limit of speed, biting the handcuffs holding Leo to the chair. They shear easily enough, but I feel constricted as a larger creature, easily the size of myself, wraps its thick, almost manta ray-like body around me. I stop, tensing the real and synthetic muscles inside the proxy, getting ready to burst this thing. Too late, I realize it was a trick. The smaller creature explodes, having sacrificed itself to distract me long enough for the giant malignant to land a solid kick that blows out the internal components, shatters most of the cylinders, and sends me smashing into the wall. The counter reads 9, but there is so much static I can barely make out the scene around me. The proxy refocused and I see Leo, missing 2 eyes, 1 leg, and a lot of blood, leap from the chair and begin to grapple with the giant malignant. Sensing a shift in momentum, the remaining smaller creatures swarm me en masse. At this point, the proxy deploys 2 of the remaining 4 cylinders. The proxy begins to expel a thick yellow cloud that rapidly begins to fill the room. It hangs thick and heavy, not rising above 4 feet from the ground. Leo and the malignant start to cough. The smaller creatures, getting lungfuls of this shit, begin to bleed pink, thin blood from any orifices they may have. The proxy is failing, but my fight isn't some karate movie. It's a war of attrition. I grab, I throw, I shoulder charge, never exposing myself with a killing blow, just letting the gas do its work. Within minutes, the last of the creatures die, coughing up and defecating what passes for organs in its form. The massive malignant trips, landing face first into the microwave. There's a burst of energy, and it's thrown to the ground, alive but dazed.
Upstairs, now,
Leo says, uselessly scanning the room with his bleeding sockets. I run to him, wedging my form under the stump of his leg and guiding him up the stairs. We hear the malignant begin to rise and Leo yells, "Bathroom!" as if I'm not literally occupying the same space he is. We make it to the bathroom. Leo feels around for the toilet. He flips the lid, revealing a pistol and, just like Kaz said, a large piece of candy. When Leo feels this, he says,
"You wonderful bastard,"
unwrapping and eating the sweet. The effect is less dramatic than I hoped. Instead of being brand new and fresh to fight, the one eye simply forms back in its socket and the worst of his wounds seals shut. Leo seems unfazed and punches a hole into the plaster wall, ripping out a similar necromantic prosthetic to his previous creation.
"Always keep a spare,"
he says, slotting the leg into place.
"We got one chance,"
Leo says as he removes the clip from his gun and begins to recite a beautiful prayer, or maybe a poem in a language I've never heard. He removes the bullets and places a drop of blood on them. As he does so, each seems to take on a dull shine. He loads the bullets back into the clip and slams it home.
"Pray to what you pray to, Punch. We come out of this bathroom heroes or bloodstains,"
Leo says. I assume that it is likely to be the second option, as he couldn't kill the creature fresh as a daisy with a supernatural gun, let alone half dead with a pea shooter. The malignant tears off the door like he's opening a soup can. Leo fires, and any thoughts I had about the gun not being effective are as evaporated as the large pieces of the malignant the bullets are taking. The barrel heats past red hot as Leo keeps firing, the malignant chest a ruined mess. The last bullet exploding the front of the gun and sending the giant creature through a wall.
"That's not going to keep it down forever,"
Leo says, running out of the bathroom.
Doesn't have to. Kaz has a plan,
I say as we run out of the house. Leo picks up the nearly destroyed proxy, and I let my mind drift back to my form. Glass and wood shatters as I come to in the store. I'm undetectable, but Kaz is in a brutal battle with the bishop and the twins. Large pieces of Kaz's body are missing, flayed as if with a whip. One of the twins is missing an arm, the other is moving slowly, but the bishop seems unscathed. The twins stay close, swinging at him with brutal pointed hammers in each hand. They work nearly perfectly in tandem, driving Kaz back as the bishop lashes him with those seemingly endless tentacles. Time to take some wind out of his sails. I may not be made for a straight-up fight, but that's not the situation I find myself in. I move like a ghost behind the bishop, sending a blade straight up his groin. It sinks in up to my wrist, and I retract as the old crone screams in pain, kicking out and slashing with a thin barbed tentacle. But I'm far enough away it misses, and it gives Kaz the breathing room he needs to land a massive overhead blow on one of the twins. The fleshless thing hits the ground and is obliterated by a stomp that costs Kaz a nasty hammer blow to the head. I dash in at the bishop again, burying a blade in his knee. He was more prepared though, and a whip-like appendage connects, sending me into a wall and reminding me of exactly how much things can hurt in my real body. Kaz has given up any form of defense at this point and is just trading blurred powerful blows with the remaining twin. He comes out the victor, but one arm is useless and his face is a mangled mess. He walks towards the bishop, who is hurt but much fresher than either of us. I try for another run, but something inside of me isn't right. I can't move well enough. I'm feeling weak. At that moment, the door of the store bursts inward. Leo tosses the proxy at the bishop, and I'm quick enough to send a bit of myself into it. I manage to gouge and slash and pound the bishop bloody before he grabs the proxy by each limb and tears it apart. He's worse off, but not nearly out of the fight. He walks towards Leo.
Just you and me, again, old man. I've always wanted to say this, but you should have killed me when you had the chance.
Leo goes to rush in, but is sent flying forward. How the giant malignant snuck up so quietly, nor why it didn't have a scratch on it, is a mystery I don't think I'll ever solve.
Stop!
I yelled.
Spare me. The hunter gave me a weapon, but I'm done. It's yours if you let me go.
For a moment, I think the giant isn't smart enough to grasp what I'm saying, but it looks to the bishop, who nods. The creature holds out one massive hand. I reach inside of me and pull out the keychain, placing it in the creature's palm. In an instant, it begins to thrash and bulge, its form cracking and bursting. The bishop senses something is up, and with a growl he leaves, but not before slashing a massive chunk out of Leo's stomach, as he was distracted by the monster. Leo falls to the ground, and I notice Kaz slumped against one wall with the malignant in the room becoming larger, darker, more armored and imposing. I run to Kaz, who is holding out another candy with his one good arm.
Your choice, kid. You're going to need one of us to take care of Badar. I'd like it to be me, but I'm a little biased. I had to make the deal to give you the choice.
He coughs up a thick liquid that I assume should not be coming from his mouth. With an almost sexual moan, the malignant finishes its transformation. It's now tall enough that it has to hunch over in the room, and wide enough I cannot see across the store. Its face shows more intellect, cunning, and rage than I have seen, and it focuses that on me.
Next time we meet, I will treat you like any other insect standing in my way. But now, I am joyful. It has been too long since I've had my true form on the mortal plane. Do you feel this deal is fair?
Badar says, ready to crush me should I say no.
Very much so,
I say, feeling weaker by the second. Badar doesn't even try to get out the door without tearing it from its hinges. Bricks topple and glass shatter as he makes his way out of the shop. I walk to Leo and find that, no matter what, all I can manage is a slow plod. I hope to see that his wound isn't as bad as I thought, but as I stand beside the hero, it's actually worse. I can see a loop of intestine hanging lazily from the man. I try to talk to him, but he is too far gone with shock and pain to answer me. So that is where we are left. Maybe for the last time, something inside me is giving way. Both my friends are dying, and I can only, maybe, save one. The evil prick was whipped, escaped, and while I have no ideas as to its motivations, I have a feeling that we may have released something just as bad into the world, trying to kill the bishop. I need help. Who do I save? What do I do? This might be the end, and if so, I tried, guys. I really did. With warmest regards, IED.
One of you once asked how things would be if I were watching this entire exchange. Well, rejoice. I've been watching every last word. It's been interesting seeing your theories and opinions on my work. But you and the little pipe bomb himself are quite off the mark. I'm no mere alchemist or summoner. I am a scientist who isn't afraid to delve into realms science fears to go. Am I petty? No, I simply have no time for those stupid enough to annoy me. But laugh if you will, I'm on the verge of breakthroughs that will be the envy of researchers and warlocks, and I can guarantee you will get to see them firsthand. Keep thinking I'm some basement tinkerer. It will make my quest so much easier.
Dylan looked down at the blood on his hands, and then to the knife laying several feet away. Disbelief flooded his mind. How did this happen? What do I do now? What do we do now? He glanced at his two friends that were huddled next to a wall several feet from him. Noah and Oliver were both too afraid to move. He could see that their hands were visibly shaking. He could hear the muffled whimpers, and he noticed a rank smell coming from their direction. Dylan glanced down and could see that they had both wet their pants, but wasn't sure who had lost control of their bowels. It didn't matter though. Oliver broke the silence with a small whisper. "Dylan?" Dylan sat still for a moment longer, listening to every sound he could hear. He heard the faint sounds that are common to a haunted house. Loud music, fake screams. He could almost picture the movement of the scary mannequins that were spread through the house. He heard rustling noises, the sounds of what could be water pipes dripping, and then the sound that sent shivers down his back. Why is this happening? He kept repeating in his head. And for a few brief moments, his mind drifted back. "Yo, DK421, you ready for this?" Oliver asked. "You effing better be, DK," Noah chimed in. "My guys, you know your shit's weak," Dylan replied. 3v1? DK, you're gonna be destroyed, Ricky said, laughing. DK421 was a nickname that Dylan had been given a long time ago by his friends. Dylan loved Star Wars, so much so that he even wrote a story about the stormtrooper TK421's life up to his final moments. TK421 was one of the stormtroopers that sadly lost their lives when they entered the Millennium Falcon that had been trapped on the Death Star in a galaxy far, far away. But now, the four boys found themselves locked in a custom versus match in the game called Call of Duty. Dylan was so much better than his friends, and they all knew it, so they were always out to get the final shot on him. Of the 100 or so matches they have played, they've yet to defeat him once. "Oh yeah, no, you guys are definitely gonna get me this time," Dylan said, the sarcasm dripping from his words. "Isn't that right, Polo?" he said, rubbing his dog's head just between the ears. Polo's ears perked up when he heard his name, and he turned his head toward Dylan. He panted just a bit, which then brought on that big old pity smile that Dylan loves so much. "See, even Polo thinks you have a chance," Dylan exclaimed, holding back his laughter. Polo then opened his mouth in a massive yawn that ended with a slight shake of the head and a very small whimper just at the end. Polo looked over at the boys, then lowered his head back to Dylan's lap. "He's totally on our side this time," Oliver yelled. Dylan looked at his friends. "It's time to man up or shut up, little boys," and then pressed the X button on his controller, and the game started. The groans and the cursing and the wails of defeat sounded almost like they were grown sailors who had inhaled some helium. The profanity that spewed from their mouths would have made their parents either hide their faces in embarrassment or hold their head up with pride. Dylan had already killed the other boys multiple times, and the timer was counting down. 3 minutes, 22 seconds left to go. That's when Polo lifted his head and looked towards the front door. Dylan didn't really pay attention to Polo at first, and then he could feel the growl in Polo's chest more than hear it. He glanced down at the pit bull, wondering what his issue was. Dylan looked over and didn't see anyone through the small window at the top of the door. Dylan went back to ignoring Polo's odd actions, thinking the dog was just hearing people going down the road or a squirrel. Nothing he thought he needed to worry about, and then went back to destroying his friends. "DK, stop your fucking cheating," Oliver said, his voice fuming with frustration. "No, let him," Ricky said. "It'll be all the sweeter when we beat him." The following moment, he was forcing himself not to throw the controller at Dylan. "Fuck, dude, stop!" Dylan just smiled. Polo's head was now pointed to the side of the house, his growl only now just becoming audible to Dylan. Something about it now made Dylan feel a bit uneasy. This was not a normal behavior for Polo, so Dylan was starting to pay a bit more attention. Shortly after, Dylan now felt Polo's body tense, as if preparing to leap off the couch. He watched the dog's head track to the backyard. Dylan stood up and sat his controller on the coffee table, trying to get a better look out the back door, but was a bit too freaked out to go look. "What the hell, man, you giving up?" Noah said. Dylan ignored him. "DK, what's up, buddy?" Ricky asked. Dylan started to say something when he saw a flash of something at the back door. He wasn't sure what it was at first, and would have waited a second longer had Polo not leapt from the couch and charged to the kitchen. The dog barked and growled as he went. Just then, the back door flung open, and Dylan watched as the dog charged out. A moment later, a man slipped inside the house, shutting the door behind him. The man turned towards them, a clown mask covering his face. Dylan froze just for a moment before Polo's growling and snarling brought him back. "Fucking run, now, out the front door!" The other boys looked at him like he had lost his mind. He could not rip his eyes away from the man that was slowly walking their way, but he knew the guys weren't moving. "Now!" he yelled. Oliver, Noah, and Ricky dropped their controllers and started heading towards the front door, the fear starting to come through in the questions they kept asking Dylan. As they were filing out, Ricky looked back and saw what terrified Dylan so much. "Run!" he screamed. The fear made his voice crack. The others bolted towards the door. Dylan hadn't moved yet, just staring at the man that was still slowly walking towards them. The clown mask's eyes had mesh over them so that you could not see the person's eyes behind. This terrified Dylan. He stared for a moment longer and then took off after the others. Dylan could hear Polo still in the backyard, but doing everything he could to try and get through the back door. He knew his boys were in trouble, but was locked out. His barks and whines hurt Dylan's heart, because he knew that dog wanted to do nothing more than to protect them. But they had to leave him, just for now. The other three were waiting at the front door when he got there. "Go!" he yelled. Ricky opened the front door and raced out. The other three followed closely behind. Just as they were at the end of the garage, Dylan watched in slow motion as a large man moved from the front of the garage to grab Ricky around the chest. A second figure strode forward and kicked Oliver in the stomach, doubling him over. As soon as his foot was back on the ground, he punched Noah in the head, knocking the boy out cold instantly. Dylan's mind could not make sense of what was happening. He hesitated for a moment before the sounds of Polo still barking in the backyard brought him back for a second time. He immediately turned to run when a large pair of arms wrapped around him. Clown Mask had managed to sneak up behind him and picked him up in a bear hug. "Trick or treat, you little shit." Dylan threw his head back, slamming it into the man's face, and then kicked his leg back. He was sure his foot landed between the man's legs. The cry of pain told him that he was right. The man tried to hold on, but Dylan threw his head back a second time. This time, he felt the man's nose give away as the arms dropped from around him. Dylan fell to the ground and was immediately trying to get up and run, but a sudden and sharp pain on the back of his head sent him reeling forward. He landed face first in the grass. He once again tried to stand, but he was just too weak. A pair of strong hands clamped around his arms and he was being hauled further away from his house. He tried to scream and yell, but nothing was escaping his mouth. He looked for his friends and noticed that the others were being dragged to a van that was parked on the street. The man threw him inside hard, causing his head to hit the van wall. Blackness started to sneak in around the edges of his vision as he watched the last of his friends tossed inside the van with them. "Let's go," a deep, gruff voice said. As the darkness started to take him, Dylan looked at the window at the front of the house. At that moment, he saw a bloodied and angry pit bull fly through the living room window, coming directly at them. Clown Mask slammed the door shut just in time for Polo to slam in the side of the van. "Fucking go!" Clown Mask yelled. "Stupid dog got through the back door." Clearly, still in pain and terrified at how close it had been for the dog to get inside the van. Before the blackness completely closed in around Dylan, he heard his friend Ricky. "My dad's a cop. He'll find us." And then the sound of something hard slamming the side of the van. He saw Ricky fall to the ground, and then silence. When Dylan had finally come to, he heard his friends sobbing quietly, and he glanced over at them. They were duct taped to chairs and had been gagged. He tried to ask them a question, but immediately became aware that he also had a gag in his mouth. Shortly after, he realized he could not move his hands or feet. His eyes darted around the room, trying to figure out what was going on. Tears stung his eyes and blurred his vision. So when he first saw Ricky laying on the floor, he thought he was just unconscious still. Dylan began trying to scoot on his chair to maybe wake Ricky up. The voices stopped him cold. "You killed a cop's kid, you dipshit," came an angry growl. He recognized the voice of Clown Mask. "I didn't mean to," came a response. "Oh, sorry, Mr. Copper. I didn't mean to kill your son," Clown Mask said. "Fuck!" Something didn't seem right to Dylan. Something that man said didn't make sense to him. "You killed a cop's son." Those words stuck with him for a moment. Ricky's dad is a cop. The thought process ended there as his mind finally made the connection. Dylan then looked back at the lifeless body on the floor, understanding now that Ricky wasn't tied up, because he was dead. One of his best friends was dead. The tears started streaming faster now. The thought of his other friends dying, the thought of his mom and dad, of Ricky's dad, of the parents of Oliver and Noah not knowing what's happening. The shock caused him to start rocking back and forth just a bit. As he did, something sharp on the back of the chair scraped his hand. He could not control the frenzy that was swirling through his mind, the crazy of what was happening. Dylan's young mind could not handle the trauma. But as quickly as it had started, it went quiet in his head. Not like something broke, like a switch had been turned off. Then he noticed the small trickle running down the back of his hand. The scrape had cut him. Sure, Dylan was terrified. He knew their families were likely looking for them, so they had to live long enough to be found. A small itch started at the back of his mind, reminding him of all the stories online he had heard of families never finding their loved ones. And while he knew that that could be a very real possibility, he shut it down. For now, Dylan had to find a way out. He started scraping the tape against a sharp object that was on the chair. Each time he scraped past the tape, another small cut was made into his hand or arm. No matter how much it hurt, he was going to save his friends. And as the last tear fell from his eye, the door flew open. Dylan stopped working on the tape immediately. Clown Mask walked through the door, followed by two others. The man walked up to Dylan and lowered his face just inches away from him. "Good morning, sunshine." His voice dark and sinister. Dylan fought every instinct in his body not to headbutt the man again. He knew that he had to remain calm in order to not make them mad so they would not hurt or kill them. But the thought, worth it, did cross his mind. "We know your mommy and daddy have money," Clown Mask said. "We just want a little bit of it." Dylan knew his parents were rich, but never really understood just how rich they were, even though they could have bought a much larger house or lived in a much nicer neighborhood. They've always told him that he would never need to worry about money. but his parents still like to live a much simpler, less extravagant life than others with money would. So don't worry, he continued. As long as you three play nice, there is no need for anyone else to be hurt or killed. As he glanced down to Ricky's body, Dylan heard Oliver and Noah start crying just a bit harder, but Dylan simply bit his tongue to keep from showing any emotion. He was not going to give them any satisfaction of him being afraid. Make the call, Clown Mask said, standing up to his full height, eyes still on Dylan for a moment longer, and then he turned to the other man. One of the other men pulled a phone from his pocket and quickly dialed a number. The moment Clown Mask had turned away, Dylan started working on the tape around his wrist again. The man put the phone to his ear. There was a pause. Hello, are you missing something? A pause. That's right, we have all 4 of them. Another pause. If you wish to see them again, it'll be 2 million each child. A longer pause this time. The man looked at Clown Mask. They want proof they're alive. Clown Mask looked back at Dylan. Dylan stopped. This one. But be warned, boy. If you mention your dead friend, I will kill you all and your families will never see you again. The man said. Dylan nodded. Clown Mask took the gag from Dylan's mouth, and the other man walked over and placed the phone to Dylan's ear. Hello? Dylan said. His mom was on the other end. Yeah, we're all here, Mom. No, Mom, I have no idea where we're at. Just then, phone guy pulled the phone away and back to his mouth. Do we have a deal? A long pause. Excellent. Drop place will be texted to you after the call. You will have 1 hour. And then he hung up the phone and slipped it back into his pocket. Now you little fuckers better be quiet and not try anything. Otherwise, we'll be sending you all back to your parents. Dead, Clown Mask said. More sobs from Oliver and Noah. Dylan simply closed his eyes and nodded. As soon as the men left the room, Dylan was again working on the tape that bound his wrist. The entire time, he did not take his eyes off Ricky. The sight of his dead friend gave him some strength from somewhere deep inside that he knew he was going to need to save his friends. Eventually, Dylan felt his wrist slowly come apart as the tape started to rip. He bent his elbows and the tape split the rest of the way, freeing his hands. He then immediately bent over and started working on the tape on his legs. He looked up at Oliver and Noah, their eyes wide with shock as they watched him free himself. Dylan continued to look around the room in hopes that some sort of plan would come to mind. He was a smart kid, but he had never had to fight for his life before. His only experience was from the video games that he played. And then he saw it. Under a table across the room was the end of something round. As soon as his second leg was free, he rushed over and grabbed it and started to pull it from under the table. It was metal. This was good. He pulled it free, and it was only about 10 inches long. This wasn't so good. As Dylan walked to his friends, he shoved the pipe into his back pocket so that he could work on the tape on his friends. He stepped in front of Oliver and removed the gag. DK, what are you doing? Oliver whispered. Trying to get us out of here, Dylan quietly shot back. But they said, Oliver started to whisper. Think about all the true crime shows we've watched. They're going to kill us. Dylan seethed under its breath. Oliver just dropped his head as he watched Dylan work to free Noah. There was a sound from outside the door, and Dylan looked at Oliver and Noah, putting his finger over his lips. Then he raced to stand behind the door. The other boys stayed in their seats, terrified. The door flung open, and in strolled one of the 2 men that just had a balaclava on. He looked at Dylan's chair first and then swung his head to the other 2 boys, as if it didn't register that Dylan was no longer tied up. At the exact moment he realized that, Dylan lunged forward, smacking the man in the back of the head with all of his might, using the pipe. The sound made a sickening thud, like something might have cracked under the blow. The man stumbled forward and then fell to the ground. Dylan immediately jumped on top of him, closed his eyes, and started raining down blow after blow on the man's head. Blood started to pour from the different openings of the man's mask. The man fumbled for something in his pocket, but Dylan didn't notice. The man slowly started to raise his hand, a knife pointing in the direction of Dylan's back. Just before he slammed the knife into Dylan, a small set of hands wrapped around his wrist and pulled back. He looked to see Oliver. Dylan slammed the pipe into the man's head a few more times before the gasp and crying of his friends caused him to stop and open his eyes. He looked at them first, a look of pure horror on their faces, and he slowly looked back down to the man. At first, he didn't really understand what he was looking at, and then it slowly hit him. The red liquid coming from the holes in the balaclava was blood. The heat from Dylan's face bled away, and he suddenly became very ill. He leaned forward, and vomit flew from his mouth. After the entirety of the contents of his stomach had been forced out, he finally removed himself from sitting on the man's chest, slowly backing away to just a few feet in front of his friends, and then knelt down. He looked back at them. Dylan sat still for a moment longer, thinking about what he had just done. Oliver broke the silence with a small whisper. "Dylan?" Dylan could not answer. He could not say anything. He could not understand. He could not believe what he had just done. The panic was starting to rise again. And then again, something clicked off in his mind, and he started listening once again. He heard the faint sounds that are common to a haunted house. Loud music, fake screams. He could almost picture the movements of the animated scary mannequins that were spread through the house. He heard rustling noises and the sounds of what could be water pipes dripping. And then the sound that sent shivers down his back. The sound that he heard was the shuffling and clacking of footsteps. The steps were likely from the two remaining men that would be here at any moment and kill them for what he had just done. Dylan again looked at his friends. "We have to go now," he forcefully whispers. Oliver and Noah hesitated. "Now," Dylan said, raising his voice just a bit. He slid over to where the knife was and picked it up. He looked at it for a long moment, turning it over in his hands. He was only ever allowed to use a butter knife, and now, a real one, he was likely going to have to use to save his friends. The thought made his stomach churn a bit. He held out his hand with the pipe in it for one of his friends to take, but neither accepted it first. Dylan thrust it at them again. This time, Noah slowly took it from him, staring down at the blood-coated pipe, tears streaming down his face. The footsteps in the hallway brought them back to the moment. Dylan looked at his friends and then snuck over to the door. He slowly pushed it too, but not closing it all the way. From the hallway came Clown Mask's voice. "Shit, I forgot my phone. I'll be back in a minute." Relief flooded Dylan as he heard one of the footsteps receding back down the hallway, but his gut tightened as the second set was getting closer with each step. Dylan prepared himself to attack as soon as the next man came inside the room. He looked at his friends, who were once again huddled next to the wall, looking even more terrified than before. "I have to save them. I'm going to save them," he said to himself. The door opened and in walked the second man. "What the fuck?" the man said, not stepping all the way inside the door. Dylan panicked and jumped into the back of the door as hard as he could, slamming it into the man. The man was knocked off balance just a bit when Dylan rushed around the door, holding the knife out like he was offering a cup of tea. And then he felt the blade sink in. It was a disgusting feeling coming through the knife. Dylan wanted to vomit again. Dylan was preparing to pull the knife from the man's stomach when a heavy blow landed on the right side of his head, and Dylan stumbled backward, not understanding what had happened. The man was supposed to be so hurt he couldn't fight back. He stared at the knife sticking out of the man's stomach. The man took one step forward and then kicked out with his right leg, catching Dylan hard in the stomach that sent him flying a few feet back to the floor. The man looked down at the knife and pulled it from his stomach and then looked at Dylan. "Oh, I'm going to enjoy this." The man stalked forward and stood over Dylan, then straddled his chest, using his knees to pin Dylan's arms to the ground. "I knew we should have dealt with you." He used the flat of the blade to trace Dylan's throat. Once the tip of the blade was touching his skin, he spun it just a bit, causing the tip of the blade to burrow down into Dylan's neck. Dylan screamed out in pain. "Oh, that's gotta hurt a bit," the man said in a very satisfactory tone. "Help me," Dylan screamed. "Guys!" The man looked over at the two boys and immediately noticed they were quaking and that they had peed their pants. And that's when the smell finally caught in his nostrils. "Oh, someone shit their pants." Dylan struggled under the weight of the man, to no avail. "Guys, please," Dylan pleaded. "Oh, they aren't going to help you. They're just scared little girls. Their balls probably haven't even dropped yet." He let out a laugh. He then reached down and grabbed Dylan's hair and slammed his head to the floor. "Looks like you could use a haircut. Please, help." "Want me to take a bit off the top?" the man said. He placed the knife on Dylan's forehead and pressed the blade in just a bit. The sharp knife bit into Dylan's flesh, causing him to scream out in pain again. The man laughed out loud. "This is going to be so much fun." The man's words cut out when the pipe flew past his head and landed with a loud clang on the ground. He started to laugh as he looked over at the boys. "Really?" That's the only thing he had time to say before Dylan planted his feet on the ground and thrust his body upward with all of his might. The man was so distracted by the pipe that he didn't realize that he was being thrust forward, up and over Dylan's head. On pure instinct, his hands came up in front of him to break his fall. Still holding the knife in his hand, it was pinned to the ground, blade pointed up. In the silence of the room, you could hear the sound of the blade sliding into the man's neck as he landed on the knife with all of his weight. He immediately sat up, confused about what was happening. He yanked the knife from his throat and blood spurted everywhere, all over the floor and all over Dylan's face. The man stood up for a brief moment before grasping his throat with his hands. He stared at Oliver and Noah for just a moment before collapsing to the ground face first. A disgusting crunch as his nose shattered under the weight of his body. The boy stood there in shock for a moment, just looking down at the man. The second man dead in the room. The third body. They had not had time to check on Ricky since this all started. And Dylan knew they still didn't have time, but he could not leave without at least checking on his friend. Dylan walked over slowly and knelt down next to Ricky, putting his hand on his chest to feel if he was breathing. His chest did not move. Dylan looked up at the face of his dead friend. It was bruised and slightly smashed in on one side. The sight caused a catch in Dylan's throat. He wanted nothing more than to be able to cry for his friend. But he had two more that he needed to save. He got back to his feet and looked over at Oliver and Noah. "We need to go before Clown Mask comes back," Dylan said quietly. Noah looked like he was about to protest when Oliver started walking towards Dylan. He closed his mouth and slowly followed behind the other two boys. They walked through the door and stood there, looking up and down the hallway, trying to decide which way to go. "He went that way to get his phone," Oliver said. "We should probably go that way," pointing the opposite direction. "Nah, I think he went out to their vehicles," Dylan countered. "I think this way is out," pointing the direction that Clown Mask had gone. Oliver and Noah looked at each other as if to consider what Dylan had said, and then they looked at him and popped their heads just a bit, showing agreement. They started walking the direction that Clown Mask went, slowly at first, but moving quicker with each step. The idea of freedom was starting to come to them, and they could not hold it down. They came to a door with the window in it, and Dylan slinked against the wall. The other two followed suit. Dylan stayed flat against the wall and looked around the edge, trying to see through the window. Dylan was able to see the outside. He saw the front of a haunted house, a food stand that was in front of it. He saw trash cans and many other things. What he did not see was people. He didn't even see Clown Mask. The idea that they were at a fairground and there were no people seemed to chill him to the core. But he knew if they could at least get out of the building, then maybe they could hide until they were able to get away, or people would start showing up. "Let's go," Dylan whispered. He stepped up to the door and opened it slowly and as quietly as he could. The other two close on his heels. The room they entered was more like a walkway with glass walls. They could see everything out there, and anyone out there could see them, which sent a shock through Dylan the moment he saw Clown Mask staring at them from the left side. "Go," he breathed. All three of the boys took off as fast as they could to the furthest door. Dylan looked over his shoulder and saw that Clown Mask was now in full sprint trying to catch up to them. He knew that they weren't going to make it to the far door in time. His heart began to sink. Suddenly, a thought popped in his head. "Keep going," he yelled. Without another word, he broke from the other boys and charged out the closest door, which was only about 30 feet from Clown Mask. He didn't notice that the other boys slowed for just a moment as they realized what he was doing. He only hoped that they would keep running. Dylan made a beeline straight to the haunted house. If he could get in there, maybe he could hide long enough for help to show up. He hadn't realized that Clown Mask had closed the distance much quicker than he thought. There was a sickness starting to come over him when he realized he wasn't going to make it. He looked back over his right shoulder and he saw that his friends were safely out the other door and were running down the path. Good, he breathed. Sadness started taking over him as he realized he was going to be captured again. He would fight though, giving Oliver and Noah a bit longer, but he knew that he would be no match for the large man. He gripped the knife that he held in his hand and stopped running, turning towards Clown Mask, who wasn't expecting the boy to stop. The man tried to slow in time, but it was too late. The boy held the knife at an angle to him, catching him in the shoulder. The impact was so great that the blade sank all the way into the handle. He sent the boy flying, and he fell forward. Dylan quickly got to his feet, both of his wrists hurting. He looked down at them and noticed they were both bent at odd angles. He knew that he could no longer use them, so he turned to start fleeing. Dylan took 2 steps when he felt the hand clamp down on his neck and pulled him back. The man shifted his body in front of the boy, put his hand around his neck, and easily lifted him up, slamming his body back down to the ground hard, knocking the air from Dylan's lungs. "You're a tough one, kid," the man said, pulling the knife from his shoulder. "But now, it's time for this game to be over." Clown Mask knelt down next to the boy, holding the knife just above Dylan's heart. Dylan could only stare at the mesh in the clown's eyes, sobbing. There was a few brief moments when nothing was heard, nothing was said. Then, the sobs that were coming from Dylan suddenly ended. He remained looking at the meshed eye sockets of the mask, and then simply smiled. "Boy, you're more of a man than most men I know." It surprised Clown Mask that this boy could smile at the face of death. Clown Mask did not hear the sounds of padded feet racing towards them. He wouldn't have realized that these were 2 sets of padded feet, a 4-legged animal. But Dylan knew the sounds of his best friend. Clown Mask had no time to react before Polo slammed his entire body weight into the man at full speed. The pit bull made no sounds, made no attempt to attack, simply stepped over his boy and stayed. Clown Mask stood up. "Fucking dog!" he yelled and started to stomp forward. There was a loud snap from a distance away, and Clown Mask stumbled backward just a bit. At first, he wasn't really sure what was happening. A sudden pain in his chest that didn't make sense. He looked down in momentary confusion as he saw the red flowing from his chest, a perfect hole that was still smoking. A second later, he finally understood what he was looking at. "How the fuck?" he started to say as he tried to take another step forward. Another snap in the distance, and the second hole appearing in his chest. He looked at the boy and his dog. Never would he have thought that this was how it was going to end. As he slumped to his knees, chin falling to his chest, he finally heard the shuffling of booted feet charging his direction, and then the shouts from all around. "Police!"